Chapter 1, In order to survive, I have no expression. Worry-free, 20 years old this year, is a standard 3 no young man, no money, no job, no girlfriend. He always thought that his life would be the same as the result of his lottery that year. When there was nothing, the worst and most fantastic moment of his life finally came. I didn't do anything today. Wandering sorrowfully in the alley late at night, carrying his dinner today, he sighed as he walked. If I haven't found a job tomorrow, I'm afraid I won't even be able to eat. Thinking of it, Xiao was also depressed. Although he is not very handsome, he is at least very good looking, so no rich woman can find him. For him, it is better to eat soft rice than not eat it. Careful! Ah! A brick hit Xiao's head, interrupting Xiao's fantasy. Finally, he closed his eyes and saw a meteor in the sky. You're awake! An old voice rang from his ears. Although Xiao heard it, he couldn't see the source of the voice, and his eyes were still pitch black. Don't worry, because you are dead, so naturally you can't see it. I am dead. Although Xiao was a little scared at first, he felt that the old man might be lying to him. So he didn't care. Yes, you are dead. But as long as you do one thing for me, I will bring you back to life. What do you want me to do for you? Xiao shouted into the darkness. Go to other worlds and protect the people I want you to protect. I'm just an ordinary person, how can I protect others? At this moment, Wukai complained. I will give you an opportunity to change your attributes, so that your body is compatible and can accept all power, but at the cost, you will lose your feelings and the ability to express emotions. I am a young man with 3 NOS, is it a good match to be a complete one? Xiao felt that it was really affordable to exchange feelings for strength. However, losing all feelings will definitely make your task fail. In order to complete my plan, I will help you add a special feeling. What is it? Xiao asked. When the time comes, you will know. Go, my friend, in order to minimize conflicts, I will let you substitute for a person. After completing the task, you will leave that world. The person you entered will have special reasons. Disappear into that world. Wait, I haven't asked your name yet. Suddenly, a force pulled Xiao into a light, and he asked this mysterious darkness at the last moment. Just call me God. Chapter 2, I went to remember. Xiao was drawn into the light, flashing for a while, and he slowly saw his surroundings clearly. He is standing in a Japanese-style dojo, wearing a standard kendo uniform. Of course the protagonist does not know what clothes he is wearing. Looking at his own body, he should be about 9 to 10 years old. My God, you didn't tell me that even the age will change when you substitute. Xiao sighed silently in his heart. Began to explore this dojo. When he saw the Japanese dojo, he would think that it should be worn in certain Japanese comics or movies, but how can he know what world he has gone to if he doesn't read manga and animation on weekdays? I didn't expect that things I didn't know before would become life-saving straws today. Ryuko couldn't care about so much, so she wanted to stroll around and find someone who knew this body. Why is the substitution so bad? Even memory is not inherited. Xiao also had to complain about this substitution method. The future feels dark. At this moment, a middle-aged man in black casual clothes appeared in front of him. Looking at the man's face, he felt nothing but endless silence and fatigue. Shilang, you are here. The black-clothed man greeted Xiao, and then slowly sat down. Shilang, is it my current name? Xiao thought silently, then nodded and sat next to the man. Because Xiao was modified by God, he lost all his emotions, just like the man in black. The expression is also indifferent. The black-clothed man didn't care when Xiao was so indifferent. After all, the child had lost everything just like him. Thinking of this, the man in black said, Shiro, do you remember what I said to you yesterday? Wu Wuri naturally shook his head silently, because he really didn't know. I once wanted to be a messenger of justice, but I gave up because I am an adult. I am somewhat shy to say this. The black-clothed man said these words expressionlessly. At this moment, he looked towards Wuxiao, and there seemed to be a hint of expectation in his godless eyes. Let me come, then let me be the messenger of justice. Fulfill your dad's dream. Wuxiao suddenly thought of this sentence in his mind, did not respond, and said casually. The black-clothed man closed his eyes and did not answer. However, he was very happy to see it without worry. Then please. The man in black finished saying this, as if he had used up the last trace of his strength, and then left the world. Wuxiao did not know that he had obviously lost all his feelings, but his body was still trembling. A tear slowly left in his eyes. It was the reaction of himself or the original owner of the body. He didn't know, he knew now. He will inherit this man's dream and become a messenger of justice. While he was silently determined to be the messenger of justice in this man's mouth, a memory hit his brain. It gave him a very headache and fainted. At the last moment of losing consciousness, he finally knew the name of the man who had just passed away. Wei Gong Qi. When Wuxiao opened his eyes again, he saw that he was lying on a tatami, walking out of the room, and saw a woman with short orange hair wearing black mourning clothes, walking towards Wuxiao. Shiro, are you awake? The short-haired woman asked with concern. Through yesterday's memory, he knew that the woman in front of him was Fujimura-o, and he always called her Sister Fuji. Sister Teng, I'm okay, where's my dad? Wu Wuri asked. Simply bury him in the tomb of the worker. After all, his identity is still very sensitive. Sister Teng patiently answered Wuxiao's question. This boy is the child that Kaishi asked her to take care of. After Wuxiao inherited Shiro's physical memory, he knew his original style and personality, but because he was eliminated from his emotions, he could not express the same expression as the original Shiro, so he had to borrow Kairaji's departure to come. Covering up his shortcomings of being unable to express his feelings, he nodded and responded to Sister Fuji. He didn't think so much, but felt that Shiro's vitality was temporarily lost because of Kirishi's departure, and he would be better in the future. Remember, what will happen in the future, remember to tell me that Sister Teng will help you. He touched Wuxiao's head and said kindly. Wuxiao didn't talk to him, but also nodded silently. He knew Shiro was a child who could take care of himself, so he didn't think too much, and left Wei Gong's house. Relying on Shiro's memory, Wuxiao slowly began to experiment with the magic, strengthening and projection taught by Kiriji to Shiro. It turns out that in Shiro's own world, Shiro has two magic tricks because of the Baron magic circuit, which requires constant exercise before he can use it. Now, in Wuxiao's physical aptitude changed by God, let Wuxiao once again briefly use this novel power. Projection, strengthening. After Wuxiao meditated silently in his heart, he projected the weapon he was thinking of in his heart into his hand. The Scarlet Queen. From Devil May Cry 4, the single-edged sword used by Nero, reappears in this world. Although Wuxiao has no interest in anime and manga, he has been addicted to computer games for a long time. At least, I have a part of strength, but who is my goal? Wuxiao was rushed to this world by God. But he didn't give him any goals. Now Wuxiao is also very distressed. Forget it, go around first to get familiar with the terrain. The dividing line where the protagonist masters the first power. In this year's Fuiuki city, due to the influence of the Holy Grail War 5 years ago, the city was infiltrated by mysterious forces. The city of Winterwood in the middle of the night has become an amusement park for monsters and monsters. I don't know why. Wuxiao walked in front of a mansion decorated with vintage decorations. Looking at the gates and courtyards that had not been taken care of for a while, Wuxiao felt nothing at all, but perhaps it was a destined encounter, the mansion. I walked out of a only black double ponytail Loli. The moment I saw it, Wuxian felt like a passerby in the desert who was dying of thirst. Suddenly she found a vast ocean, like a wandering prodigal, finding her way home. Generally, although he was deprived of his feelings by God, he felt in his heart that he needed to protect the little Loli in front of him. Hey, what are you wandering around in front of someone else's house? Hurry away. Double ponytail Lolita didn't give him any good impressions because of her appearance in the same year as Wuxiao, she just chased away guests. Wuxiao had no expression on his face, and stared at the girl who had just met. He didn't shrink from the girl's words, but slowly opened the door of the mansion and walked towards Lori. Come here again, don't blame me for being impolite to you. Seeing Wuxiao's approach, Lori took a step back, gritted her teeth and said. Wuko didn't answer any of her questions, still maintaining a certain speed, and walked towards Loli. Then, don't blame me for being polite. Seeing that weirdo didn't go back, Lori took out red gems from the four-dimensional pocket of her skirt, muttered a spell in her heart, and lost her mind to Wuxiao. Go! The four red lights rushed towards Wuxiao, who seemed to be defenseless, just when he was about to touch Wuxiao. The girl first heard the boy's voice. Projection, strengthen. Was who used his only magic to project a strange box, blocking the red light attack. The box was covered with silver thorns, with the devil's face carved in the center, and Wuxian used the ever-changing Pandora. Blocked all attacks. What, that weapon? The girl with two ponytails felt very magical when she saw that the teenager had created a tool out of thin air that could withstand her attack. Obviously it's just ordinary projection and strengthening magic, why? The only thing no one can answer to it, the only certainty is that she can't beat the boy. When the boy walked to the girl, he saw the boy reaching out to her. The girl closed her eyes in fright. The next moment, his hand pinched her face and said a word. Can you tell me, your name? Rin, Tozaka Rin. Rin looked at the boy who was holding his face, and answered the boy in a strange tone. Rin, what a nice name. So. Let me protect you. Ha. Sigma. Chapter 3, in order to. So, you were wandering aimlessly, just came to my door, you just happened to beat me, and you happened to have a crush on me. So you want to protect me, right? Lin invited Wuxiao in after sitting at home, she stood in front of Wuxiao, he said. No Sorrow nodded silently. Let Rin feel very desperate. An inexplicable person walked to her home, defeated herself, and suddenly said that she wanted to protect herself. Whether she had a problem or a boy had a problem, how could she believe the boy's words? Just as Rin was having a headache about this matter, Wuko didn't give him more time to think about it, and suddenly stood up, grabbed Rin's hand, and said, Believe me, I am sincere. Looking at Wuxiao's direct confession, even if it was Lin, he couldn't help but blush, and said with a trembling voice, Who would believe you, Baga? Lin looked at the young man. Although he met for the first time, he felt that he was credible. Lin looked at the boy, and finally remembered that he still didn't know the boy's name. Hey, what is your name? No worries about it, but decided to use his name in this world. Call me Shiro, Shiro Waimiya. Shiro? A strange name. Rin said the name silently, then grabbed Shilang, referred to as Wuxiao for the time being, and asked Shilang, Why do you want to protect me? Because you are necessary. I am necessary? What does this mean? Rin felt puzzled as to why she was necessary. I don't know, but I know that you have to. Rin looked at Shiro and said these words blankly. There is no special feeling except for the strangeness. After all, there is no expression and it is difficult to make a difference. Then, in order to prove what you said, do something for me. Rin said. What's up? Be my housekeeper and take good care of this house. Rin had no choice. In order to take good care of his mother and practice magic, she must save money, so he is one of the few choices. Sure. Really? Rin just asked at the beginning with an attitude of trying. After all, this is not a fair thing in the first place. For the sake of dignity, it's okay. Shiro said this sentence blankly. Baga. Lin blushed and said in a low voice. The dividing line of time leaps. 5 years later. Rin, I'm getting up. Shi Lang woke up the woman lying in bed with a blank expression in his dark butler's clothes. Well, let me sleep for another 5 minutes. At this time, the Red Devil lying on the bed did not have the old dominance and pride, only the dependence and trust in the people around him. If you get up again, you will have to overslept again. Shiro was not bored by his lazy bed. For him, getting along during this time is fulfilling and important for him. Although he was taking care of an arrogant eldest lady. Okay, you go out and prepare first, I'll come right away. Lin said slowly. After Shiro exited Rin's room, Rin slowly opened his eyes to see if the person was still in the room, got up directly, and whispered, It's impossible to oversleep. Who do you think I do this for? Idiot. After a brief change, Rin came to the hall and watched Shiro's already prepared early, the familiar yellow-haired figure sitting at the dining table, and said hello to her. Good morning, Teacher Tenkan. Oh, Rin, good morning. Sister Fuji greeted Rin with full of vitality. Ever since Shiro agreed to be Rin's housekeeper, Daha often came to visit Rin's home after learning about it. By the way, it became Daha's daily routine. The three of them all sat at the dining table as before, digested their own breakfast, and talked about recent events. Shiro still maintained his character left behind by God. He finished his breakfast in silence, packed up everything, and then went to school with Lin. As time went by, Shi Lang looked at the dignity who walked side by side with him, and the inexplicable feeling that followed her at the beginning gradually disappeared and only the feelings left behind because of years of care were left. Shiro didn't know why the feelings of the past would gradually disappear, but at least now he stays by Rin's side because of his feelings. Rin secretly looked at Shiro who was staring at her, and remembered how this young boy forcibly inserted into her life back then, causing a wave in her heart. I was happy and upset in my heart, because this young boy, since the confession-style talks that year, took care of me in the rest of the day, without the slightest feeling at the beginning, thinking about this would, when will he be serious about her again? Express your mind. When he walked to the campus, he looked at the seaweed head figure at the door. His expression was annoying, and Shiro was still expressionless. Oh, Tozaka, good morning. Seeing me early in the morning, do you feel very happy? Kaizatu said shamelessly when he saw Rin coming over. Shen-er, I am not interested in you at all, please stay away from me. Rin said impatiently, wanting to get rid of this brown candy. Why, everyone knows you like this wood, but this wood won't bloom, don't die on this wood, why don't you go find someone else? Shinji said in front of Lin and stood without hesitation. Shiro next to Rin. Shinji, who had dealt with Shiro, clearly knew that, except for being Rin's housekeeper, Shiro had no interference or interest in Rin's relationship and friendship. Just blindly protecting Rin, as long as he doesn't do anything unusual, Shiro will not mind what he says. Brother, what are you doing? Don't disturb senpai. At this moment, a long black, yes, black hair, girl came from behind them and said with her weak voice and Shinji. Sakura, you should also persuade your sister, so that no one will Shi Lang from you, I said, right. Shen-er saw Sakura, feeling that he had found an ally, and said to Sakura in a seductive tone. Brother fool, what are you talking about, how could I? Sakura blushed when she heard what Shinji said, and glanced at Shiro in secret, hoping to see the reaction she hoped from his face. Shiro still stood blankly on the spot, disappointed Sakura, and said angrily to Shinji, Idiot brother, cook for yourself tonight, I don't care about you. After that, he ran into the campus. No, Sakura, wait for me. Shen-er heard what Sakura said, without thinking, ran into the campus and found Sakura to apologize. Rin and Shiro were left standing in place. It's still the same as before, Shiro. Rin said to Shiro as he watched what happened. At this point, Shi Lang would silently nod his head, and would not respond. Rin didn't care too much about Sakura. After all, Shiro was similar to himself at school, he was a celebrity, cold or expressionless. With excellent academic and sports performance, and he seemed very eager to go without being near. Helping others. In the school is the existence called the Cold Prince. Although Rin would always ask him why he would help those people, Shiro would only say, because this was his dream. After the busy class is over, Rin will leave Shiro home alone and practice his own magic, and Shiro will wait for Sakura to come to him and go to the shopping mall to buy ingredients for tonight. When the boss teased that the couple came to buy things again, Sakura would blush and remain silent every day, hoping that the expressionless man would react in any way. Finally, disappointed, Kazuhiro separated and went back to each house. Shilang walked on the street as usual, when suddenly, he heard a voice coming, which caused a slight fluctuation in his feelings over the past 5 years. Your mission is coming. Chapter 4, First Task. What am I going to do, God? Shiro shouted at the surroundings, but no one nearby answered his question. Soon, you will know soon. After this sentence, the voice disappeared. Shiro never answered any questions. My mission, my goal, who is it? Shiro was completely confused because of God's response. After 5 years of waiting, he gradually forgot his name, and even planned to continue to live as Shiro Waimiya. However, God's words reminded him once again that he is not a person in this world. What should he do in the future? Shiro, who was still thinking about the future, didn't notice. Not far behind him, a white figure was looking at him. I'm back. Shi Lang returned to Lin's home and began to prepare today's dinner. Normally, during this time period, Rin would hide in the magic workshop left behind by his family, practicing his own ancestral magic and gem magic. Shiro didn't practice too much because of his own experience and physique. Just practicing for a period of time was enough to use another world weapon to defeat Rin. Therefore, for Rin, Shiro is not only a housekeeper, but also a sparring partner. When Shiro prepared dinner and went to ask Rin to prepare, Rin rarely came to see Shiro in advance and said, Shiro, soon, the battle of the Holy Grail is coming. Have you got the curse? Rin simply felt, with Shiro's help, at least this Holy Grail battle will be a lot easier. As for who decides the final winner, based on her knowledge of Shiro, she should give her the Holy Grail. After all, Shiro himself has no need for the Holy Grail. Well, I just got it. After saying that, Shiro raised his right hand and saw a strange sign. This is something that Rin didn't see this morning. Then, what are you going to do? Do you want to participate? Do you want to be an enemy of me? Rin himself felt incredible. After getting along for so long, he would still worry that Shiro would be an enemy of her because of this. No, because I promised Rin to protect you. When Shiro said this, although he was still expressionless, he could hear his tone and he cared about Rin. Really, come and see me at 2 o'clock in the morning tonight, let's try summoning together. Rin blushed, finished saying this to Shiro, and walked to the dining table. The dividing line of time transition. Midnight. Shiro and Rin stayed in the magic workshop of Rin's house and looked at the 2 magic circles drawn on the ground. Rin and Shiro spoke their summoning words. What on earth was said? Please see the officer to understand by yourself, I won't make up the number of words. As soon as the voice fell, 2 loud noises came from outside the room. Rin and Shiro didn't think much, and ran out. In the hall, while standing in a red cloak, holding an open samurai sword, a young samurai with short red hair. On the other side, standing a loli wearing a black cloak and short silver-white hair, holding a pair of knives, facing the red-haired man. "Retreat, my servant." Rin looked at the red heroic spirit connected to her, and couldn't help but feel shocked. His appearance was too much like Shiro, and he was carved out of a template with Shiro. Does the affection even affect the heroic spirit I summoned? Lin looked at the red-haired heroic spirit, wondering how he would explain to Shiro when he waited. On the other side, Shi Lang looked at the heroic spirit he had summoned, and didn't know why. Looking at the Loli in front of him, he felt the first time he saw Rin that year, just like the person in front of him, the treasure of his life. Could it be that the emotion God said is that? Because the emotion fluctuated again, let him know what the emotion God gave him back then. This is too weird, Loli control or something. Shi Lang couldn't help but feel annoyed about which strong emotion he had mentioned. Because he also felt that if the Loli in front of him made any request, even if he didn't want to agree to the body, he would honestly fulfill her expectations. In this way, who is the master? Shi Lang also had to complain to God. "Are you my mother?" The silver-haired girl ran up to Shiro, threw herself into Shiro's arms, and asked. Looking at the girl in his arms, Shi Lang trembled all over his body, and said in a calm tone as far as possible, "Yes, I am your mother, what is your name?" Shi Lang rubbed the girl's head and petted like his brother. "Drowning this girl. My name is Jack, mother," Jack said while holding Shilang and staring at Shilang's face. On the other side, Rin couldn't help feeling irritated as he watched Shiro's interaction with Jack, but he was helpless. He looked at the hero in front of her and asked, "Servant, tell me your real name." "Don't mind, that is an ally." The red-haired man stared at Shiro who was holding the girl next door, and suddenly felt that the world had changed too much, completely different from his world back then. "When you see me, you won't believe what I say. Then, I will tell you clearly that I am Saber's servant and my name is Kyunza Kunzen. As you can see, I am your cohabitant's attributes match and become what I am now, but I don't look like that." While explaining the problem of his appearance, Muramasa was thinking about his own task. As a slave specially selected for inhibition, he has to complete his own task. So, where are the changes in this era? After some explanations, Rin and Shiro took their heroes together in the living room, preparing their next plans. Then, in order to confuse the enemy's vision, Jack and I will show up in front of the enemy as masters. Shiro and Saber will act as slaves to confront the enemy. "Shiro, is it okay?" Looking at Jack, who was still lying in Shiro's arms, Rin felt unusually uncomfortable, and made the plan in an impatient tone. "I have no problem." Shiro is more concerned about the Loli in front of him than the Battle of the Holy Grail. Looking at her, Shiro feels that the Battle of the Holy Grail is not so important anymore. "Then go back and rest. We will ask for leave from tomorrow and wait until the end of the week." After Rin finished speaking, he left the living room alone, still thinking about it. "Lorican. Hey, come with me." Saber said to Shiro, "I have something to confirm with you." Shi Lang nodded and told Jack to play by himself. "What do you want to talk about?" "About, can you tell me about your current experience?" Although Saber is a slave sent by inhibition, he is very interested in the experience of this person under the guise of his body. He wants to know the world's Shiro, and his fake Shiro, what is the difference in experience? "Do you still want to be a messenger of justice?" Saber asked what he wanted to know the most. "Of course, because that is the dream my father left for me." Chapter 5, First Night. After the conversation with Saber, in order to satisfy Jack's wishes, Shiro took Jack out and walked around, and before leaving the door, he received a dazzling roll of eyes. Shiro was at a loss. "Jack, why do you want to come out at night? Didn't you say that safety is the first priority?" Although Zhilang seemed to be complaining that Jack was going out at night, he didn't mean to blame him. After all, he was a low ICN. "Because, Jack likes the night better than the morning." Jack lay on Shiro's back, feeling Shiro's unique love for her, something she hadn't experienced since she became a hero. Just in time, Shilang and Jack walked to the door of Shenner's house. Suddenly, when the red light rushed towards Shilang did not hesitate to project the Scarlet Empress directly, blocking the attack. Looking into the distance, a man in a red robe stood on the roof, holding a bow and arrow. There is no doubt that he was the one who launched the attack just now. Hey, what does it mean to attack others for no reason? Shilang looked at this man who suddenly attacked him, and he didn't have a hint of favor. What's the matter? The Battle of the Holy Grail, isn't it a war where the winner is king and the loser is the bandit? What means is used, as long as you can win. After speaking, the man in red armed with double knives attacked them. Jack, follow the original plan. After that, Shilang rushed towards the enemy with the Scarlet Queen in his hand. Facing Shiro's weapons and unique swordsmanship, the man in red was very surprised. He couldn't believe that Shilang on this plane could be equal to what he played, and he could clearly see the magic circuit that shone on Shilang, which was much better than himself. Moreover, that weapon, I haven't seen it before. The man in red looked at Shiro's weapon, completely without any impression of which hero's weapon it was. Shiro is now using a special starting play from the game Devil May Cry 4 Nero. The open play makes the man in red a little difficult to fight. In the next second, a burst of Crimson Queen's sword spurts. Flame, the sudden change of moves made the man in red unable to parry, and stopped flying for a moment. That's right, as a human being, I can beat me like this. Seeing Shiro's ability, even he had to praise him. Why do you think I am a human being? Maybe I am also a hero. Facing the enemy's temptation, Shiro did not directly say that he was a human, but hovered with the enemy. Humph, just get a little advantage, don't be pretentious, let you experience the gap between humans and followers. After speaking, the man in red put his hand on his chest and looked like he was about to prepare for a big move. Stop it, archer! Just as Dang Honga was about to make a big move, Shilang couldn't help but stunned when a female voice sounded behind him. Sakura, why are you here? Looking at the coming Sakura, even Shiro couldn't continue the fight. Seeing this younger sister who had changed her surname due to family reasons, Shiro couldn't attack them either. Sure enough, Senpai also participated in this war. Sakura didn't feel surprised to see Shiro holding a weapon. After all, she was with her sister. Sakura, why do you want to participate in this war? Is it also for the root cause? Shilang couldn't guess why Sakura participated in the Holy Grail battle. Because, I want to destroy the Holy Grail. Sakura said something that Shiro felt incredible but took for granted. Is it because of what happened to you? Shilang looked at Sakura and said what he knew best. Yes, because of the Holy Grail, I was adopted by my father to the Matsuya family. Although my grandfather and brother are very good to me, I still can't forget the origin of this matter. Because of the Holy Grail, my father died and my mother was crazy, Yan uncle yet is also dead. Too many people have sacrificed for this Holy Grail, so in order to reduce the number of people who will die because of the Holy Grail in the future, I decided to destroy the Holy Grail. After Sakura said this, the firm expression in her eyes let Shilang know that he could not persuade her. Then senior, what about you, why do you want to participate in the Holy Grail? Ying looked at the young man she had always liked, and asked what she wanted to know the most. I didn't have any purpose to participate, but I insisted on saying a reason. I can only say that it was because of your sister. Although Shiro just said a perfunctory remark, but in Mokuriak's heart, the crit can be caused. Infinite. Really, then, senior, you are my enemy now, let's go. Sakura looked at Shiro and said the last sentence before returning home unwillingly. Shilang knew that the matter between the two of them could not be resolved in a moment. So continue to wander around with Jack. Reda looked at Shiro's fading figure, and couldn't help but sigh. This time, what will his fate be? As they walked, Shiro and Jack came to the dojo where he and Kirishu's hometown. Shiro looked at the dojo, and remembered the last words left by Kirishu. Am I still a messenger of justice? Shi Lang looked at the dojo and muttered to himself. After listening to Jack, he was puzzled. For them, the word justice was more than an excuse for killing people like her. However, seeing Shiro shaken in his heart because of this sentence, Jack couldn't help feeling distressed for Shiro, tightly hugged Shiro, and said to Shiro, "Mom," to Jack, "you are my righteous partner." Maybe it was because he felt Jack's comfort for him, maybe it was the explosion of his low ICN attribute. Shiro hugged Jack in front of him, looked at Jack's immature face, hugged Jack tightly, and said softly to her, "Yes, I am Jack's justice partner." In the castle on the outskirts of Winterwood, a silver-haired Loli suddenly felt that her greatest rival in her life had appeared. She couldn't help feeling irritable. Who is it? Planning to take away my Shi Lang? Relax, master, no one can stop you, just rely on my strength. There was a sound from the shadow, comforting the girl. That's right, Lancer, let us reclaim our own destiny. The girl showed her ambition towards the distant winter wood. Turning his head back to Ma Tong's house, Shinji looked at the sulking Sakura, and Shinji knew that it must be Shiro's incomprehensible guy who made her angry again. Sakura, I know that fellow, if you don't be brazen and confess to him, he won't feel it. Shinji bewitched Sakura next to Sakura, like a demon. Yes, master's sister, this kind of man, if he doesn't work hard, he can't get this kind of wood open. The black shadow next to Shen Er also made suggestions for Sakura. Honga looked at these two familiar figures, teaching methods to Sakura, and had to shake his head straight. The relationship between these two people was not so good for the world he experienced, but it is now like this. Let Retta also lament the impermanence of the world. In Winterwood Church, Father Mapo had just finished a baptism. He looked at the empty church, and the priest looked at the dark shadows in the corner. He felt a big head. Unexpectedly, it was the berserker who was robbed. In order to control him, he must also it takes careless thoughts. What's the matter, Kilai? Do you need the king to help you get rid of this bastard? Behind Kilai, a young man with yellow hair sneered at the dark shadow in the corner. No, it's also a key chess piece after all, and it might be able to play other roles. What the priest and the yellow-haired youth did not expect was that the person hiding in the dark corner knew everything they said from beginning to end, and endured it. Finally, when Shiro released the feelings he had just suddenly exploded to Jack, he walked back on the road and saw a book lying on the side of the road. Shi Lang didn't know why, he picked up the book instinctively, put it in his arms, and continued to carry Jack back to Lin's home. Chapter 6, Mother, Brother, Housekeeper. Taking Jack back to Rin's house, although Shiro could not see Rin himself, he felt that Rin's magic had been paying attention to him. He said good night to the corner of the room, and took Jack back to his bedroom. On the other side, seeing Shi Lang coming back safely, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, he also felt the fluctuation of magic power just now. It should be Shi Lang who met other followers. Seeing Shiro coming back safely so soon, Rin probably guessed that it should be a truce. Master, don't you ask what happened to him just now. Although Muramasa is only interested in swords, but now there is nothing to do, Muramasa had to talk to Rin. No, just ask tomorrow. Let's rest now. Saber. Then good night, Master. Good night, Saber and Shiro. Early morning. Shi Lang got up early and looked at Jack who was sleeping next to him. Shi Lang didn't want to maintain the magical load brought by the follower in this world, but wanted to get in touch with Jack more. It may be affected by his attributes or his own. Thinking, Shiro slowly put his hand on Jack's head and stroked Jack's face. Gradually, he seemed to see something. In Shiro's mind, some scenes gradually appeared. 1. a child was abandoned on the street at birth, poor, weak, and helpless. No one wanted to help them, no one to justice for them, they cried. The sound gradually weakened, and finally disappeared into the night sky. It's dark, why no one wants us? Because we are superfluous. Mom, where are you? No, don't abandon us. Sorrow and pain gradually merged into one, and Jack's figure slowly emerged in the darkness. Shiro looked at Jack, who was still sleeping, and remembered the picture in his mind just now. In his heart, he made up his mind silently. Shilang left Jack and walked to the kitchen, and met Muramasa, the man who was living here with his skin. Meditating in the living room. As if sensing the arrival of Shiro, Muramasa opened his eyes and looked at Shiro in front of him. There was something in his eyes that he didn't have before, and said, "Have you changed your attitude so quickly? Very good, at least the next war, you can help us." Because of the memory that Jack brought, Shiro finally made up his mind to complete this Holy Grail battle, not passively participating, but for the purpose. However, what Muramasa failed to consider was how far Shiro could achieve this goal. Shiro didn't say anything after listening to Muramasa's words, just nodded and walked away. Looking at Shiro, who was walking far away, Muramasa just closed his eyes. Thinking of this mission, at least because of Shiro's firm determination, it would be a lot more convenient. After preparing everything, Shilang went to wake up Rin as before, and gathered at the table as before, doing all this in silence. Except for the two followers, Muramasa and Jack, beside him. "Shiro, wait a minute." Seeing Shiro packing up and preparing to leave, Rin stopped Shiro. "Is there something hidden in your arms? Why do I feel a strange magical power?" Shilang himself didn't know, but he just remembered the book he took with him last night. When he took the book out, he looked at the cover of the book and wrote the word fairy tale. "Shilang, are you interested in fairy tales?" Lin looked at the book Shilang brought out and felt a little surprised. "This was the first time I saw a fairy tale book with magical powers. I picked it up on the road when I came back yesterday, and I didn't see what it was at the time." Facing Lin's doubts, Shiro could only talk about the origin of the book. "Then study it for me, maybe you can find something," Lin said, reaching for the fairy tale book. However, Shiro kept holding on to the book and didn't let Rin take it away. "What's wrong? Let go, Shiro." "I think too, but I can't let it go." Shiro always felt that if he let go of his hand and took it away, he would lose something very important. Just when the two of them were in a stalemate, Shu suddenly struggled on its own, bounced off Rin with a force, and stayed in Shiro's hand. "What's this?" Shilang looked at the fairy tale book in his hand, and suddenly felt that his magic power was occupied by some existence, and then the book slowly floated, and a burst of bright light suddenly struck. After everyone's eyes returned to normal, a little girl in a gothic loli costume stood beside Shiro, holding Shiro in her hand. "Shiro, this is the servant, you actually picked up a servant from outside." Lin looked at the attributes of the little girl in front of him, feeling a bit speechless for Shiro to pick up the servant when he went out. Shilang looked at the little girl standing next to him, and felt that it was great that he came back to this world. Jack looked at the little girl who appeared suddenly and felt the threat from the same kind. This person will threaten his position. "Let go of Mom, who are you?" Jack thought of this and ran over to hold Shiro directly. Staring at the little the other side. "I am not someone, I am a nursery rhyme, a follower of my brother's contract." The nursery rhyme looked at Jack, knowing that the person who picked himself up outside was also a follower. "Mom is Jack, outsiders hurry away." After speaking, Jack planned to push away the nursery rhymes and prevent them from contacting Shilang. "No, my brother belongs to me. You can walk away for me." The nursery rhyme was not to be outdone, and began to argue with Jack. Seeing the two arguing around him, Shilang knew that it seemed that they were arguing, but neither of them used the power of the servant, but simply wandered around. It looks like two people are playing around. Rin watched these two people fighting around Shiro, suddenly felt that this Holy Grail battle was too dangerous. Before I knew who the enemy was, there were two servants who wanted to steal a man from myself. God was too unfair to me. Obviously I was the first, whether I knew him or confessed. Why did these two people come to grab Shiro with me? Rin couldn't bear it anymore, and went straight to take Shiro's hand and said, "This man, but my housekeeper, you two children stay here." The two looked at Rin, who had joined the battlefield, without any worries, pulling her into the battlefield. Outside the field, watching all this happen, Muramasa and Shiro in the middle of the battlefield may be said to be chaotic, but it also brings the warmth of a family that has not been seen for many years to this house. Seeing everyone, Shiro and Muramasa made up their minds silently to protect them this time. Never let other people hurt them. Chapter 7, Wild Sister Ilya. Seeing the hotter and hotter battlefield, Shiro gradually retreated to avoid being involved. In Fuyuki City, Shiro wandered aimlessly, looking at the city that he had seen for 5 years, and his heart was full of dismay. After all, after the war, Shiro will leave here and do not know when he will come back. As he walked, Shiro came to a park nearby and looked at the two-handed bars beside the park, which reminded her of the scene when he saw Sakura and Shinji for the first time. With the sound of, a chain struck Shilang directly, and Shilang projected the Crimson Queen like a conditioned reflex, blocking the assault. Not bad, it can block my attack. Behind Shilang appeared a man with long green hair, or a woman. Shiro couldn't tell the difference. Servant? He attacked me suddenly. It seems that he is ready to go to war. Shilang looked at the servant who appeared. His expression did not fluctuate, he looked at this person as if he was looking at a dead thing. Yeah, that look is good, but I came to say hello today. Come out, my master. After the follower finished speaking, a petite figure appeared behind him, her. Meeting for the first time, Big Brother, I am Ilya. The silver-haired girl appeared in front of Shiro and introduced herself to Shiro. Then, why did you take the initiative to meet with me? What is your purpose? Shilang looked at the unimpressed girl in front of him. Although she was cute and an enemy, she must first understand the situation. Ilya is Shiro's older sister, but I'm Kiji's daughter. Ilya explained. Daddy's daughter? Haven't heard of it. Shilang looked at the so-called sister in front of him and did not relax his vigilance. Ilya just came to see what the person my father chose was like. It seems that my father's point of view has not changed. He chose the same successor as him. Ilya looked at Shiro's expression and performance. Lai became more and more like that cold man back then, and couldn't help but sarcastically said. Shilang looked at Ilya in front of him, silently, directly projecting Pandora, and said flatly. You are not allowed to speak ill of the old man. Open Pandora's box and switch to cannon mode. Attack directly at Ilya and them. Lancer, stop him. Ilya signaled to her servant. I saw the green lancer drew countless chains from his side to form a wall to block Pandora's attack. This weapon is magical. The green lancer watched the iron chain actually suffer some damage, and became cautious. Shiro watched Lancer easily block his offense, without eagerness, continued to turn Pandora's gear and slowly adjusted his form. In the next second, Shiro switched to flywheel mode and directly controlled Pandora to attack the Lancer. To reduce the confrontation with his weapon, Lancer looked at the flying flywheel and hung it under the flywheel with an iron chain, intending to stop the flywheel. Unexpectedly, the flywheel was not under his control and directly accelerated and rushed. The Lancer directly resisted this time through the characteristic of being unable to be injured by contact with the ground. Immortality, the heroic spirit still uses the iron chain, this range can be reduced a lot, Lancer. Shiro looked at the attack invalid, said flatly, and continued to turn the gears. Your weapon must be readjusted for every attack, I'm not wrong. Lancer looked at Shiro's attack pattern and guessed the drawbacks of Shiro's weapon. Then, the close attack is good. The Lancer directly rushed to Shi Lang without giving him any time to adjust. Seeing that the Lancer came directly, Shi Lang had no choice but to use the Scarlet Queen to parry. However, the Lancer's attack was more violent and heavier than the last Red A. Moreover, the bonus of immortality allowed Shiro to appreciate the advantages of the follower himself. That's not good, you have to keep your distance. With the help of the flames of the Scarlet Queen, Shi Lang fascinated the Lancer for a while, opened the distance and started to control Pandora. Not bad, humans, don't even think about keeping the distance. After buffering the flames, the Lancer speeded up towards Shiro. No, that's enough. Shi Lang opened Pandora, turned into a laser cannon mode, and fired directly at the Lancer. A beam of destruction hits the Lancer directly. Upon seeing this, the Lancer knew that if he had eaten the attack, it would take a long time to repair, and then there would be no way to protect the master. Command with Lingshu, Lancer, come back here. At the end of the beam, the Lancer was not hit, and Ilya used a magic spell to protect the Lancer. Thank you, Master, I'm sorry, the enemy is more powerful than imagined. Lancer said casually, not caring about the magic spell he had just used. It's okay, Lancer, it's just a magic spell. Ilya didn't blame Lancer. Looking at Shiro, I have to admit that Shiro is really good, and I can't imagine what Shiro has experienced. Then elder brother, see you next time, I will definitely defeat you next time. Ilya finished speaking and left directly with the Lancer. Shi Lang did not hinder the two of them. After all, the sound of fighting just now should have attracted people. Must leave here. Ilya. Shi Lang said the name from his mouth. Leave the scene quickly. How about, Lancer, how is Shiro's level? It's a good opponent. Seeing you next time will be a tough fight again. Lancer admitted that Shiro could indeed threaten her, as long as Shiro knew his weakness. But, Lancer, as long as Shiro doesn't know your identity, our winning rate is still very high. Well, Master. After Shi Lang left the battlefield, he was not in a hurry to go back, but planned to go to Xiaolayudong Temple first. She felt that when he went there, he could find a way to contact God. Walking up the stairs and stepping into the door, now that everyone in Liudong Temple is gone, Shi Lang can feel a force pulling him. Following this force, he came to a cave. Looking inside, I vaguely felt a huge magical power. Finally found here. God's voice came from the building, disrupting Shiro's thinking. Hey, God, who am I going to save before I can complete my current mission? Shi Lang shouted into the cave what he is most concerned about. After all, this is related to whether he can continue to stay here. Yes, after this period of time and 5 years of experience, Shiro began to feel that it would be nice to stay here, at least he has his home here. He is no longer alone. I know what you are thinking, but it's useless. When the time comes, you will still leave. After saying this, the voice disappeared again without any response. Shiro looked at the empty cave inside, thinking about the future, how God would force him to leave. Forget it, think about it later, let's finish Rin's wish first. Shi Lang did not waste time and walked back. Chapter 8, Speeding up Shiro. After this battle with the Lancer, Shi Lang understood his strength to a certain extent. In this world, his strength was considered to be the middle and upper level. After all, there were still many humans in this world that were better than the servants. However, Shiro felt that if the Holy Grail war was like a Lancer, at least it would be easier for Rin to win this war. After Shiro returned to Rin's house, he began to persuade Rin to speed up the war. Shi Lang, you have to know that all followers have magical skills called treasures. I know your weapons are also very powerful, but don't underestimate the followers. Looking at Shi Lang's performance, Rin can only slowly persuade him. Don't get lost because of these few victories. Shiro also knew that he didn't understand the world, but in order to break the situation set by God for himself, he had to speed up the task, so that God's layout would not be as he wanted. Well, Rin, I'll listen to you. Shiro finally agreed to not worry Rin. Afternoon, Rin continued to collect information, while Shiro went to find Saber. After all, he still needed Saber to cover this time. Yes, but I have a request. Muramasa considered it, and promised to lay a cover for Shiro. Yes, what request? Your goal is Archer, I hope you can let him go for a while and let me see him. The request that Saber said made Shiro puzzled. How did Saber have something to do with Red A? Okay, I'll let him go, provided that I can beat him. Shi Lang agreed, and went to Ma Tong's house, intending to persuade Sakura, but it was impossible, and could only be solved by force. Muramasa looked at Shi Lang who was going out and couldn't help but smile. Then let me see whether the future Shiro will be more powerful, or the changed Shiro will be more powerful. Shi Lang still didn't bring Jack and nursery rhymes this time. After all, if you bring them, it is easy to be noticed. When he arrived at the gate of Jiantong's house, Shiro looked at Sakura and Hanga, who had already been waiting outside the door, without many surprises. After all, the vision of the archer is unique. Senior, what are you doing here? Sakura looked at the silent Shiro, as if she had guessed Shiro's purpose. The heart can't help but hurt very much. Sakura, I'm sorry, for my purpose, I'm going to eliminate you this time. Shi Lang watched Sakura's face gradually worsened, and his expression did not fluctuate. Why, it's for the sake of my sister, why you only think about my sister, why don't you look at me? Sakura looked at what Shiro did for her sister, unwilling, very unwilling. Why only Rin can get all this, because Rin is sister? If you think so, it doesn't matter, just take it for linear. Shiro didn't think about how much these words would hit Sakura. In that case, Archer, I'll beg you here. Sakura looked at Shiro who had decided, and said nothing, and walked home alone. Shiro, why me ya, let's decide the outcome. Hanga looked at her once and decided not to keep her hands this time, and wanted to defeat Shiro with all his strength. Can't ask for it, Archer. Reda remembers that in the last confrontation with Shi Lang, the power of that special sword, and the swordsmanship that did not belong to this dimension, he decided to attack at a distance first. Unexpectedly, Shiro also felt that the last time Red A suffered a loss in melee combat, this time he should be able to fight distance combat, so he would use Pandora. The box was projected directly, and Shi Lang began to adjust. It's another weapon that I haven't seen before, Shiro, what have you experienced? Hanga looked at the box in Shiro's hand and felt a powerful magical power. In the next second, Shi Lang first used the abomination mode, a crossbow appeared in his hand and began to attack. So fast! Reda looked at the trajectory of the raid, feeling a palpitating power. Make the right choice, without hard resistance, just get out of the way. The ground behind him separated directly without any explosion. A magical attack? It's a bit tricky. Red A's good at is a projection weapon attack, but there is no way to restrain this kind of magical attack. Take me a shot. Shi Lang hated the switch to the Thor laser and directly hit Red A. 7 blazing rings. The Trojan hero Aas buckler directly appeared in front of Red A, intending to resist this attack. At the moment of contact, the petals of the sevenfold ring collapsed directly, and the remaining power directly hit the Reda and knocked the Reda into the air. Really powerful attack, Shiro Waimiya. Reda ate the remaining laser, and his injuries were heavier than expected. Next time, you have no chance, surrender, this time I don't plan to destroy you. Shi Lang looked at the Reda who still wanted to resist, and had to say his purpose this time. This can't work, I'm savant. If I don't fulfill the master's wish, then I'm a hero. Reda looked at the indifferent Shi Lang, decided to make a full shot, and used that trick. I am Thebonov my sword. This body is made of a sword. What are the skills that need to be chanted? Shi Lang watched as Reda was preparing for a big move, and he didn't directly step up to interrupt him. He also wanted to see what Reda would use. The blood wave is like an iron heart, like a colored glaze. It is undefeated across countless battlefields. It has not been defeated or won. The standard bearer is alone here, casting a sword on the sword mound. Then, this life does not have any meaning. This body is defined as the sword of infinity is made. Infinite sword system. A flash of light struck Shiro, who surrounded him. After adjusting to the eyes, Shi Lang appeared on a desolate land together with Reda. There were gears in the sky, and countless swords were inserted on the ground, extending infinitely all around. Is this your backhand, archer? It is actually an inherent barrier. Shiro felt that this area was antagonizing him, remembering that Rin told him the closest magic to magic. Yes, this is my inherent barrier and also my treasure. Shiro Waimiya, you are here, accept my sanctions. If this is your trump card, then I have to use a big move. Shiro looked at the confident Reda, and decided to use Pandora's last mode to fight his inherent barrier. With Shiro's more complex adjustments than ever before, Pandora directs the two rings and the seat, letting Shiro sit in it, and the two rings directly surround Shiro. On the ring, the muzzle gradually protruded. This is the last form of Pandora's mode, Pandora's reincarnation. Chapter 9, Uncontrollable Situation. Is this the real mode of that weapon? Reda looked at Shiro surrounded by muzzles, and remembered the destructive power brought by the laser mode just now. However, this time, it was in my turf, and the demon-breaking weapon was brought in casually. Reda directly projected the demon-breaking weapon around him and shot towards Shiro. Seeing the attacking weapon, Shiro didn't hesitate, but directly triggered the trigger, and a missile directly intercepted the weapon projected by the Reda. That's it, you don't need to adjust again when you enter this mode. Seeing that Shiro didn't change back to the box again after attacking, Reda understood the terrible part of this mode. But the continuous attack means that the consumption of magic power is multiplied. Let me see who can make it to the end. The Reda continued to project countless weapons, and continued to attack Shiro. Shiro did not quit Pandora's reincarnation mode and continued to attack. For a time, the two were surrounded by missiles and weapons, and countless explosions and impacts sounded, and the two did not have any reservations. It's a war of attrition, but the opponent still has to maintain the enchantment, and it must consume more magic power than me. Shi Lang watched the opponent have been stalemate with himself, intending to directly let the opponent exhaust his magic power, and then capture him alive. Are you thinking that my magic power will consume more, and then continue to consume it with me, Shiro Waimiya? Reda watched Shiro continue to consume himself calmly, and couldn't help but ridicule. Indeed, my magic power must be consumed faster than you. But, look behind you. Shi Lang did not expect that a flash of light directly struck behind him, the strength of which was so powerful that it would directly break his Pandora's reincarnation, and also caused him to suffer serious injuries. Behind the smoke, a woman wearing a blindfold and a purple dress appeared inside. It seemed that it had attacked Shiro just now. The other servant, careless. Shiro looked at the newly appearing servant and felt a headache. Yes, my master and another master are already in an alliance. Rider, solve him together. Don't blame us for being mean, Shiro Waimiya, winning is the king. The rider behind Shi Lang picked up the chain and directly attacked Shi Lang. Reda didn't leave his hand either, and continued to project weapons and attack Shi Lang. It's really bad, what should I do? Shi Lang reluctantly projected the Crimson Empress and the rider confrontation, but also to avoid the attack of Reda. For a time, the situation reversed. There is no way, I have to project that. Shi Lang sold a flaw, was attacked by the rider once, and then forcibly opened the distance and started his own projection. As soon as the projection began, Shiro felt that a cold force was directly surrounding him, intending to invade his body and control his body. However, Shiro protected his soul and did not allow external forces to control him. "What's that?" Rider and Honga saw Shiro suddenly surrounded by ice and didn't rashly attack. They just moved away and looked at the situation. Looking back at Shi Lang is now covered by a silver armor with a faceless helmet on his head. Upon closer inspection, Shi Lang's hair has also become long and white, making Shi Lang look more indifferent. The most obvious is the double-edged sword in his hand. The sword is white and blue, with the skull engraved on the hilt. Unexpectedly, this weapon still can't be fully controlled, and the projected weapon can also affect my mind. If it is the real one, it would be terrible. Shiro looked at the Frostmourne of Warcraft 3 projected by him, and had to sigh. In fact, what Shiro didn't expect was that because his body was modified by God, and because his body could adapt to all the worlds, the weapon he projected was no different from the original one. Quick battle and quick decision. Shi Lang used Frostmourne to directly set off a burst of ice and attacked the two of Honga. What? Reda directly attacked Shiro with a demon-breaking weapon. He didn't expect that the weapon was directly frozen by the cold halfway through the flight. The rider sees this situation, pulls up the Reda directly, "Get out of the other side." The place where the ice swept adds a layer of white to this desolate land. Reda and rider didn't expect it to be so powerful with just one attack. "The power gap is too big, rider, let's withdraw first." Shiro watched Reda and rider planning to retreat, and when he was about to intercept them, a voice rang from his head. "Give me the body and let me stop them." "How is it possible? I can't help it if I leave it to you." "You won't use this power, give it to me, otherwise, I will take it back." "My weapon, I am in charge." Shiro was fighting with the voice in his head. Reda and rider were surprised to see Shiro suddenly motionless. Sure enough, the power of the sword is too strong, and the soul in the sword is against him. Honga is very knowledgeable, and at a glance he can see that Shi Lang has not fully mastered this weapon, and he wants to compete with his own weapon for body. Although we are the enemy, it is not enough to let the demon of this sword come out. Reda walked to Shiro's side and directly let go of Shiro's hand, letting the sword fall to the ground, because without his own blessing, the sword disappeared. Shiro also, because of excessive consumption, fainted. Reda and rider looked at the fainted Shi Lang. They didn't even think about making up the knife. After all, their master is his friend. Forget it, confine him with a demon, and leave it to the master. In the end, Reda still locks Shi Lang's circuit and uses magic power to get Shi Lang from his back and send it to his master. After the war, there were no traces of battle except for the big pit at the beginning. At this time, Jack and the nursery rhyme in Lin's house seemed to sense that their master was in danger. Look at the direction of Ma Tong's house together. Finally, regardless of Shiro's order, Jack secretly left Rin's house and sneaked in Shiro's direction. On the other side, the priest Mapo of the church forces decided to let his berserker try to test the strength of Lin Rin and make the first move for his own plan. The war tonight is not over yet. Chapter 10, Senior, please look at me. After Shi Lang passed out, he slowly flicked through several scenes in his mind. In the endless wasteland, the grey-haired youth stood in it, surrounded by corpses. The young man is fighting, obeying the order to attack his purpose, completing the task mechanically. Unconsciously, the youth has forgotten his original intention, his original purpose. Why should he become a substitute for restraint? Gradually, the youth gave up their more worries. Until one day, the youth felt the call of another world, and what came into his eyes was a unique girl and a teenager, living in harmony and seeing everything familiar and unfamiliar. The youth knew that he had the opportunity to meet him. The man who aspires to be a messenger of justice. When Chilang woke up again, he was lying in a familiar and unfamiliar room. He remembered that Sakura and Shinji invited them to play at their house before. He still remembered the picture of the young uncle Yanya who died early. They are all next to the grandpa who is laughing deeply, and there are bugs hidden in the shade although they are invisible. This is Sakura's room. I still remember that the first time I saw Sakura, it was indeed much cuter than Rin. But I had promised Rin, so I continued to stay with Rin. Shiro slowly remembered the 5 years. Their memories. Magic power can't be used, it seems that it is some special method. Shiro intends to use magic power, but if he thinks together, his body circuit will hurt. Senior, you're awake. Shiro, who didn't pay attention to the outside world, saw that Sakura had walked in and was sitting next to him this time. Seeing Sakura, who had absolutely nothing to do with Loli, Shiro had already lost all interest in her, except for the friendship for many years. Senior, why are you so indifferent to me? Didn't you treat me very well before? Why? Sakura looked at Shiro sitting next door without any thoughts or changes, and was disappointed. Speaking of it, your servant, Senior, was caught by us just now, really loyal. Sakura watched Chilang's eyes finally change, and finally found Chilang's weakness. Don't hurt her, she is just a poor person. Chilang didn't know how to protect her, so he could only try to stay calm. Senior, don't worry, I won't mess around, she will have nothing to do. Sakura watched Shiro relax because of what she said, both happy and jealous. Why, Senior, you are so caring about an outsider, but you are not so enthusiastic about me. Why can't I compare to them? Sakura watched Shiro have been cold towards her, and could not bear it anymore. She finally wanted to. Shiro expressed his thoughts. Senior, look at me. Sakura grabbed Shiro by the shoulder and pulled Shiro to face her. Looking at Shiro who was facing upright, Sakura remembered the senior she longed for, and always treated her seniors tenderly and protected her seniors. But she knew that every time Chilang finished these things, there would always be her sister's figure. Senior, I don't know what you think of me, but Senior, I like you. Looking at Sakura who confessed to himself, Shiro didn't know how to respond to Sakura. After all, although he had feelings for Sakura, he was just a simple friend or a future sister-in-law. Not so heavy. If I can change back to the same as before, seniors will like me more, right? Sakura looked at Shiro whose expression changed, and had already guessed Shiro's hidden hobby for a long time. Interested in Lori's self, boring in the grown-up self, Lori followers, whatever they think, shows that Chilang is a Lori control. Chilang didn't expect that after Sakura said that, countless shadows appeared on her body, covering her whole body. Gradually, the shadow returned to Sakura's body, and Sakura's body gradually became smaller and changed back to what it was 5 years ago. If so, Senior, would you like me more? Sakura watched Chilang's expression constantly changing, knowing that she had guessed correctly. Why, it's like this. Chilang looked at the Sakura that had changed back to the past, not just a simple change, but his body really changed back to the way it was before, very surprised. Because of the magic that I have practiced before, my grandfather did not compare my ancestral insect technique, but let me practice magic that suits my emptiness and shadow attributes, but because I didn't guide the practice, I accidentally fixed the development of my body. Although the circuit grows, the body does not grow. I originally thought that seniors would hate me, but I didn't expect it to be. Shiro's heart trembled as he looked at the cherry blossoms hugging and leaning against him. Senior, you haven't answered me yet, do you like me? Sakura raised her head and looked at Shiro with her eyes. She was finally flustered and excited when she saw Shiro's indifferent face. But, Rin, I can't betray Rin. Although Shiro looked at Sakura, who was willing to reveal his heart for him, he was moved, but Rin had been with her for many years, and he couldn't leave her at will. Then, Senior, when this war is over, take me away and get out of here. Sakura looked at Shiro already shaken. Just say what you want to say the most. Think about it, give me some time. Seeing that there is still time to buffer, Shi Lang temporarily agreed to Sakura. After this time, his future is not clear. Then, seniors, let's form an alliance. Anyway, you and your sister have no need for the Holy Grail. My sister just wants to win. When we eliminate other opponents, let's say it. Well, then, borrow the archer for me. I want to take him to meet someone, okay, Sakura. Seeing Lori Sakura clinging to her arms, Shiro felt relieved and a little excited. Yes, but don't hurt him. Archer is also a good person. After finishing the conversation with Sakura, Shiro took Jack and Honga and walked back to Rin's house. Along the way, Shi Lang wanted to express his purpose for Red A. After Red A knew, he didn't say much, but just talked to Shi Lang, try to use that power as little as possible, and you will lose yourself. Shiro disagreed after hearing this, and felt that sooner or later he would be able to master this power. Seeing Jack, who was tired and sleeping on his back, Shi Lang felt that his burden was heavier. After all, he was carrying more than his own life, but also theirs. Reda looks at the harmonious scene between Shiro and Jack. Although he did not experience the same experience as him this time, this ending is not bad. By the way, Archer, you also have something to do with me. Shi Lang looked at the Reda who changed his attitude a little, and said his thoughts. Indeed, I have something to do with you, but don't care, you just need to be yourself. Honga looked at Shiro already walking on a road that was very similar and different from him. He didn't interfere and didn't say anything. Seeing that he has grown into a Shiro different from himself, Honga just wants to know where he will go in the end. Chapter 11, Saber's Berserker. The time Shiro was in a coma. Jack went out to find Shi Lang, but Muramasa and the nursery rhyme continued to stay at home, concealing Shi Lang's whereabouts. After a while, Lin rushed out of the room with a worried look. Saber, the other servants are here, this feeling is not good for those who come. Well, master and little girl, stay here to observe, let me face him. After the village was finished speaking, he went out to fight. In front of the door, a man in a black hood and holding a red spear came, the engraving on his face and the violent aura, not always revealing his identity, Berserker. Unexpectedly, the other party actually lined up the Berserker to attack us. It seems that there is a certain chance of winning, but he still has his own ideas. Muramasa didn't expect that the other Berserker would answer his question. It's nothing, it's just that the master asked me to test your strength, so come on. Berserker didn't think too much, and attacked directly with a gun. Muramasa didn't draw his sword to confront him, but just avoided his attack blindly. What's the matter, don't you attack? Do you look down on me? Berserker was very upset when he saw that the opponent didn't fight back. It's nothing, it's just that I don't have a weapon at hand that can't fight your weapon. Now, except for the last sword, Murakura has nothing to resist others, so he can only tell the truth. After hearing these words, Berserker stopped. But, wait for a while, I will build a weapon to fight you. Saber looked at the stopped Berserker. This kind of battle is regarded as a glorious opponent, this method is best done. Sure enough, the Berserker did not continue to attack, but stopped to let the village prepare. After looking at it, Kuramasa directly picked up the hammer and directly hit the iron pillar beside him with magic power. The magic power instantly filled the iron pillar and directly formed a knife. As the frequency of Muramasa's beating increased, the light of the sword gradually faded. After shaping, Muramasa continued to shape without stopping. Slowly, all the iron products destroyed by the fighting nearby became weapons, and Muramasa and Berserker stood in the middle of the battlefield. Start the second round of fighting. Berserker directly picked up his spear and attacked Muramasa. This time Muramasa held a weapon and swung a knife to resist the enemy's attack. With a click, the weapon in Muramasa's hand was broken, but the Berserker was also shot to the other side. Saber, I didn't expect your strength and speed to be so strong, but the quality of the weapon is too poor. What made Berserker didn't expect was that it was not that the weapon was of poor quality, but that the weapon couldn't withstand the strength of the saber, so it collapsed. Without any stagnation, Muramasa directly picked up another knife next to him and pursued the Berserker. Unexpectedly, the Berserker did not continue to fight, but avoided the village who was planning to go directly into Lin's home, apparently planning to attack the master directly. Muramasa did not expect that a man who regarded fighting as an honor would do this. Pursue Berserker directly. However, there is more than one follower in the house. In the next second, the Berserker who was attacked was directly shot out of the door, and the figure of the attack gradually appeared. Tong Yao, dressed in a black Gothic Loli costume, walked out with a fairy tale book in her hand, guarding the Berserker. Unexpectedly, there is a caster in addition to Saber here. It's careless. Seeing this situation, Berserker didn't have the slightest fear, it was just a fighting spirit. Murakura looked at the Berserker and saw that his magic power suddenly increased. He thought that the other party should use the treasure, and told Tong Yao to withdraw directly to the room and let him resist. Unexpectedly, the Berserker fled the battlefield, leaving the village unresponsive. Looking at the Berserker going away, the village was not chasing after him, but continued to guard this place, waiting for Shiro to return. After a while, Shiro returned to Lin's house with Red A. Seeing the signs of fighting outside the room, Shi Lang rushed directly into the room. As soon as he opened the door and saw everyone sitting in the living room, Shi Lang finally felt relieved. Seeing Shi Lang's return, Rin finally felt relieved. After all, she just knew Shi Lang had gone out without telling herself, and she was a little worried. However, seeing another figure outside the door, Rin seemed to have guessed the true face of the other master, and his mood changed again. Seeing that there was already a Tong Yao Shi Lang in his arms, Lin's anger also rose, and he decided to ignore Shi Lang for the time being. Shiro didn't care too much about Rin's mood, so he took the Reda and started talking with Muramasa. So, this restraint sent 2 thugs at a time, what's the purpose this time? Reda looked at Muramasa, who is so similar to Shiro, and probably guessed that this person is similar to himself. You made the wrong archer, not 2, but 3. After Muramasa finished speaking, he looked directly at Shiro, which was self-evident. Shi Lang did not speak, but just stood by and continued to listen to them. Indeed, this unique power, and weapons from different worlds, Shiro Waimiya, you are also a guardian. Honga looked at Shiro, who did not answer, and thought he was tacitly acquiescing. To a certain extent, Shi Lang, as a subordinate of God, can also be regarded as a guardian to a certain extent. So, what is the purpose of this time? It is actually necessary to send so many followers to combat this mutation? Red A asked. Through the information I collected during this period, I think the final goal this time should be related to the Holy Grail. It should be said that it is related after the war is over. Muramasa said his own guess. I think the last victor after this Holy Grail war will cause a huge mutation, so we need 3 guardians to complete this mission. However, if we don't eliminate it, the Holy Grail will not be able to collect enough magic power, then the Holy Grail will not be able to appear. Red A said his own considerations. Moreover, that man will definitely not sacrifice his servant. After Honga finished speaking, looking directly at Shi Lang did not intend to sacrifice Tong Yao or Jack. Then, there is only one way. I also recently sensed that this Fuyuki also hides another heroic spirit. It should be a legacy of the last war. We send him back to the Holy Grail, and then finally we leave the strength to Shiro, so that he can come. Let's complete our task. Muramasa finally said it. He considered the method for a long time. Are you going to give your power to a human being? He will not be able to bear it, let alone two. Red A has to say that this plan is too radical and the success rate is too low. This is the only way to protect the two children, so I accept, even if I will die. Shi Lang did not hesitate after listening to this plan. After all, this is the only way. Well, Shiro Waimiya, then, wait for the last berserker, the hero of the last war, and the lancer to be eliminated, let's complete this mission. Honga looked at the Shiro who was willing to sacrifice himself for the two. It was finally clear that Shiro was on the road this time, and he didn't say anything. He went back and planned to meet with Sakura. Finally, Muramasa asked Tao Shiro, "Is there nothing I want to say?" Shiro: "No, thank you, Saber, I hope you don't tell Rin and the two of them." "Don't worry, it won't. All of them, let me protect them. After all, I am their messenger of justice." Chapter 12, Prologue. After finishing this conversation, Shiro went to find Rin himself first, because he had to deal with Rin first, and then the matter was very troublesome, especially about Sakura and Rin. After talking with Muramasa, Shi Lang went directly to Lin and explained the situation of Red A and Sakura with Lin. However, before entering the door, Shi Lang heard Lin and Jack, Tong Yao and the others were whispering. Remember, as long as Shi Lang talks about topics related to other women, you have to play coquettishly and make Shi Lang give up that woman. But, what is the relationship between brother Shi Lang looking for other women and me? I am still brother's servant. Tong Yao looked at Lin, puzzled. Stupid Tong Yao, if my mother gets better with other women, she will divert her attention to other women, and then she will pay less attention to us. You see, we have not played for almost a few chapters, and if we continue like this, we will. It was simply forgotten. Oh, although I don't understand what Jack you are talking about, I understand. Tong Yao had no choice but to agree with the two, determined not to show Shi Lang a good face. Shi Lang listened to the conversation among the three of them, and decided to go in and disturb them by himself, or let the village to disturb them, at least there would be something left. In the ancient castle in the distance, Yulia and the others greeted uninvited guests. Berserker followed a blonde man who came here, and they planned to take Ilya's heart directly and use it as the Holy Grail carrier. It's just that the blonde man didn't expect that when he met Ilya's servant, things would change so much. It turns out that it's you, I should have guessed it, standing on the ground will recover, using the chain attack. The blonde man looked at the servant guarding Ilya, remembering his past, and his expression was sometimes happy and sometimes guilt, sometimes confused. It's okay, Jill, it's been a long time since I saw you. Long time no see, Inkiju. In the next second, to the surprise of the blonde man, the Berserker behind him suddenly attacked him, hitting him severely in an instant. Ah, Kiryi, I should have guessed that you will attack me suddenly. After Jin Shining took the attack hard, she stepped away from the berserker and said to him. No way, after the master knows the identity of the lancer, knowing that you will give up our goal because of this person, then it is not unreasonable to act first. Berserker looked at Jin Shining who was seriously injured, and did not continue to attack recklessly. But looked at Inkiju cautiously. Jill, support me remotely. I didn't expect that we would have one day to continue working together. Well, my dear friend, let's fight together. In ancient times, the two cooperated again. Although they were not against the gods this time, the enemy should not be underestimated. On the other side, Honga returned to Sakura's home and explained what they said today to Sakura. Then, Sakura and Shinji went to see their grandfather to discuss the next plan. Although my generation is still pursuing the Holy Grail, if it is really like what the substitutes say, then the winner will not get the Holy Grail this time. It's just another 50 years. Broken foundation is the most troublesome thing. Sakura, Shen this time our Tong family, as a local family, will also make a contribution to protect the winter wood, so you can help them. After the Kong guy explained, he went straight away in stealth. Then, brother, let's go, and meet the seniors first. It's troublesome, but this time is also an opportunity to perform in front of Rin, so let's go. Behind the two, their followers followed them silently. Tonight, the winner of this Holy Grail will be decided. The picture cuts back to Shiro's side. He has encountered the first crisis since he came to this world. Shi Lang just went to the village and asked him to help spread the word. This time, Shi Lang felt a sense of dizziness, and he heard God's voice again. Although it is a bit late to do this now, you must finish this thing first. After speaking, Shiro fainted directly. When Shiro woke up again, he found himself standing on a lake, reflecting his original appearance on the lake. Wuxiao noticed that he was standing opposite him, standing to see the identity he had been using, the man named Shiro Wigaya. Originally, when you assume the identity of others, in addition to inheriting other people's memories, you have to break through other people's demons to complete it, but I think you were too weak back then and it would be difficult to challenge directly. Now, it's time to complete this last substitution. The last substitution. Looking at Shi Lang, who was on the opposite side, with his eyes closed, Wuxiao didn't know what he had to do to truly defeat him. Yes, if you fail this challenge, then even if you fail to substitute, you will never be able to change back to Shiro Wimiya, and you will never be able to return to this world. God finished this sentence in his voice. Disappeared again. When Wuxiao reacted, he saw Shi Lang directly projecting the Pandora's box and attacked him. No worries, without any hesitation, remembered the circle projected by Red A, and projected it directly, temporarily blocking the attack of Corporal Shiro. I am you, and I will do what you will do these years. You can't beat me. Shi Lang watched Wuxiao block one of his attacks, did not stop, switched directly to the reincarnation mode, intending to directly defeat Wuxiao. Annihilation. Countless missiles fired from the muzzle of Samsara, and they had only one target. Looking at the flying missiles, Wuxian didn't panic at all, because he planned to directly project the first weapon of the projection, so Shiro couldn't learn it. A burst of golden light directly surrounded Wuxiao. At this time, all the missiles that attacked Wuxiao were turned back by Wuxiao bullets and flew back to attack Shi Lang. Shi Lang didn't expect that after Wuxiao used his body for such a long time, he would still hide and not use it. Looking at Wuxiao, his right hand is draped with a golden armor that protects his entire arm. It is this armor that Wuxiao can directly repel all attacks. As the golden fleece of God of War for Kuei Ye to block all attacks, of course, it is not comparable to other magic projection tools, and its mystery is extraordinary. It seems to be a protracted battle, half of my body. Shi Lang looked at Wuxiao's tortoise-shell shape a little worried. No, this battle is over. Wuko didn't plan to give Shiro another chance to fight back, he wanted to make a quick fight. In the next second, Wuxiao teleported directly behind Shi Lang, and a big sword pierced Shi Lang directly, nailing Shi Lang to the ground. The last Shi Lang saw was Wuxiao holding a purple dagger in his hand, and then disappeared again. Seeing Shi Lang finally disappeared, Wuxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, keeping the backhand was still useful in the end. He didn't expect that he would need to fight with himself again. Fortunately, he left a lot of back cards. Then, let this battle of the Holy Grail leave the curtain. Chapter 13, Elijah's Cry for Help. With a shoe, a golden axe hit the ground and disappeared in the next second. Not far away, the berserker attacked the two kings of Uruk without any difficulty, and seemed easy to do. Damn, this bastard, I didn't expect to have protection from the arrow. Jin Shining, who has opened the Omniscience and Almighty Star, has a higher ability than the Master to observe the enemy. Yes, as long as I can see the flying attack, it has no effect on me. Berserker watched Jin Shining only use projectile attacks on him, expressing disdain. Then, a melee attack would be fine. Seeing that the glittering attack could not work, Inki was sure to stand close to the berserker. After all, he was also a belligerent. Inkiju's white robe stretched out countless chains, directly surrounding the berserker, restricting his movement. Unexpectedly, the berserker directly used brute force to break his restriction, and then attacked in close quarters. The red spear pierced directly at Inkiju, and Inkiju had to lock his red spear with a chain in embarrassment to reduce the damage that would otherwise be caused. It's just that Inkai didn't expect that the berserker directly abandoned the gun, and suddenly another red gun from the black robe behind him, directly pierced Inkiju. Severely injured, Inkiju retreated directly and stood on the ground to recover from his injuries. However, I did not expect that the recovery from the injury was very slow, and something was preventing the wound from recovering. Devilish attack, berserker, it seems that you are a fallen knight. Inkiju looked at berserker, his eyes solemn. It seems better to end the battle soon. Lancer. Berserker finished, and the magic power began to gather on his weapon, exuding amazing magic power. Come on to my side, Inkiju, that treasure, causal weapon. Jin Shining didn't want her rare friend to suddenly leave the field, holding on to a serious injury, and came to Inkiju's side. It's too late, take a trick, pierce the spear of death thorn. At that moment, Inkiju saw the fate of his heart being penetrated, and the reality was the same. A red gun directly penetrated Inkiju's heart. Lancer. Ilya looked at Inkis being shot and couldn't help shouting worriedly, rushing to Lancer. Just right, kill your master. Berserker finished, and the red gun inserted into the Lancer instantly protruded countless spikes, and Ilya would also be stabbed in the next second. Ilya looked at the sudden red gun and lost her senses. At the last moment, she closed her eyes and called the name in her heart. Help me, Shiro. The pain that should have appeared hasn't come, and Ilya opened her eyes and saw the back of the person she had been paying attention to. Ilya, I'm here. Shi Lang blocked the berserker's attack with the Scarlet Queen, and said to Ilya behind him. At this moment, Ilya saw another figure overlapping Shiro, the man who had abandoned everything for the Holy Grail. Imi Shiro, I didn't expect you to come too, but the Lancer is dead, and you two are not my opponents. Berserker looked at Shiro, who arrived with a trace of jealousy in his eyes. Bastard, who said Inki is dead? Jin Shining watched as he had pulled Inki to a distance, taunting Berserker. The next second, Lancer stood up. Although the injury hadn't fully recovered, he stood up again. Impossible, obviously the heart has been penetrated by me, why are you still alive? Berserker looked at the Lancer, who was not dead, feeling very puzzled. This king has a treasure to replace the heart. You can't kill Inkiju. It should be Kuchulin. Jin Shining said the real name of Berserker, a hero from Celtic mythology. However, this Kuchurin is too far away from the historical record. Ilya looked at the Lancer not leaving, and was happy, but also puzzled at Kuchulin's identity. After all, his appearance this time is based on another history, so of course his strength and character are different. Inkiju looked at Kuchurin in the distance, not caring about his own origin, but worried about another history. Power and treasure are completely different. Kuchurin saw that the situation was not right and planned to retreat, but Shiro stopped him unexpectedly. Let you see what I have recently mastered. Shi Lang put his hand on his chest, silently recited the curse of Red A, used the infinite sword system, and pulled everyone in. Isn't it an inherent barrier? I didn't expect you to do this trick again, Shiro Waimiya. The reason Shiro used this trick is that after he left with Honga explained his identity, and then through a certain period of battle, he taught Shiro his own things. After all, Shiro finally put all their hopes on. This time, I will defeat you and let you return to the heroic seat. Come if you can, Shiro Waimiya. The two picked up their own weapons and entangled with each other. It's just a surprise that Shilang actually retreats steadily, and Kuchurin's power after going through madness makes Shilang difficult to resist. However, Shiro was not fighting by himself. In the next second, a golden halo appeared behind Kuchuren, and weapons and chains were thrown from it to continuously harass Kuchuren's attack on Shiro. Although Jin Shining and Inki in the distance did not have melee combat power, they still had long-range support. For a while, the two sides were deadlocked. Humph, it seems that I won't show you color, you don't know that you are doomed to a tragic end. I saw that Kuchuren was directly wrapped in red light, and when the red light dissipated, the terrifying red thorns protruded from Kuchuren's black robe, and the magic power on his body was also accumulating. Unexpectedly, he has been hiding his strength. Shilang looked at the stronger Kuchuren, his expression also solemn. Accept the move, Shiro Waimiya. Kuchuren was very fast, leaving only an afterimage on the spot, and his body had come to Shiro's side. Shiro had no time to react, only reflexively raising his weapon to resist. At this speed, there is still power. Shilang took the attack, but he did not expect the power to be huge, and directly knocked Shilang into the air. During this period of time, Shiro was like a ball, being madly hit by Kuchuren. Even if Jin Shining and the others, there was no way to control him. At this time, a chill directly hit Kuchuren, stopping him from attacking. Looking at Shilang, he was surrounded by ice, holding a horned sword in his hand and wearing armor, and appeared in front of everyone. Shilang once again used Frostmourne, using the power of the Lich inside, to successfully resist Kuchuren's attack. However, the inherent barrier was also lifted because of this weapon. Seeing Shiro, whose threat level had been increasing in front of him, Kuchuren was not afraid, but was very happy. Very well, Shiro Waimiya, so that I can be my opponent. So let you see my final strength. I saw that Kuchuren was surrounded by red light again and appeared again. A tail appeared behind Kuchuren, surrounded by red spears, and his magic power increased again. Unexpectedly, Shilang waited for a while and lost consciousness, and his body was temporarily controlled by the Lich King. Then, let me see if you are worthy of being my opponent. Shilang, who was controlled by the Lich King, said disdainfully to Kuchuren. Chapter 14, The Gift of Twin Kings. Shiro watched Kuchuren slow to attack, and preemptively, the sky turned into a cone of ice and rushed towards Kuchuren. Because of avoiding the arrow's protection, Kuchuren can easily avoid and block these attacks. Then, Kuchuren also used countless magic spears around him to attack Shiro. Shilang directly used the frost breath, and the magic spear froze and fell on the spot before it was close to Shilang's side. Kuchuren never thought that these small tricks could deal with Shiro, and only close combat could solve the opponent. However, Shiro continued to use the ice aura to reduce the temperature of the venue, and gradually the surrounding area was surrounded by ice. A maze of ice is formed. Seeing that the target disappeared, Kuchuren planned to find the target through breath detection, but the surrounding ice seemed to have an isolation effect, so that Kuchuren could not find Shiro's location. Just as Kuchuren was planning to directly destroy the ice to pass the level with brute force, the surrounding ice directly protruded from the ice thorns, instantly surrounding Kuchuren. Thanks to Kuchuren's own strength, he would directly dodge all attacks or he would be defeated. It's troublesome, you must get out of this maze soon. Kuchuren looked at the horrifying ice around him, feeling uneasy. It's just that Kuchuren didn't expect that Shilang appeared directly behind Kuchuren, holding Frostmourne, intending to split him in half directly. The instinct of the beast once again saved Kuchuren. He didn't even think about jumping forward to avoid Shiro's sneak attack, but he didn't expect that there was an ice thorn attack in front of him. This time Kuchuren could not escape and was finally injured. Seeing Shiro finally showed up, Kuchuren didn't hesitate to use his treasure directly. The spear that pierces through the dead thorns. Kuchuren directly pierced the magic spear into Shiro's body, and directly burst the magic spear into Shiro's body. However, the original causal weapon pierced Shiro's body without a stab, but stuck in his body. Shiro looked at the magic spear that had penetrated into his body, and directly sealed the magic spear's secondary damage with ice, which greatly reduced Siyu Kulane's attack. Kuchirin abandoned the gun directly, and the magic changed another one, intending to repeat the same trick again. However, Shiro didn't give him any chance. Frostmourne slammed out more quickly, directly injuring Kuchirin. After evading, Siyu Kulin looked at the force of ice that had penetrated into his body from the sword wound. His expression became solemn. Shiro Waimiya, you are really a good opponent, but I definitely want to win, because I can't lose. Because of his combat battery life, Kuchirin can continue to fight with his original combat power. But, let you see, the last magic spear, the shattering of the beast of dead teeth. The magic spear entered directly into Kuchirin's body. In an instant, Kuchirin was surrounded by red light again, and he could vaguely see that Kuchirin was slowly surrounded by armor. Standing in front of Shiro in the end, was Kuchirin, who was transformed into a monster by a magic spear, and wrapped in an exoskeleton. Shiro looked at the incarnation of Siyu Kulane, without any fear, and said to him contemptuously, "The power of the monster, how can it be my opponent? Let you see the power of the frost dragon." Behind Shilang, the phantom of the frost dragon appeared. Looking at this dragon, even Kuchirin was shaking. In the end, Kuchirin did not stand still, and rushed madly towards Shilang. The dragon behind Shilang directly transformed a dragon's breath to stop Kuchirin. Kuchirin kept using his claws to resist the damage of the dragon's breath. Kuchirin finally rushed in front of Shiro and made the final confrontation with Shiro, but Shiro was still faster than Kuchirin. The cold light flashed, and the positions of the two were different. "Shiro Waimiya, you are really a respectable opponent. I lost." After saying this, Kuchirin's body gradually faded, turned into light, and disappeared. However, Shiro's attack has not stopped. Because the Lich King has taken control of his body, he shifted his target to Jin Shining and Enkis outside the maze. Seeing the maze disappear, Shi Lang slowly walked towards the two of them. Jin Shining also had to smile bitterly. This time the enemy exaggerated the strength of the dimension, and he was also seriously injured, unable to fight against this monster. "Jill, I didn't expect this to happen in the end. I have no regrets when I saw you. But, at least I want to protect my master and lend me your power, Jill." Enkijul looked at the sergeant who came to Jill. He said his last thoughts. "No problem, my dear friend, let us twin kings of Uruk, give this warrior the final reward." Jin Shining laughed and decided to concentrate her last strength to help his best friend. Lock of the Sky ×2. The two kings of Uruk directly used their last treasures, and countless chains were directly wrapped around Shi Lang unexpectedly. He, who was the Lich King, would also be restricted by the chains of the gods. "Weigong Shiro, we will concentrate our last strength and lock this weapon for you. In the future, as long as you use this weapon again, you will take our shackles and bear our rewards. Let's go on." Enkiju and Jin Shining exhausted their last strength, intending to make a chain that would remain in Shilang's soul forever to limit the power of the Lich King. However, the power of the Lich King is too strong. Even if the two kings use the Sky Lock at the same time, there is no way to completely control it. "Lancer, I will command you with a spell to restore everything, and I must win and win." In the end, Ilya used the last two spells to restore Enkis' magic power and strengthen him. "Thank you, Master, see you in the future." Enkis finished speaking, and together with Jin Shining, strengthened the chain this time, and finally turned into light and disappeared in place. Finally, Shiro looked at Frostmourne, who was chained with two chains, and finally regained his self-awareness, but his magic power was consumed too much and he passed out. Ilya looked at Shi Lang who passed out, walked over and dragged Shi Lang back to the castle. This night, the Berserker and Lancer, as well as the archer left the field. Reda and Muramasa in the distance seemed to sense the situation on Shiro's side, and at the same time they relaxed in their hearts. They also began to worry about the unpredictable crisis that would happen next. After all, this is a task that the restraining force needs to send 3 representatives to complete. Muramasa stayed at Rin's house, went straight into the magic workshop, and continued to build the weapons he had been preparing for this period of time, which would come in handy soon. On the other side, after Red A and Ying arrived at Lin's home, Red A and the writer continued to discuss what happened next and get everything ready. Welcome the arrival of the Night of Fate. Chapter 15, Writer's Last Wish. When Shi Lang woke up again, he could only see himself in a strange room with retro decoration nearby. In this matter, the door of the room suddenly opened, and Yi Lia walked in. Seeing Shi Lang awake, Yi Lia leaped towards Shi Lang happily. Shi Lang, I finally woke up, worrying about me. Looking at Ilya who threw himself in his arms, Shi Lang didn't push her away directly, but wanted to ask about Enkiju and Kuchulin. Ilya looked at Shiro who didn't know anything, guessing that he was lost at that time, and could only say, Lancer and Kuchurin, as well as the golden heroic spirit, have already left the scene because of you. Now I have only Shi Lang you left. After Ilya finished speaking, she buried her head in Shi Lang's arms and tried her best to control her feelings, but Shi Lang didn't know how important the words were just now to Ilya. Ilya, don't worry, since you are the father's daughter, then I will definitely protect you. To be together forever. Ilya raised her head, tears flashing in her eyes. Well, always together. Shi Lang directly hugged Ilya, hoping to relieve her grief. Shi Lang just thought at the last moment, whether he could stay in this world and keep this promise. After all, he already had a lot of things on his back. For a while, Shiro didn't expect that Shinji's servant would come here to look for him. Writer, what are you doing here? Although the enemy has been removed, you still have to protect Sakura and Shinji. Seeing that the writer didn't bring anyone over, Shiro couldn't help being vigilant. It's just that Shi Lang didn't expect that the writer directly used her treasure, summoned a flying horse, and directly took him away from the castle. Only Ilya was left alone. For a while, Shiro was taken to the school by the writer. Looking at the writer who had stopped his treasure, Shiro asked again, Medusa, what are you thinking about? That's right, what Shen-Er summoned was the Greek mythology, Medusa of the 3 Gorgon sisters. When Shiro felt impatient, Medusa explained her intention with actions. She walked directly in front of Shiro, pressed Shiro with her forehead, and conveyed her memory to Shiro. In a dimly lit house, a figure appeared in the magic circle on the ground, Medusa's figure, standing next to him, a purple-haired Sakura, and Shinji who Shiro knew completely different. In this memory, Sakura and Medusa have nothing to do. Good things happened around them, and in the end Medusa was directly killed. At the end, Shiro seemed to feel Medusa's tears. Although Medusa was wearing a blindfold, Shiro could feel that Medusa was crying for herself and Sakura. It hurts. Why does Sakura have such a painful experience, obviously more kind than others? Why is there such a gloomy past? The writer spoke in front of Shiro for the first time. However, Sakura in this world is not so painful. She has been alive happily, without oppression, without infringement. Shiro didn't know how to comfort this Medusa who has memories of other worlds, so she had to use the facts of this world to comfort her. So, in order to make Sakura happy, Shiro, why me ya, can you protect Sakura forever? Even in different worlds and different futures. Medusa looked at the Shiro Sakura had always liked, and told Shiro her latest the desire to be fulfilled. Of course, Sakura is protected by me, whether it is now or Sakura in other worlds, after all, I have promised her. Shiro looked at Medusa, happy that Sakura could have such a good friend for her. Thank you, Shiro Weigong, then I have no regrets. Remember, we must guard the world. After Medusa said this, her body slowly radiated light, and she added something into Shiro's body. Are you planning to leave this world like this? Shiro looked at Medusa, who was planning to know herself, and felt worthless for her. She obviously had a lot of things to tell Sakura, and she was more worthy of continuing to protect Sakura. We will see you again in the future, Shiro Waimiya. Finally, Medusa kissed Shiro, turned into light, and left the world. Shiro looked at the light particles that were gradually leaving, and felt that Medusa left something in his body that he himself could not understand. He believed that because of this thing, he would see Medusa again one day. On the other side, Shenji felt that he was disconnected from Medusa. He knew that Medusa had completed his mission. Thinking of this, he had to think in his heart, my sister is pleased to you, Shiro, and there is a future. Yourselves, please educate them well. In the end, Shiro went back to take Yulia away, and rushed to Rin's house together to make final plans. It's finally here. As long as I and you leave the game again, then the Holy Grail will be summoned. And the Holy Grail that collects enough 6 heroic magic powers will reappear in Fuyuki. Honga looked at Muramasa and thought that the best thing is actually he stayed here with Muramasa, and at least his chances of winning would increase. Yet, I've finally reached this point, and I will leave the rest to Shiro Waimiya. Muramasa never wanted to leave an increase in the odds, but they could not do anything against Jack and others, otherwise Shiro would never help them, and they felt that Shiro's power was necessary. Then, don't talk too much nonsense, Shiro Waimiya, I beg you next. Reda put his hand on Shiro's shoulder, and taught him the Reda from the future, what Shiro will learn in the future, through contact. Slowly, Shi Lang accepted the knowledge passed by the Red A, and he also understood the complete past of the Red A. Then, my master will take care of you, Shiro Waimiya. Watching the Reda slowly disappear, leaving a necklace of rubies, he understood another encounter between himself and Rin. Then Shiro, I will say it one last time. This disaster is definitely a natural disaster. In this scene, you must destroy the Holy Grail and not let it harm the world again. So Shiro, at the end of the day, use my power to end everything. After Muramasa finished speaking, he put his hand on Shiro's shoulder and engraved all the magic he had left on Shiro's shoulder, leaving a mark. Finally, Muramasa disappeared before Shiro's eyes. The Holy Grail is full of magic power, and the Holy Grail once again appears in Fuyuki City. At this time, Shi Lang and the others all felt that a palpitating magic power appeared on the Liudong temple. When everyone tried to rush over, Shi Lang stopped it. Don't worry, just let me go alone. You stay here and wait for my good news. Everyone knew that even if they were in the past, there was no way to help Shiro, so they could only say in unison, it's agreed, we must come back safely. Well, it's an agreement. Shi Lang finally told his last lie. Chapter 16, The Counterattack of the Holy Grail. Shi Lang came to Liudong Temple alone and saw the Holy Grail floating on the temple in the distance. He looked at nothing everywhere. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that things were not so simple. At this time, the Holy Grail was left with black sludge that was completely incompatible with it. When gravity flowed to the ground, it was covered with sludge and flames would ignite. Looking at the black mud, Shiro finally understood why Red A and Muramasa told himself that the next war would be the fiercest. You can't touch these black mud. This is Shiro's intuition. He can feel that when he comes into contact with these black mud, nothing good will happen. However, Haimyu was conscious, watching Shi Lang slowly move away from them, intending to go directly to destroy the Holy Grail. Haimyu would naturally not give up, directly forming a humanoid monster and rushing towards Shi Lang. Hey, naive! Shi Lang directly projected the wings of Icarus in the god of war. Of course, he was not affected by the sun and flew directly to avoid the attack of the black mud. Not to be outdone, Haimyu turned into a behemoth, chasing Shi Lang. Shi Lang planned to attack the Holy Grail directly, but he did not expect that in the next second, a black light struck directly, interrupting Shi Lang's flight and causing Shi Lang to fall into the black mud. Although the black mud immediately surrounded Shi Lang did not lose his mind because of this. He felt that something was protecting him. Although Shiro didn't know what had been protecting him, he couldn't think about it so much for the time being. The person who attacked him just now appeared. Wearing a black-red patterned full-body armor and a red-patterned mask on his head, every movement can arouse the wave of magic, holding a dark black double-edged sword. Seeing the enemy appearing, Shi Lang did not hesitate, and directly projected Pandora's reincarnation mode with full firepower. Numerous missiles flew directly to the enemy, but the opponent simply swung his sword once again, and the magic light cannon directly rushed towards Shiro, not only blocking all attacks, but also breaking the Pandora mode. Shiro didn't expect that the enemy was more difficult than he had expected, just a simple guardian, then how powerful it would be behind the scenes. "Stop it, you are not my opponent, Shiro Wimiya." The black swordsman finally spoke, with the same tone as Shiro, cold and calm. "Since you know who I am, you should also be very clear, I will not give up." Shi Lang looked at the black swordsman in front of him, projecting the Scarlet Queen, and directly fought against the opponent. The sword lights crossed, and both sides were testing each other, but the black swordsman did not have any dissatisfaction, and instead enjoyed the battle. "Imiya Shiro, as another mentor of yours, how could I lose to you?" The black swordsman, with his magic open, directly flicked Shiro and asked Shiro to temporarily give up the attack. "Altria, Saber, is that you?" Shiro knew his former hero, Altria Pendragon, because of the memory of Red A. "I didn't expect you to know, Shiro Wimiya, then you should understand even more that you can't beat me. It's hard to tell, after all, I'm a man who will never give up." Shi Lang has no choice but to project Frostmourne again, hoping that this power can help him. Han Bing surrounded Shi Lang again, but this time, Shi Lang did not put on his full-body armor, but his right hand and foot were surrounded by the armor, and Han Bing did not seize his consciousness again. At this time, Shiro found that on Jian Shen, who was originally Frostmourne, 2 golden chains appeared around the sword, protecting Shiro from this power. "Thank you, Lancer and the unknown servant." Shiro held the hilt, feeling that his strength was increasing, and the ice also affected the black mud, reducing a part of Saber's magic. "It turns out that black mud will increase your magic power?" Saber. "Humph, even so, I won't lose." The black light rushed directly towards Shiro, but this time with ice protection, the ice wall appeared directly in front of Shiro, completely resisting this attack. Shi Lang directly raised his sword, and countless ice cones appeared out of thin air, attacking their enemies. Saber is not a fuel-efficient lamp. It uses external magic to continuously interrupt the attack of the ice cone, and even directly attacks Shiro with a curry stick from time to time, but it is blocked by the ice wall that appears at the right time. The situation has temporarily turned into a protracted battle. However, when the time to break the deadlock suddenly appeared, Shiro did not expect that besides Saber, there was more than one enemy in the black mud. A gunshot sounded and Shi Lang was shot in the shoulder by the attacker. Looking in the direction of the attack, Shi Lang saw an unexpected person. "It's been a long time, Shiro, you've grown up." The black man, who sacrificed everything for justice, appeared on the scene. "Daddy?" "No, this is the enemy of the black mud." Shiro looked at the old deceased, and the inner fluctuations of Shiro can be imagined. Even if he is not the original Shiro, the memory of Kaishi's influence on him remains. Shi Lang's mind. "What's the matter, Shiro? Continue to attack." Kaishi continued to shoot Shiro, but Shiro did not counterattack, just simply resisted the attack. "Stop it, don't continue." Shiro had no way to attack Kiji, so he could only avoid it all the time. "Shiro, come, attack me." Kirishu has been provoking Shiro and has been attacking Shiro. However, how Shiroaya would attack Kiritsu, that was the person he respected most. After a while, Kiritsu seized the opportunity and wounded Shiro. Looking at Shiro who fell on the ground, Kiritsu did not fluctuate and planned to give Shiro the final blow. Just as Shiro thought about it, Kiritsu suddenly stopped attacking, and there was no way to pull the trigger again. Although this Kirito is made of black mud, it also contains Kirito's beliefs. In the end, Kirito defeated the pollution of the black mud in his heart and successfully regained his consciousness. However, because the control of the black mud failed and directly interrupted the supply of magic power, Kirito was slowly disappearing. Father. Seeing KSI gradually disappeared, Shi Lang couldn't control his tears. He had obviously been stripped of all his emotions, but his body was involuntarily weeping. Shiro, you've grown up, please, stop this war. Kaishi looked at the grown-up Shiro, feeling relieved. In the end, Kirito completely turned into black mud and disappeared in front of Shiro again. However, Shiro had already received the last entrustment of Kiritsu. I will never forgive you, I will destroy the Holy Grail, Daddy, bless me. Shiro decided to bring his last trump card, he must destroy the Holy Grail, not only for the sake of them, but also to cut the air. In an instant, Shi Lang was surrounded by golden light, his magic power was consumed instantly, and the magic power that appeared even affected the black mud. This is, what the is it? Saber looked at Shiro, the magic fluctuating, and his heart was very shaken. The light dissipated, and Shi Lang had 2 daggers stuck in his waist, his right shoulder was draped in golden wool, and his body was engraved with red tattoos. This is my last trump card, the power to kill the gods, take it. Chapter 17, Fight and Leave. Is this your last trump card, Shiro Wimiya? Saber watched Shiro just changing his outfit, without seeing any changes. Saber was still thinking about what to hide. Suddenly 2 red lights came to her. Saber could only hurriedly raise his sword to block it. However, Saber did not expect that the enhanced power would not be able to block the attack. Saber directly was attacked and beaten into flight. Saber looked at Shiro again, only to see that Shiro had already drawn his sword. The 2 short swords with red light had already been shot, and the 2 swords were connected by chains. Seeing that Saber was still amazed, Shi Lang did not hesitate, and directly attacked Saber with his sword. The 2 swords attacked Saber from different angles. You can't force him, you can only attack from a distance. Saber slowly left the range of the double swords, and directly hit Shiro with a curry stick. However, Saber didn't expect that Shiro directly raised his arm and bounced her light cannon back. Saber couldn't react and forcefully took his own big move. Looking at Saber who was already injured, Shiro did not stop his attack, because he had to defeat this person in order to destroy the Holy Grail. Then, let's end it. I saw Shiro put the swords back on his back, and the red lines on his body slowly glowed. At this time, Saber felt that the tones of the entire world had changed, and the surrounding colors were deepening, and some even turned into reverse colors. Seeing Shiro, he was holding the air with both hands, and a blue light slowly appeared on his hands. A big sword made of sterling silver appeared in Shi Lang's hand, and the sword was full of blue flames. In the next second, Saber lost Shi Lang's figure, and then she felt a tingling pain. Shi Lang had already come behind her, and the big sword just penetrated her body directly, propping her up. Perfect, Shiro, is this your real strength? Saber couldn't help asking as he looked at Shiro behind him. Yes, this is the power of killing gods. In the end, a blue flame directly surrounded the saber, causing the saber to slowly turn into light and disappear on the sword. After the saber disappeared, Shi Lang's painting and weapons disappeared. Shi Lang directly half-kneeled on the ground. Fortunately, the magical power is still protecting him from the assimilation of the black mud. The magic power is consumed more than expected. The weapon from the of War Kuei Ye consumes most of Shi Lang's magic power instantly. Thanks to the short fighting time, Shi Lang may lose. Seeing the Holy Grail floating in the sky in the distance, Shiro slowly walked over. However, the obstacle of the Holy Grail to Shiro was not over yet, and the black mud instantly concentrated back on the Holy Grail and surrounded the Holy Grail. A giant black mud beast appeared directly in front of Shiro, and the Holy Grail was in the body of the giant beast. It just so happens that I have a lot of time left to clean up you. Shi Lang looked at the giant beast in front of him without any fear. Muramasa, give me your last strength. Shi Lang put his hand on his chest and said the last spell. Arriving here is countless research stations. Thousands of swords are used as a model, and many sword graves are piled up. Arriving here is all-intensive. Showing here is the wish of all things. Gathering here is all non-karma. Everything in my life survives to reach this sword. The pulse of the sword is here. Take the move, this is mine, Dumukai, Murata. The strong magic power was condensed in Shiro's hand. At this moment, Muramasa was like borrowing Shiro's body. He was completely reproduced in Shiro's body. A weapon composed of light appeared in Shiro's hand, and the powerful magic power even stunned Behemoth. With one stab, the sky also changed color because of this stab. The world seemed to split in two, and a white seam appeared in the middle. However, the scene was restored instantly, but the light slit on the behemoth always existed. The giant beast was screaming desperately, a ray of light bloomed in its body, and finally, the giant beast split and shattered, leaving only the Holy Grail falling to the ground. After Shiro used the last strength that Muramasa left behind, his body finally couldn't bear so much load and fell to the ground. Seeing the Holy Grail within reach, Shiro slowly moved his body and gradually moved closer. However, Shi Lang did not expect that a person suddenly appeared behind him and stepped directly on his back, making him unable to move. The man finally passed Shiro, took the Holy Grail in his hand, and finally put the Holy Grail into his body. Shi Lang raised his head with the last strength. It was Saber. She finally revived with the last strength of the black mud and took the Holy Grail. You are really good, Shiro Waimiya, but the final winner is me. Saber looked at Shiro, who was exhausted, and planned to give him the final blow. However, the sound of footsteps in the distance interrupted her attack, and Saber looked up and saw the people coming. Shiro finally exhausted his last trace of strength and saw two small figures. Those familiar figures must be nursery rhymes and Jack, but Shiro didn't know the three people who walked into Shiro's field of vision next. A man in white, a man in blue with a magic wand, finally, he saw the woman in dark purple armor with a shield. Shiro has exhausted all his body's strength, he finally closed his eyes and fell asleep. After Shiro finally fell asleep, he heard some voices vaguely. As long as you sign, you can see you again. There will be opportunities in the future. Where will we go? A cold place. Then there is a chance to come here again. Well, it must be possible, see you again. Goodbye, Mom, Brother, ... Ah. When Shi Lang opened his eyes again, he could only see darkness, and then he heard the voice. Although you still rely on others to complete the task in the end, if you do well, you will succeed in that world. God looked at Wuxiao, who had completed the task and returned, but he could only see the sadness and regret from him. Unexpectedly, he has only experienced a world, and his feelings are actually showing signs of recovery. This is not good, it is too early. Looking at the still listless Wuxiao, God had no choice but to say, as long as you work hard, there will be a chance to see them again in the future. After listening to these words, Wuxiao finally recovered and asked, really? Of course, I don't have to lie to you, so now, you need to continue to help me save the world, otherwise your life will be hard to protect. God finished speaking, opened a circle in front of Wuxiao, waiting for Wuxiao to embark on the journey again. When Wuxiao was about to enter the aperture, Wu Xiao finally asked what he wanted to know the most. Hey, why do you want to add such an interest to me? This is troublesome, please clean up all my feelings. That's not good. If you don't have any feelings, then life is not that interesting. God seems to be joking, but there is something hidden in it. Hey, forget it. God reminded when Wu Xiao was about to enter the aperture. In order to prevent you from using too much power that does not belong to that world, I decided to impose restrictions on you. Every time you save the world, you can only get one of the abilities of the person you originally possessed. Of course, your physique is completely unchanged. You cheated me. Wu Xiao finally entered the aperture, leaving only these words. The worry-free next journey begins. Chapter 18, Restricted Power and Resident Evil? When Wu Xiao woke up again, he could only see himself lying in a sewer with no one around him. Just as Shiro planned to start projecting any lighting objects, he found that he could not use the projection, but he could still feel the existence of magic. Wuxian wanted to use ordinary magic bullets again, but found that there was no way to use it. In the end, Wu Xiao prepared to use some basic magic tricks that Rin had taught him, and finally sent a ball of light in his hand, at least able to see his surroundings and himself clearly. Shiro was dressed in a costume as if he had played a certain game before. He looked at his strong body and the knife and pistol he carried with him. Finally, he found a walkie-talkie in his pocket with no other items. Wuxian thought that the projection should not be unusable, but that there is no way to project fantasy objects. When Wuxian tried to project the flashlight, it succeeded. The flashlight can really be projected. However, Wu Xiao planned to throw the flashlight away, and found that as long as he was 3 meters away from him, the objects would disappear again restricting the projection usage. Finally, Wu Xiao projected a mirror, intending to see who he was, and perhaps his confidant would know it. I'm Pierce Nevins, the supporting actor of Resident Evil 6. Looking at his young and energetic body, trained in special forces, he knew that he had been substituted into Pierce's body. However, he didn't find anything about him. The BSAA logo at least proves that he has not joined the BSAA yet, but is just a special force. At this time, Wu Xiao felt a sense of dizziness, and Wu Xiao knew that he was about to take over the role completely. As soon as the screen turned, Wu Xiao saw a ruin, and suddenly the gunshots interrupted Wu Xiao's thinking and hid directly under a nearby bunker. No worries to know that Pierce is a sniper, he will not approach him casually, he can only find a way to find his position, and then knock him down. A gunshot sounded again. Wuko probably fumbled to Pierce's position, intending to touch it slowly. However, Wu Xiao didn't expect that it was only Pierce's game, which was intended to lead Wu Xiao over and defeat him directly in close combat. Seeing Wu Xiao approaching, Pierce drew his sword and swung to Wu Xiao, preemptively. However, his opponent, although weakened, is no ordinary person. Pierce was ready to attack Wu Xiao with a knife. When he walked in front of him, he finally realized that Wu Xiao had already prepared another knife in his hand. Just as Pierce was trying to contempt this person for fighting against him, who knows, Wu Xiao's knife was directly used. His knife split open and plunged into his throat in an instant. In the end, Pierce only saw the blue light on the knife, and finally knew where he had lost. No worries, but can use simple strengthening magic. This is also the only magic that retains the complete power without weakening at all. When Wu Xiao thought about it again, he was also in a cold sweat. He didn't expect that the only strength remaining and not weakened would be strengthening. It was really dangerous just now. If the strengthening was not strong enough, the one who died just now might be Wu Xiao. In an instant, Pierce's complete memory was directly poured into Wu Xiao's memory, allowing Wu Xiao to be perfectly substituted for Pierce. After a while, Wu Xiao finally learned about Pierce's origins and why he appeared here. Because Pierce is a special force, he was recently sent to Japan to perform a secret mission. It is said that he discovered special biological and chemical weapons. But when he first arrived, he found that the city he had come to had already been in ambush, and he fled to the sewer after hardships. As for Chris, Pierce has yet to meet the captain who will affect him in the future. Pierce, now substitute directly without worry, change the name, finally thought about it, first go to a joint place to find the joint person, otherwise this task may fail. Pierce himself felt that coming to this world this time may have something to do with the Resident Evil he played back then, maybe he was put into the world of Resident Evil. But is the truth really so? Through exploration, Pierce finally walked out of the sewer, but when he came out, he found that the nearby streets were actually empty. Pierce knew very well in his heart that perhaps the biochemical virus had been released during the time he escaped into the sewer, and now the neighborhood should be full of zombies. At this time, a footstep caught Pierce's attention. Looking there, Pierce saw a female zombie who was shaking her head, and looking at the slow pace opposite, Pierce didn't have any fear. After all, he had been cleared of all feelings by God, maybe he didn't even have simple fear. Pierce was afraid that gunshots would attract other companions, so he directly projected a 1-meter-long ordinary samurai sword, and after strengthening it, he directly chopped off the head of the zombie. For Pierce, the fear of fear and murder does not exist, after all, he is a special soldier. The enemy is much simpler than expected. Pierce took the knife back directly, planning to go to the joint point to find the joint person. Slowly, Pierce avoided the zombies as much as possible, and finally came to the junction. The principal of Sunzaikiha College High School contacted them to explain the situation here and planned to send them to collect all the information. Pierce remembered that when he first came here to meet, the principal said that he would seek refuge here whenever there was a crisis, indicating that there were insurance measures. Pierce looked at many zombies on the campus, walked to lock the nearby door and side door, and planned to go directly into the school to find survivors. Pierce directly projected 2 samurai swords, remembering the inheritance memory left by Red A, and rushed directly into the group of zombies with the sword. Pierce is like a beast breaking into the flock. The 2 long knives in his hand are the weapons for harvesting life. The skulls and stumps are scattered directly around Pierce. In an instant, corpses and debris were piled around Pierce. Pierce didn't plan to test his antitoxicity, although he felt that the body that God helped him adjust should be antitoxic, but he still didn't plan to take a risk. After cleaning up the zombies in the school gate, Pierce continued to walk into the campus and saw that there was a certain defense on the campus. Pierce knew that there must be survivors on the campus. Pierce took the knife and cut the lock of the gate directly. This time it caused a lot of noise. There were zombies coming over on the campus. Pierce slapped them one by one and quickly cleared them. This came to the door of a classroom. Because of Pierce's fight just now, a woman's voice came from the classroom. "Excuse me, is it a survivor?" Pierce didn't open the door directly, because he knew that the people inside had to settle down before negotiations could be possible. "Yes, I am a passing survivor, and I came here to find someone." Hearing Pierce's words, the people in the classroom finally settled down and slowly opened the door. What was reflected in Pierce's eyes was a girl with purple hair and a flustered look. She looked older than him. Pierce is set to be 20 years old here. "Please, save my student." The purple-haired girl directly said what she wanted to say most. Chapter 19, Create a Stronghold First. Pierce asked the purple-haired woman to lead the way, and he cleared the road ahead of him. Seeing that Pierce was not at all afraid of any zombies, and kept walking in front to clean up the enemy, the purple-haired woman was very curious about this reliable and dangerous man, but now he was the only one who could save her students. Finally, under the guidance of the purple-haired woman, Pierce finally came to a classroom called the College Life Department. As the purple-haired woman knocked on the door and called, the door of the classroom opened. There are 3 girls in the classroom, but the moment Pierce sees them, he only pays attention to one person. The girl wears a cat hat, her pink hair keeps attracting his attention, and most importantly, she looks smaller than the other 2 women. Looking at this, Pierce couldn't help but vomit in his heart, this and a body only need lowly attributes to be enough. Obviously age is the most obvious feature. Here is the high school, they are at least 16 years old. Seeing the purple-haired woman who arrived, the three of them wept with joy, threw themselves into the purple-haired woman's arms, and began to cry. "It's great, Sister Ci, you're all right, it's great," said one of the long-haired women. "Well, it's great that Sister Ci is safe and sound," another double ponytail said. "But Sister Ci, who is this foreigner?" The long-haired woman looked at Pierce behind Sister Ci, and finally asked suspiciously. The person named Ci Sister introduced, "This gentleman came to this school just now to find someone. It is fortunate that he is very strong to protect me from coming here." Looking at the zombies behind them, the three of them knew the strength of the man in front of them. However, Pierce hadn't noticed the conversation between the three of them from the beginning, and his eyes had been on the pink-haired girl. Finally, Sister Ci finally remembered that he didn't know his name, so he came to help himself at will. "Thank you, gentlemen, may I ask, what is your name?" Sister Ci looked at Pierce, who had been staring at her student from the beginning, thinking that he might know her student. Pierce Nevins, just call me Pierce," Pierce said flatly after introducing himself, and kept looking at the girl. "I'm Ci Sakura, they are Wakaza Yuri, Kefi Susuwa Walnut and Jousen Yuki." Sister Ci introduced her students separately, but looked at Pierce still staring at Yuki, and asked worriedly, "Mr. Pierce, do you know Yuki?" At this time, Pierce felt it. Time seemed to stand still. Finally, Pierce saw the culprit causing all this, and a ball of light appeared in front of Pierce. "God, you are a ball of light." Pierce knew that no one but God could cause this phenomenon. "No, it's just a temporary appearance, after all, you still need to get used to it." "So, what's the matter with you when you show up?" "Benefits to you." "What?" "I can revise the memory of the person you just paid attention to, so that you can become some of her relatives or older brothers." "Shut up and I will become like this." "Isn't it all your fault?" "It's incredible, even such a carefree one can feel a little anger." "Well, what's your choice? Do you want me to help you?" "You will do this, of course, there will be side effects. After all, you can't let my ontology join the world, let alone change other people's memories. Of course, the modification of the memory is temporary. When the girl in front of you has recovered from mental illness, she will find that you are not his true relatives. I don't know the consequences. How about it, do you want to try?" Pierce has his own consideration. In this world, nothing can comfort others more than relatives. "Well, I want to try, let me be the girl's brother." "No problem, then, goodbye, I hope you can find the key to customs clearance as soon as possible." Time flowed again. Pierce answered Ci Sister's question, "I am Yuki's brother, this time I came here to find her." Said this, Pierce couldn't help but worry, God is not reliable at all. "Brother." Yuki jumped directly into Pierce's arms, like Pierce's own sister, hoping to be comforted by Pierce. Of course, Pierce has his own set of methods for Lori, as long as he puts his hand on them and comforts them, they can feel at ease. Looking at Yuki in his arms, Pierce couldn't help but think of the two his own followers, Nursery Rhymes and Jack. "I will definitely go back to find you and wait for me." Looking at Yuki in his arms, Pierce made up his mind. Seeing the two brothers and sisters meet again, the other three were very happy, but Yuri thought of his sister and fell silent for a while. "Well, congratulations on your brother and sister reunion, then Mr. Pierce, I hope you can help us clean up their campus, at least to make it safe." "Of course, I will do this for Yuki." Afterwards, Pierce and the four began to walk around a house on the first floor of the campus, slowly clearing out the zombies, and another girl named Walnut also joined the battle with a shovel. "It's okay, at least there is courage to fight." Seeing Walnut attacking without hesitation, Pierce also gave him a compliment. "Nothing, compared to Mr. Pierce. Watching Pierce quickly clear the road with double knives, Walnut also respected him very much. After about a few hours, Pierce and the others finally cleaned up the campus, but the corpses all over the campus still needed to be disposed of, otherwise mosquitoes and plague would breed. Take care of them tomorrow morning, it's already late today, Pierce suggested. Well, then go back to the school life department together. Back to the living department, the 5 people simply cleaned up their bodies and slept together. When the 3 students fell asleep, Sister Ci came to Pierce next door and said softly to Pierce, "Thank you, Mr. Pierce, thanks to you, the students and I will get together again in a safe and sound state." "Thank you. It's okay, I just want to find Yuki." "This is what I should do." Mr. Pierce asked, "What are your plans afterwards?" Sister Ci was very worried. Pierce would leave them directly with Yuki. After all, they might still have relatives who hadn't been found outside. Pierce naturally understood what she was worried about, and finally comforted her, "Don't worry, Yuki and I have no family members. I will not take her on adventures. I plan to build a stronghold here, hoping to save more people." "It's really reliable, Mr. Pierce." Sister Ci sat next to Pierce, leaning on Pierce's shoulder, and said, "Could you lend me a shoulder, at least now?" Looking at this pretending to be strong woman, Pierce understood, "Of course, you can rely on it for as long as you want." "Thank you." "You're welcome." The first night in this world, in the past. Chapter 20, Live First. The next day, Pierce got up early, and the habit of being in the moon world still remained in his soul, even though his body was no longer a primitive person. Seeing Yuki and Sister Ci who were still sleeping beside him, Pierce felt his burden was heavy again. At this time, Pierce felt that the Ci sister beside her finally woke up. Seeing Pierce who was already up, Ci was embarrassed for her behavior last night, but she did not regret it. After all, Pierce is the most reliable one she has seen so far. "People. Mr. Pierce, you're awake, it's early." "Well, good morning, Miss Sakura." "You too, you don't need to be so strange, just call me Ci." Sister Ci looked at Pierce, wondering if foreigners knew the meaning. "Well, I'd better call you Sister Ci, after all, you should be older than me." Pierce was also polite. "Mr. Pierce, how old are you this year? It seems that you are also very mature." Sister Ci also had to pay attention this time. "I am only 20 years old this year," Pierce said according to his current physical age. 20 years old. Sister Ci looked at Pierce, younger than herself, in a lot of depression. Just as Pierce was chatting with Sister Ci, the 3 girls also got up. Seeing Pierce, Yuki came directly to Pierce and snuggled him. Seeing Yuki being such annoying people, Pierce also began to feel that something was wrong, and began to ask the other 2 people, "What happened to Yuki recently? How can he be so clingy?" The 2 told Pierce the truth. "So that's the case, retrogressive phenomenon." Pierce is not very clear about psychology. On the contrary, he cares more about the fact that the 2 women can know this, and is even more surprised. Looking at Yuki, Pierce felt that because of the existence of his own penetration, Yuki became more nasty. This is also the spiritual loophole God said. Perhaps, when Yuki becomes strong, his lies will be exposed. Today, Pierce and others decided to dispose of all the corpses first. Although everyone resisted at first, they soon adapted. All the corpses were dragged to the playground and burned. Pierce felt that now they needed living resources. "Our school can be planted on the roof, and there are other stocks underground, which can last for a while." Sister Ci said what she could know. Moreover, the second underground floor may have the source of this disaster. At last, Sister Ci took out the manual to Pierce to let Pierce understand the incident. Through the manual, Pierce can know that when the school principal asked him to come here to investigate, it was absolutely reasonable and well-founded. Perhaps the principal himself was an insider. However, this school has water purification equipment and solar charging underneath, and there are farming fields on the roof and playground, and there are even emergency medicines inside. It seems that the principal has already anticipated the incident and has taken precautions long ago. Pierce actually doesn't worry much about the ordinary zombies outside. What he cares more about is the zombies belonging to his world. After all, there are many special species of zombies in Resident Evil, and some even Pierce can't guarantee that they can clean them up. Mr. Pierce, then let's start work, don't be lazy. Sister Ci looked at Pierce, who was still thinking, guessing what Pierce was thinking, so she could only interrupt his thoughts and start work. Well, together. In Pierce, they are preparing daily necessities, and satellites from outside the sky are observing their every move. The terrible thing is that, except for the city of Muranojayaka where Pierce and the others are located, all other places are peaceful. At this time, a group of people in the conference room were chatting in one of the buildings, monitoring Pierce from the other side of the satellite. This special soldier is more capable than expected, and even stronger than the lickers that we experimented with in Raccoon City. This is not a threat. Our focus is on the ability of this new virus to spread, but the effect is still a bit worse than that of the T-virus. Well, but this time the virus has a longer incubation period, but it still cannot infect birds. So, what is the purpose of this meeting? We haven't got any satisfactory results yet. For this special soldier, we need to deal with him. No, we can use him to test, maybe he will be a better experiment than an adult male. Then let me come, after all, he is also our subordinate, let us guide him. Agree. A conspiracy against Pierce was decided at this meeting, and Pierce didn't even know it. Watching Yuki and Yuri working hard for their own survival, watching them keep moving in order to survive, Pierce is proud of them. After all, not everyone can adapt to the current situation so quickly. At this time, a familiar voice interrupted Pierce's recollection, and the intercom in his clothes rang. Pierce took out the walkie-talkie directly and began to talk to the other party. Can you hear me? Pierce. I'm here, is it the captain? Come on Commercial Street, we need you. Mute, the phone on the other side stopped. Pierce knew that his teammates who came to find the truth with him did not die, and he was happy, but also worried about them. In order to protect them, Pierce made sure to rescue them. Isn't it dangerous? Mr. Pierce. Gigi and Yuki were worried about Pierce's safety. No problem, I will come back soon, waiting for me. Pierce is not worried about himself, but more worried about them. Come back early, brother. Yuki hugged Pierce at last and said goodbye reluctantly. Well, I will be back soon, don't worry. Fortunately, Pierce himself had searched for a map when he first arrived. With his own memory, Pierce came to the commercial street and saw yellow smoke in a shop. Pierce knew his goal. When he came to the target point and opened the store door, Pierce didn't see the player he wanted to see, only a walkie-talkie and a tall man wearing a black coat and a hat. As soon as he turned around, Pierce knew the true identity of this man, and this conversation. It turned out to be a scam against him. Tyrant. Pierce looked at the strong man in front of him and had to be shocked. Since the sword tyrant directly punched Pierce, Pierce instantly retreated, just to avoid the attack. However, the power of the tyrant directly broke the store door, and the huge noise attracted the arrival of the zombies. Pierce knew that he had been deceived. He didn't know where the enemy knew his whereabouts, and he also watched him. However, he must kill the tyrant, or it would threaten Yuki and the others. Pierce has no retreat and can only go to war. Chapter 21, Controlling Tyrants and Wits. Pierce originally thought that zombies didn't have a basic way of thinking, so he would always follow himself, so he could find a good opportunity to slowly kite and defeat him. Who knows, the tyrant did not directly pursue him, but picked up the objects around him, desperately right. Smashed him over. Are you under control, that tyrant. Pierce saw that the tyrant would actually use props to attack him, and he was even more convinced that he was framed and someone was watching him. Seeing the tyrant slowly approaching, Pierce had to take out his pistol and attack him. The damage from the pistol was almost as tickle for the tyrant. The tyrant hit Pierce by surprise, hitting Pierce with a straight punch, and Pierce was hit directly against the wall. Pierce could feel that one of his ribs was about to break. If God hadn't strengthened him, he would have fallen. The tyrant was unforgiving and continued to attack Pierce, who could barely dodge. Because Pierce had been injured and had a lot of difficulty in avoiding it, he was soon hit by the tyrant again, slammed into the wall directly, and embedded in the wall. However, the tyrant did not continue to attack, and instead walked in front of Pierce. A voice rang from his body. Unexpectedly, as a human, you didn't die by taking 2 punches from the tyrant. It seems that you are not an ordinary person. Follow me obediently. I will not kill you. The tyrant pulled Pierce out of the wall. Yes, said Pierce. I refuse, as an experiment for you will definitely not end well. Pierce exhausted his last bit of strength, broke away from the tyrant, opened the tyrant's restrained clothes, and ran into the alley. Pierce looked behind. Because his tyrant broke free of his restrained clothes, his body slowly changed. One hand turned into a claw, and he rushed towards Pierce faster. Idiot, after opening the restrained clothes, I can't control the tyrant. Since you want to die, you can be torn to pieces by the tyrant. Seeing the tyrant rushing towards him at extremely fast speed, Pierce stopped at the end of the alley and sat down. Hey, have you given up resistance? Die! The tyrant swung his claws and rushed to Pierce. A centimeter before the claws were about to catch Pierce, the tyrant stopped. Why? The tyrant stopped moving suddenly. What did you do? Within the first 3 meters of Pierce, countless iron wires surrounded the alley, and magic marks flashed on the iron wires. After all, you are not a tyrant, and there is no way to know how you feel. What's more, he is violent, so fast that he doesn't even react. I saw the tyrant shattered directly into small pieces and fell in front of Pierce. Finally, Pierce found a camera in the debris pile. Looking at the camera, Pierce said the last word. This time, I won. After speaking, he smashed it and walked to the school. Damn it! On the other side of the earth, a staff member banged the table and complained. Although Pierce defeated the tyrant, he was already seriously injured. He lost the walkie-talkie first, looked for a monitor on his body, and then went on to the school. He knows that although the school has a lot of supplies and can be self-sufficient, it is not safe anymore and he must transfer all of them. However, Pierce was injured too badly, and when he walked to a mall, he lost too much blood and fell. Finally, Pierce heard some sounds vaguely, and then lost consciousness. Dreamland, Wushao saw something. Global disaster, biochemical crisis. There were very few survivors in this battle. During the period, Pierce also saw 2 pairs of survivor teams fighting against some powerful mutant zombies. Finally, an old man sacrificed himself. Finally, he saw Pierce, and the man who was destined to meet, came to the sea base. Here, Pierce will usher in a turning point in his life. Finally, Pierce woke up and saw that he was lying in a room, which should be a utility room. Seeing that he was bandaged, Pierce knew that he was saved by someone else. However, when thick smoke came from the crack of the door, Pierce reacted. Pierce quickly got up, opened the door, and saw that he was in a shopping mall, and the mall was surrounded by flames. The shopping mall was broken by zombies, and the zombies kept coming in and started fighting with the survivors here. Soon, the survivors were drowned. At this time, Pierce saw a short-haired girl in a school uniform of Sunzaikiyu running towards him, followed by a few zombies. The girl suddenly fell down and saw the zombies coming, and the girl closed her eyes in despair. The pain didn't come, and the girl opened her eyes again, only to see it. The foreigner who was rescued by her yesterday, with a long knife in his hand, instantly beheaded the zombies. Seeing this person's and Xion's back, the girl was stunned unknowingly. Pierce turned back, looked at the dazed girl, reached out to the girl, and pulled her up. "Are you okay?" "It's okay, thank you." The girl reacted at this moment, looking at the man in front of her. The girl blushed a little. "Did you save me?" "Thank you." "No, I am, thank you for saving me." Looking at the center that was almost completely surrounded by zombies, Pierce directly took the girl's hand and pulled him to run. "I'll talk about the rest later, let's escape now." The girl passively followed Pierce and ran, watching Pierce directly open the road ahead with a long knife in one hand. No zombies could stop him. Unparalleled all the way, Pierce took the girl out of the shopping center, came to a small truck with no people, and stopped. "Okay, we are safe for the time being. Do you have any plans to go with me to Sunzikyu Academy?" Pierce looked at the girl who was panting behind him and invited her. "Mister, are you also from Sunzikyu Academy?" The girl looked at the foreigner in front of her, but she didn't expect him to be from her own school. "Well, my sister is there, so you have to go with me." Looking at Pierce, the girl did not hesitate and agreed to his request. "My name is Naoki Miki, what is your name, sir?" "Pierce, Pierce Nevins." "Just call me Pierce." "Then Mr. Pierce, you can call me Mickey." "Well, Mickey, let's go back together." Pierce took Mickey and directly opened the nearby small truck, using the memory of his special forces, drove the truck directly and returned to Sunzikyu Academy. Everyone in the Inspector Hill Academy saw a truck approaching and saw the familiar figure in the car. Yuki ran directly to Pierce and threw himself into Pierce's arms. "Brother, you are finally back, I am very worried about you." Pierce looked at Yuki in his arms and could only touch its hair, and said softly, "I'm back, Yuki." Chapter 22, Leave Here for Safety. On the day Pierce came back, he introduced Mickey to everyone, and then they welcomed the newcomer and celebrated. Everyone went back to school with peace of mind and started preparing for what to do today. Pierce and everyone explained their identities, of this world, and they also explained that they had been targeted by others, and advised them to wait until Pierce took them out of the city and leave themselves and not to follow him, otherwise it would be dangerous. After a dead silence, Sister Ci made the first decision. "Mr. Pierce, even if there are other dangers, I believe that you will protect me." After speaking, Sister Ci hugged Pierce directly, and the meaning was self-evident. "Yes, I won't leave you either, Mr. Pierce." Yuri and Walnut also made their own decisions and followed Pierce. Yuki directly hugged Pierce's hand, and Pierce also understood the meaning. "Me too, I was saved by Mr. Pierce, and I won't leave you." Mickey also decided to keep following Pierce. "Everyone, then we are going to drop off our luggage and leave here tomorrow." Because the capacity of the minivan is limited, everyone takes away the first aid medicine and rations of food and water that are most needed, and keeps everything else here. The busy day of Green is finally ready. When everyone was tired, they went straight back to the Ministry of Life, and quickly fell asleep. At night, Pierce was still on vigil, because he couldn't guarantee that the company would send zombies to attack him. After all, he was not the only one beside him. Yuki suddenly got up at night and looked at Pierce, who was standing by the window guarding them. Yuki walked over and hugged Pierce. "What's the matter, don't you go to bed, Yuki?" Although Pierce and Yuki didn't get along for a long time, Pierce already liked Yuki, who was sticking to him very much in this short period of time. "Suddenly I felt a little uneasy, so I got up." "Brother, why didn't you sleep? Is it because of this morning?" "Yes, I'm sorry to involve Yuki, and everyone. Pierce is really sorry, I will hurt everyone and wander around, and it would be better to stay here clearly." "No, we all followed my brother voluntarily, and my brother didn't do anything." Yuki actually comforted Pierce on the contrary, which really made him unexpected. "So, I was worrying too much, thank you, Yuki." Pierce hugged the girl and felt her warmth, calming Pierce's turbulent heart. "Thank you, brother." Yuki felt Pierce's feelings for him, and couldn't help but feel relieved. "Go to sleep, Yuki." "No, I want to sleep next to you." "Up to you." Tonight, Pierce directly hugged Yuki and sat on a chair, watching the night sky, and patiently watched the night. "Even though, you are not my real brother." Pierce didn't hear the last words Yuki said before falling asleep. Early in the morning, Pierce took everyone into the car directly, followed the map, and figured out how to drive the car out of Sunzaikido City. Along the way, abandoned cars and zombies kept slowing down their speed. After the whole morning, everyone finally came to the highway crossing out of the city. However, seeing that the intersection had long been blocked by a car, Pierce and the others had to leave, thinking of other ways to leave here. At this time, Sister Ci, who was in charge of leading the way, discovered that besides the highway, there were also rural roads that had not been built before. "Passing here, you might be able to leave Sunzaikido City." Followed by Sister Ci, Pierce gradually left the city and headed towards the countryside. On the other side of the earth, in a familiar building, the meeting room is still meeting. "I didn't expect that special soldier could escape the tyrant's pursuit. How did he defeat the tyrant last time?" "I don't know, it happened to be in the alley at that time, and there was no camera to take it. Damn it, if we let them leave, then our experiment will soon be exposed, and then we will not be able to explain to the media. Don't worry, I have a way. Let's talk about it. Just put pressure on the Special Forces family to shut himself up, then give them a little benefit, and then send them to our next test site. Isn't that easy to solve?" "Well, yes, where are we going to test next time? Furthermore, we can also pull that special soldier into the BSAA, and we won't worry about being able to kill him in the future." "BSAA, but our enemy, we don't have any contacts to insert him directly." "Don't worry, with his talent, as long as he is discovered, he will definitely be poached." "So, where is the next experiment point?" "About this, let me arrange it. I have chosen the test site for the C virus a long time ago, and I will wait for that person to help me implement it." "Then please, Simmons." "So, how do you end up in the end?" "The power station exploded, the missile attacked, it was so decided." Pierce was still driving away from the city when the radio on the car suddenly sounded. Pierce knew that it was the people over there who came to negotiate with him. "Mr. Pierce, did you get it? I know you can hear us, let's negotiate terms. The conditions are very simple. As long as you and your partner don't talk about this incident, we promise that we will not harass you and your family in the future, and we will provide you with good accommodation and compensation, as long as you don't talk to us. Do it right." Seeing the women fell silent, Pierce knew that they wanted him to help them decide. Pierce knew that even if they didn't disturb the company's plan, someone would stand up to report them in the end, but in the end it caused another tragedy, and Pierce didn't want to do it. This put the women in a difficult situation. "Then Mr. Pierce, as long as you are willing to accept our terms, then you just stop the car and we will know." Pierce finally stopped the car to let them know that he promised them. "Happy cooperation, Mr. Pierce, here is a piece of advice. A missile will come back and destroy this place in 10 minutes. Go ahead." When Pierce heard these words, he drove faster and left here. "I'm sorry, let me make the decision for you." Pierce knew that all the women had lost their relatives, so they definitely didn't want things to end like this. "It's okay, Mr. Pierce, you will do this to protect us, we know." Sister Ci was the first to speak. After all, she understood that fighting with those people would not end well. "Don't worry, they won't be well, I promise." Pierce could only say this to the women to comfort them. Finally, through the road that Sister Ci found on the map, Pierce finally drove the car away from Sunzaikido City and headed for the distant highway. Not long after Pierce and the others left there, a missile flew over their heads and rushed directly to the city of Sunzikyu. In the end, Pierce and the others only heard a loud noise, and then disappeared. Next, where can we go, brother? Yuki sat next to Pierce and asked Pierce worriedly. Go to my house, although my house is not big, but at least I can take you. In the end, Pierce had to take the girls back to his hometown. Chapter 23, Meet Chris for the first time. Pierce took the girls and left the city of Sunzikyu, first persuaded the people to let them understand their current situation, then borrowed the phone, contacted his family, and finally got on the plane and flew to Pierce's home in the United States. After the people settled down, Pierce took the only older sister Ci to see his grandfather. After all, this was his grandfather and a veteran, and his relationship network was wider than that of his father. But in Sister C's view, Pierce's behavior is tantamount to seeing her parents. Thinking of this, Sister Ci was also a little worried that she would leave a bad image for Pierce's family. She was worried just now. When he came to the door, looking at Sister Ci who looked around, Pierce could only ask, Sister Ci, what's wrong, is it uncomfortable? Seeing Pierce looking at herself, Sister Ci couldn't help blushing, and asked Pierce worriedly, your family, will you make things difficult for me and don't like me? No, Grandpa is a good person, and in order to find him to protect you, you must go and see him. Pierce still doesn't know what C's words indicate. Pierce knocked on the door and led Sister Ci into the room. The light in the room was so dark that Pierce and Sister Ci could only vaguely see that an old man was sitting in front of them, seeming to be holding something in their hands. At this time, the old man directly raised the thing in his hand, and a loud noise rang from his hand, and Pierce headed directly to the right side to avoid the attack. Sister Ci knelt on the ground in shock. Grandpa, there are some guests here anyway, pay attention. Seeing Pierce avoiding expertly, I knew it was not the first time. Pierce directly helped Sister Ci up. At this time, Pierce and Sister Ci finally saw the old man's appearance. Although his head was full of grey hair, the sharp eyes let Sister Ci know that the old man had more energy. Nothing, it's just that I didn't expect you to be involved in such a big trouble, so I was upset. Trouble, do you mean biochemical experiments? It's fine if you know, they gave me a warning, telling you not to affect their work, otherwise we won't have a good end. Humph, come if you want, I'm not afraid. This time it's my grandson. The old man looked at Pierce without any fear and was very happy, then looked at Sister Ci, and finally said, that woman, you go out first. I want to talk to my grandson about something personal. Be careful. Sister Ci finished speaking and walked out of the room. The old man kept staring at Pierce until Pierce also began to wonder if the old man was asleep, and finally the old man said, I thought you weren't looking for a girlfriend. I didn't expect to find so many girlfriends, which surprised me a bit. The old man directly laughing, Pierce was a little embarrassed. Grandpa, don't talk nonsense, I don't have any special feelings for them. Pierce had to be a little shy as he watched the old man still laughing. I don't care about your young people so much, but it is also very good for me to show me the whereabouts of my great-grandson earlier. The old man could see that the girls liked Pierce, but Pierce seemed to only like one. So I do not intend to interfere with this matter. By the way, someone keeps coming to me and says they want to invite you to join the BSAA, what's your intention? Pierce knew that he hadn't waited until that person came to him, so he didn't need to join the BSAA prematurely now. No, I'm not interested yet. Well, I will help you deal with them first. Pierce talked with the old man for a while and left. Seeing Pierce finally came out, Sister Ci walked to Pierce and asked, how are you and your grandfather okay? Relax, Sister Ci, everything is going well. Just stay at ease, just like my family. Family, too. Sister Ci blushed a little when she heard the last words. Pierce and Sister Ci returned to the girls, settled them, and found what they wanted to do for them. Yuki came to Pierce and acted like a baby. "Brother, can you take me out for shopping?" "Of course, only Yuki is special." Seeing Pierce and Yuki go together, the heart of Sister Ci on the other side fluctuates again. Walking on the street and looking at the surrounding scenery, Yuki's mood also improved a lot. After all, it hadn't been long since leaving there. "I was a little surprised to see so many people." At this time, the alarm bell caught Pierce's attention. Pierce saw that a robbery had taken place in a nearby bank, and the prisoner had taken hostages, and now he needs help. When he got there, Pierce also saw a character who shouldn't be here, Chris Redfield. But seeing that Chris was not wearing a BSAA uniform, he knew that Chris was also on vacation. Seeing that Chris was still worried about not having a sniper to accurately strike the target, Pierce stepped forward and hoped that he could act as a sniper to strike the enemy. Chris looked at the young Pierce as if he was familiar with the name, but couldn't remember it, so he asked Pierce to try it. Pierce settled Yuki, walked to the sniper spot. Holding the sniper rifle, Pierce could feel his body excited, as if he had met an old friend whom he hadn't seen for many years. His body and weapons seemed to be combined. Pierce stared at the prisoner without shaking his hands or thinking. With his heart, a shot directly hit the prisoner's eyebrows and instantly solved the opponent. Seeing that the matter was solved perfectly, Chris was about to get to know this powerful sniper. He didn't expect Pierce to leave directly with Yuki, and Chris lost them. "Forget it, such a powerful sniper will not be silent, and I also know his name. Chris just wants to pull this calm junior into his team and contribute to the world." Pierce continues to go shopping with Yuki. No matter what Yuki wants, Pierce will buy it. In order to please Yuki, Pierce can do anything. Looking at Pierce, who was already covered with things, Yuki took Pierce back home to share today's affairs with his friends. After Pierce got home, he was called into the room by his grandfather to discuss matters. "Pierce, someone called me just now and needs your strength to go to Japan again." "The company's proposal?" "Yes, I know you will be in danger, but their power is so great that we have no way to fight them yet." "It's okay, they can't stop me, so what is this mission?" "You need to collect information. I have heard that someone in Japan has their data, so you need to investigate it." "Yes, Grandpa, you have to protect them." "Of course, they will be fine." Pierce went directly to discuss with the women what he was going to do next. The women knew that they would only get in the way, so they all started training from the bottom of their hearts. Not long after Pierce left hell, he soon entered another hell. Chapter 24, Another Proving Ground. Through the guidance of the company, Pierce came to the city where the disaster has not yet erupted, the bed owner city. According to the company's instructions, Pierce needs to be a guard at Fujimi Academy, first observe the target person, and wait for the target person to get the information they need most. During this time, because of his unique foreign face, young, handsome face, and from time to time with expensive watches with no disguise, Pierce attracted most of the high school students in Fujimi College. Of course, it also attracted the hateful eyes of boys, but once again the school gangsters planned to teach Pierce with 6 people, but after being beaten directly, most of the boys were counseled, and the girls liked Pierce more. Of course, there are people who approach Pierce unkindly. "Brother Pierce, don't mind if I sit here." A girl with pink hair and a pair of ponytails stood beside Pierce and talked to Pierce. "Please sit down." Pierce didn't pay much attention to the girl, after all, she knew her purpose very well. Gao Chengsaya, a family member of a local right-wing activist, one of the targets recorded in the company's intelligence, suspected that they had the intelligence, and asked his daughter to come and test his purpose. Pierce also knew very well. Therefore, Pierce didn't interact with her too much, just pure work here. On the other side, what did Saya think? She did not expect that her father actually planned to let herself test the purpose of this sudden foreigner. Although Saya had thought about an international case, she sent a special force to this. Obviously there are too many, it should be really just a foreigner's idea too special. Saya did not give up the temptation, just kept chatting with Pierce. I believe that over time, Pierce will say something. However, Saya left on his own because he had to go to class, and Pierce was finally cleaned up a lot, and he began to consider who his goal was most likely to be. According to the goals given by the company, it is obvious that the Wisteria family is the most likely, so Pierce is also collecting their intelligence recently. Through this period of time, Pierce knew that this Wisteria Koichi had lost power, but Pierce felt that this man was a sinister person, and he might come back to beat his family, so he was most likely to get that information. As the sun gradually went down, Pierce finally waited for the person he most wanted to see, the student from the primary school of Fujimai College next door, Hilly Alice. Seeing this Lolita, who was still growing up, Pierce's inner Lolita switch was turned on early. When he saw Alice for the first time, Pierce felt that he should take her to escape this place where accidents would happen sooner or later. However, because of her father's disapproval, Pierce finally had to protect them as much as possible when the crisis broke out. "Brother Pierce, good afternoon." Alice walked to Pierce and greeted Pierce. Alice saw Pierce for the first time and felt that this person would not hurt herself and would become good friends with herself, so Alice has been in contact with Pierce. "Good afternoon, Alice, do you have a good class today?" Pierce also greeted kindly. "Of course there is. A lot of things have happened today. I'll talk to you." Alice sat directly next door to Pierce and talked to Pierce about what happened that day. For a while, seeing Alice's father coming, Alice left with her father. Pierce was also preparing to leave school and return to the dormitory because of Alice's departure. At this time, he noticed that a long-haired woman had been watching him behind him. "I said classmates, go home early, don't keep following me because of an accident, I'm so tired." Behind Pierce is one of the original targets, Toshishi Mitsuko. But because Pierce had already investigated and found that they were simply opening the dojo, so they didn't care too much. Only when Pierce contacted Red A's unique swordsmanship on the campus late at night, and was discovered by the late returning Toxic Island Tsuko, that caused these things to happen. "Mr. Doorman, I don't ask for anything. Is it so difficult just to practice kendo?" Keiko didn't give up, and kept pestering Pierce, hoping that he would realize his desire soon. "No, I don't know how to use swordsmanship, you made a mistake, goodbye." After speaking, Pierce no longer cared about Tsuko and left the school. Seeing Pierce, who moved completely differently from ordinary people, Kenzie had never given up, and would continue to struggle. Back in the dormitory, Pierce first called and greeted the girls at home, and then used the company's intercom to explain to the other party about today's affairs. Before it was over, the other party suddenly said something that made Pierce angry. "That's right. You better prepare, we are ready to start the test. You guys, don't you treat life as a matter of time." Pierce expressed his feelings angrily. "Don't forget our agreement, Mr. Pierce, you chose this route. If you blame us for the experiment, you might as well think about how to save more people, that's it. Damn it. Pierce is not strong enough now to stop them. If I have stronger power, just like that time." Pierce remembered that he was in another world, the power of magic. When he was not restricted, he could definitely walk sideways here. "Strength, I need it." Pierce vowed that he would not let go of the group of people in the company for a while. In this way, Pierce spent another night. During this period of time, Pierce has been preparing ways to escape the city, as well as collecting information about the virus, perfunctory Saya's conversation day after day, and Happy Eye and Alice's conversation day after day, avoiding Coco's day after day. Track. Originally, Pierce thought that these days would just go on like this, knowing that they finally stayed with them for almost 2 months, they finally started. That day, Pierce was still perfunctory Saya's conversation. After all, people had been pestering themselves for so long, and they had to deal with them. At this time, he and Saya were attracted by the man at the door who had been hitting the school gate. Looking at his body and appearance, Pierce already knew what had happened, and directly took Jeokeng Saya's hand, preparing to leave from the back door. First, he was going to find Alice. "What's the matter? Why don't you care about the person at the door just now? Where are you taking me?" For the first time, Saya saw Pierce with a solemn face, and his heart was uneasy. "Looking at your persistence, I decided to save your life. Now I will save another person with me, and I will take you home." Pierce had to simply explain the next thing to Saya, and kept pulling her. But Xiao Xiao Say remembered that his childhood sweetheart had not left yet, and planned to go back to find him, but Pierce pulled him back. "Listen, I'm saving you because of your persistence. If you really want to die, I won't stop you. Next time you leave, I won't care about you." After Pierce finished speaking, Saya didn't struggle again, and followed Pierce obediently, because Saya finally guessed that Pierce's purpose for coming here. He probably already knew what would happen, so he kept pulling himself. Finally Pierce and Saya came to the street through the back door, walked directly to the elementary school, took Alice away without her family's consent, and finally only warned everyone to leave here quickly. Pierce took Saya and Alice back to his hiding spot near Fujimai School, preparing for the next step. Chapter 25, Wisteria House Information. Finally, Pierce contacted Alice's family by phone and told them to go home first, hide in the house and don't come out. Pierce finally settled down with Alice and began to explain the ins and outs of this incident to Saya. "That is to say, Pierce, you are here to find information about the zombies just now, and an unscrupulous company uses people to do experiments, so you are here now looking for that information." Saya is still digesting Pierce's words. Pierce is going to go to the car he prepared now, take Alice home first, confirm the safety of her family, and then send them all to Saya's house. With Pierce's understanding of Saya's family during this period, they will definitely protect themselves and even establish a stronghold. Pierce looked at Saya, who was still thinking, and didn't give her too much time to think. He directly took Saya and Alice and drove to Alice's house. Along the way, looking at Saya, who was still pretending to be calm, Pierce had to comfort her. After all, he was the one he saved. "Saya, the world is still safe outside. As long as you and your family are safe and hide outside, you can continue to start a new life. Don't worry. Since the other party can cause this disaster once, it will surely cause it a second time. Sooner or later, the world will be involved in this disaster. Then, what should I do?" Saya is still a bit unreasonable, although Pierce is very clear about what she said sooner or later will happen. "Then, find someone to protect you well, so you don't have to think about it so much." Pierce finished speaking, ignored Saya, and continued to drive away from the zombies on the street. Saya looked at Pierce, who was still driving, and took her away from the academy, and his figure gradually suppressed the other figure who hadn't cared about her. Alice didn't think so much, she was just happy to see her family soon. Finally, Pierce arrived at Alice's house. Fortunately, Alice's family obeyed Pierce's instructions, and the family reunited. Seeing Alice finally reunited with her family, Pierce stopped talking nonsense, and continued to drive to Saya's house with everyone. When he arrived near Saya's house, Pierce quickly noticed the fence on the road. Saya knew that his family had controlled everything and was safe. However, Pierce's walkie-talkie rang at this time. "Mr. Pierce, we have received the information, and now that information is still in the Fujimai garden, in the hands of the Wisteria Koichi, I hope you can go back and get it back." Pierce knew that he had no way to refuse them, so he had to let Saya and the others go back by themselves. He had already sent them here anyway. "Don't go, it's dangerous." Say knew that Pierce was planning to go back to school to collect information. Once Pierce completed the task, she would never have the opportunity to see him again. "Don't worry, take care of yourself. Brother Pierce, be careful on the road." Alice didn't stop Pierce, but hoped that he would be careful along the way. "Don't worry, I will be fine for Alice." After speaking, Pierce drove away. When he opened the door, Pierce discovered that besides Wisteria Koichi, many students were still alive, and there were even Komuro Taka and others. However, they didn't notice that a black shadow jumped down from the teaching building and hit the bus directly. Fortunately, the bus was still relatively strong, otherwise it would be difficult for them to escape later. "What's that?" Everyone looked at the figure on the roof of the car, and Pierce shed a drop of cold sweat. Vengeance! Looking at a tall, ugly zombie complex holding a Gatling machine gun, it was the Vengeance. "Mr. Pierce, I hope you can get away from our attack while getting our intelligence, so good luck to you. Everyone, throw away the weapon." Pierce finished speaking, and took out the pistol directly from his body to attract its attention. Komuro and others quickly lost their weapons when they heard Pierce's words, and those people who were brought by Wisteria, before they figured out what happened, became the target of the nemesis. They shot directly to death, even affecting the people around them. Pierce had to continue shooting to attract its attention, and finally its hatred value reached Pierce and began to attack Pierce. In an instant, Pierce hid directly under the car, temporarily avoiding its attack, but he couldn't hold on for long. The nemesis gradually walked into Pierce, intending to force Pierce to show up, and Pierce, as he wished, showed up directly and stuck its gun with a knife, causing it to lose its weapon. However, the nemesis's greatest weapon is a body that is far stronger than that of a tyrant. With a heavy punch to Pierce, Pierce could not reveal his abilities, so he had to turn into an iron block to block the attack, and then cancel it directly, but even if part of the impact was blocked, Pierce still suffered a lot of damage. Moreover, Nemesis has better control. People in the company can directly control Nemesis with commands, and there is very little loss of control. It's harder to deal with. Pierce had to draw it out of here first, otherwise these people would die. Pierce continued to shoot to attract the opponent to attack, and the Nemesis continued to pursue. Seeing Pierce arouse the goddess of Nemesis, Komuro, and others reacted, "How great what Pierce did just now." However, none of them had the ability to fight the monster, so they had to leave directly by car. It's just that everyone didn't notice that a long-haired woman had already left them. Pierce is still fighting guerrilla warfare with the Nemesis, but the opponent is extremely barbaric, directly breaking through the wall and attacking Pierce. Seeing the Nemesis gradually approaching, Pierce thought that there was nothing he could do this time, so he had to show his cards. At this moment, he saw a bridge and had another idea in his heart. Watching Pierce walk up the bridge and the Nemesis is still getting closer, watching it gradually approach, Pierce opened the gas tank of the car he was passing by, and when the Nemesis passed by, Pierce turned around and shot. The powerful explosion directly exploded the Nemesis, blowing it up into the river. For the time being, Pierce avoided its attack. Now Pierce just wanted to quickly find Koichi Wisteria, and then get what he wanted. Just after Pierce left the bridge, he finally found the bus again on a road. After he got on the bus, he discovered that Komuro and others had already left, and only the Wisteria Koichi was still there. "Yo, Mr. Doorman, I didn't expect you to come back. I am very touched. You are welcome to join my team." Pierce didn't say any nonsense to him, he shot his head directly, found a USB flash drive on him, ignored the howls of the next students, and left directly. When he walked to an alley, Pierce finally couldn't help it, and said to his back, "Miss Kengzi, don't hide, come out." Behind Pierce, Poison Island Tsuneko appeared again, holding a wooden knife in his hand. Pierce knew that it was better to solve it earlier this time, anyway, the goal has been completed. Seeing Pierce fabricating a wooden knife out of thin air, Kong's eyes sharpened instantly, and he swung the knife towards Pierce. However, ordinary female high school students, even if they are national champions, cannot compare with the Red A's knife skills summarized in countless wars. In just a few rounds, Coco was defeated. Looking at the powerful man in front of him, Kengzi finally understood why he would always follow this man, because he was strong. When Pierce confronted her, he also understood that this person is a good seed, and he may be able to train for a while and can be used by him. So Pierce just said, "Follow me, I will make you stronger." Then he went straight away. After a while, Pierce smiled slightly when he saw Keiko followed him all the time. Chapter 26, Takahashi's Offensive and Defensive Battle. After Pierce defeated Kaneko, he decided to go back to Sei's house to get all the survivors there. After all, this bed owner city should be the same as last time soon. When Pierce and Kenzie came to Sei's house, they found that many zombies had been attacking by the fence, and there were survivors on the other side of the fence. Seeing this, Pierce realized that the company had already mastered the ability to control zombies. Follow up, Coco. Pierce conjured a pair of knives directly from his hand and began to rush into the group of zombies to fight. Don't look at me. Tsuko took the katana he picked up by passing by and rushed in directly. Two people are like meat grinders, wherever they go, zombies will be chopped in half. The people in the fence saw that the two were so powerful, and they were instantly encouraged to actively fight against the zombies. After a while, this round of zombies was finally defeated, and the two heroes were brought into the camp. Mr. Pierce, thank you for saving our stronghold and protecting my daughter. Thank you. After Pierce went in, he saw Saya and his father, Junichiro Takashiro. Mr. Joking, the crisis has not yet been resolved. You should know that the outside world is still safe. Ah, I know, but we can't get out. What's your opinion, Mr. Pierce? We'll talk about these later, we are also tired. Well, then take a break and talk later. Pierce and Saya finally met with Saya. Although Saya was happy to finally see Pierce come back safely, his temper came up when he saw Saya. Why does this woman follow you, Pierce? Who is she? Drug Island Kayako, I was convinced by Mr. Pierce's strength, and he is now his subordinate. Kisa greeted Saya politely. Compared with this, is Alice okay? Pierce is more concerned about Alice's safety. Don't worry, their family is safe. Sei looked at Pierce's approaching face, a little red. Speaking of it, Saya, do you know why the zombies come suddenly? Pierce said. Could it be? Sei guessed what Pierce was going to say. Yes, there should be something in this camp, so the zombies have been attacking here. However, Pierce didn't know what it was, but Pierce remembered that the document might be useful. Saya, where is your computer? I want to use it. Follow me. Saya took Pierce and Kiko to a guest room. Pierce turned on the computer directly, plugged in the USB flash drive he brought from Wisteria Hiroshi, and started to check the contents. Through this information, Pierce finally knew that the red grass and green grass in the original game are also here, and they have an antivirus effect. And here it is explained that as long as there is a growing place for green grass nearby, then the zombies will pupae and destroy the green grass. Then, Saya, somewhere in your house, maybe these green grasses just happen to grow. It's really troublesome. Pierce didn't expect that the green grass not only exists in the game, but it also attracts zombies. It should be in our garden, maybe you can find it. Just as Saya and Pierce were about to continue searching for herbs, suddenly an alarm bell rang. The zombies attacked again. Sei said to Pierce. Saya and Kenzie, hurry up and find a place to grow. I will dig them out of the soil and I will help. After that, Pierce ran out of the room. Rushing to the gate, Pierce saw countless zombies gradually approaching, and he even saw a familiar figure. The Nemesis. Pierce looked at the Nemesis who was walking in front, and walked out the door directly with the knife. That big guy, I'll attract it, you guys keep it. Pierce directly lifted the knife and rushed towards the Nemesis, and the Nemesis immediately followed Pierce and started fighting. It's so hard. Pierce was also surprised when he went down with a knife. The Nemesis grabbed Pierce with her hand, slammed him against the wall, and took Pierce away from Saya's house. All the way to an empty ground, Pierce was thrown out by the nemesis. Pierce finally landed safely, vomiting blood, and finally felt better. Looking at the nemesis in the distance, Pierce thought for a while, and had to use external force. There is no other way but to expose one's abilities. Seeing Pierce rushing over empty-handed, the nemesis was also puzzled. However, when the nemesis walked within 3 meters, a huge iron fist hit the nemesis directly, knocking him into the air. "So, Mr. Pierce, you are not a normal person." The nemesis's voice rang. Seeing Pierce summoning an iron fist out of thin air just now, the people in the company finally realized Pierce's true ability. "Grab him!" The nemesis rushed directly to Pierce, but was knocked into the air by Pierce. "It seems that the weapon you have summoned cannot be attacked too far, nor can it be made of a high-level weapon, with an attack range of 3 meters. A few times against each other, they figured out the limitations of Pierce's ability. Because of the limited range, Pierce couldn't directly knock out the weapon. All the weapons could only be pushed with his own hands, and the power was too small. After several fights, Pierce couldn't continue to hurt the nemesis, and he was already very tired, and he would lose if he continued like this. At this moment, Pierce seemed to hear a voice. "Help me, Pierce." Pierce seemed to sense who the opposite nemesis was. "Captain." Pierce finally knew that the nemesis on the opposite side was the captain who was involved in the Patrol Hill City for the first time with himself when he was attacked by a tyrant. However, the captain was turned into a nemesis at this time, unable to control himself. Looking at the nemesis who was still approaching, Pierce heard clearly again. "Kill me, please, Pierce." The cry from the nemesis's heart reached Pierce, which was really hurtful. "Why do you want to do this? Is this your principle of doing things?" Pierce asked while avoiding the attack. "People who don't have to squeeze out their labor force, this is our company's principle. It's too much, even if it's me, I can feel this anger." In an instant, the magic circuit on Pierce's body was heating up and flickering. "Ah!" At this moment, Pierce broke through the limit God gave him because of his anger. A big hand composed of energy directly penetrated the body of the nemesis, and directly tore the nemesis in half. Now Pierce's right hand, covering this red ghost hand, is burning with magic power. However, the restriction that was broken just now came back, and Pierce's right hand returned to its original shape. Pierce looked at the nemesis who could no longer fight in front of him, and finally heard a "Thank you." "Thank you, Pierce." After receiving the captain's response, Nemesis finally stopped the action and ended. However, Pierce's task has not yet been completed. Say's house is still under siege. Chapter 27, Whispers of the Devil. Although Pierce is already tired, the defense of Saya's home cannot be broken, otherwise more people will sacrifice. Pierce didn't notice that the magic hand that should have disappeared completely, but the remaining part was in his hand, slowly blending into his body. Gradually, Pierce couldn't see the path in front of him clearly, and a sound rang in his ears. "By the way, you are very tired, take a break." "No." Pierce didn't care about the voice and continued to move forward. "Don't worry, they will be fine." "Shut up." Pierce wanted to get rid of the voice, but he kept ringing in his ears. "Let go of your guard, I have no intentions. Last I told me there was no malice, and I almost took my body." Pierce didn't care about this voice. He had already noticed that the magic hand, like Frostmourne, also hosts this powerful soul. "You are tired, you can't stop them." "I can, and I can fight again." Looking at the zombie in front of him, Pierce swung his knife and split it in half. "It's just one, you can't help it with a group." "Shut up, I will do it." Pierce has been slaying the zombies close to him with a knife, slowly approaching Saya's house. "You can't do it, give me your body." "No." Pierce saw a dark figure in front of him, and slashed it away with a knife. Unexpectedly, Sombra actually blocked his attack with his hands. "Look, you are too weak." The shadow approached Pierce, and Pierce found that the shadow was actually the same as himself. "Don't resist me, leave everything to me," Sombra said to Pierce. "No, I have to rely on myself." Pierce opened Sombra's hand and continued to move forward. "No, Pierce, poor Pierce, you can't save them. Except for me." The shadow continued to follow Pierce, whispering into Pierce's ear. "Go away, I don't need you." Pierce swung away the black shadow and slapped another zombie close to him. Finally, Pierce came to the door of Saya's house and saw countless zombies still attacking the door, and humans on the other side of the door were still resisting. "Look, there are too many, you can't help it." Sombra was still beside Pierce, speaking to Pierce. "I can, as long as I can make it to the end." After finishing speaking, Pierce rushed into the group of zombies with double knives. "Look, that special soldier is back, he's here to save us. Come on, resist their attack." Pierce was still fighting, and he couldn't stop because he had to protect the people behind the door. Pierce himself noticed that his sword was gradually shortening and his vision became increasingly blurred. "Look, you start to slow down, and soon it won't work." Sombra kept talking next to Pierce, and no one attacked him. "Shut up, they will solve our problem soon." Pierce continued to attack, but the speed gradually slowed down. Slowly, Pierce finally came to the door, and the survivors directly used high-pressure water guns to temporarily block the attack of the zombies, allowing Pierce to successfully return to the door. Finally, Pierce saw Saya and Kiko come over and said to himself, "Pierce, we found the herb and it has been cleaned up. However, it seems that the zombies will continue to attack. Although some of the zombies behind have gone, the rest are still attacking." Kengzi was still not optimistic when he saw the situation outside the door. "Everyone retreats into my house together, and everyone leaves the compound." Father Say finally decided to abandon the compound and retreat into the house together for defense. Soon, everyone retreated into the house, and the zombies were left unattended and rushed directly into the compound. Everyone avoided making noises to avoid attracting the attention of zombies. Finally, the zombies did not come to hit the door, and they were temporarily safe. "I can only stay here and use my power to save them soon." The shadow was still beside Pierce, speaking to him. This time, Pierce decided to ignore him and remain silent. In the end, Pierce was so tired that he finally fell. When he was in a coma, he only saw a red claw appear in front of his eyes, and the shadow said the last word. "You can't hold it anymore, leave the rest to me." In his dream, Pierce thought of Jack in another world and Yuki and Sister Ci in this world. They were all standing together, waving to Wuxiao, and Wuxiao slowly walked towards them, but no matter how he walked, they still slowly moved away from him. "No, don't go." Wuxiao ran, but still couldn't catch them. In the end, only Wuxiao was left standing in the dark. "It's okay, leave the rest to me." Behind Wuxiao, there was a dark shadow, which he knew very well. Pierce woke up again and found that he had been on a bus, with Saya and Yoko sitting next to him, already asleep. "I stood up and saw that everyone in Saya's family was here, and there were many buses following behind the car." Pierce found that they had left the main city of Bedford and were driving on the cross-sea bridge in a bus. At this time, Saya next to Pierce woke up, and he was very happy to see Pierce also woke up. "Brother Pierce, you finally woke up." "Saya, what happened?" Pierce didn't know what happened next. "Brother Pierce, you took us out of my house, found the bus near the sea bridge and took us out of here, have you forgotten?" Say felt strange that Pierce did not have this impression. "Okay, then it's okay, thank you." "It's okay, it should be said that I have to thank you." "Brother Pierce." Saya stood up, holding Pierce shyly. "That guy, don't do anything." Pierce was very worried. "The dark shadow, who really did nothing, just helped me, it was so strange. It's not surprising at all, isn't it normal to help you? The voice sounded in Pierce's ear again, and it was very clear. Don't be surprised, I am still in your body, how could I suddenly disappear? That voice still rang in Pierce's ear, and Pierce did not see the shadow. You can talk to me in your heart. Who are you? Pierce calmed down first and began to speak. I'm your devil, Pierce, I should say there is no sorrow, right? You know who I am. I'm your demon, it's not weird to know this. The demon responded to Pierce's reply. Devil? Why do you want to help me? There is a reason to help you, and you'll know soon. The devil finished speaking, without paying attention to Pierce. The devil? What a strange thing. Pierce still held Saya, thinking about the devil. However, Pierce has forgotten that the company has already prepared a detailed plan to capture Pierce. Chapter 28, Call Home and Chris. Pierce took Saya and Suko back to his home. Seeing the increase in the number of people, all the girls except Yuki and Grandpa felt the pressure. The weight of the next work. Sister Ci looked at the distinctive weight of Kongzi and Saya, silently complaining. Now they are also our partners, get along well. Pierce didn't care about their feelings, after all, Pierce only cares about Yuki. Brother, are they the same as us? Yuki directly asked the point of the question. Yes, they are also victims of the disaster. Pierce told the truth. Then I have no problem. Yuki hugged Pierce tightly, as if Pierce was about to leave her. Pierce also knew that bringing someone back by himself might hurt Yuki's heart, but he knew very well that he loved Yuki the most. Don't worry, brother will not leave you. Pierce can only respond to Yuki's embrace and tell her his feelings. At this time, the phone rang suddenly. Pierce had no choice but to connect the phone, and he heard a familiar voice. Is it Pierce? I'm Chris. Mr. Chris, what are you looking for? I know that you are excellent and a rare talent. Joining our BSAA, how about we need you? Pierce knew that he should promise him, after all, he belonged there, and Pierce also needed the BSAA to restrict the company's actions. I can join, but I hope you can protect my family. Pierce finally said his request. No problem, we will protect your family. Don't worry. Well, I am willing. Great, Pierce, come to see us at the headquarters tomorrow, let's see each other. After hanging up, Pierce could only apologize to Yuki. Sorry, Yuki, brother is leaving. It's okay, brother, if you remember me, that's enough. That night, Pierce didn't sleep because he remembered his fate. Because of the passage of time in the future, Pierce will sacrifice himself to save Chris in the underwater laboratory. If that is my original destiny, then I will break it. Pierce vowed secretly. Tomorrow morning, Pierce enjoyed breakfast and Yuki's farewell and finally set off to the BSAA headquarters. This paragraph quotes Pierce's vision to describe everything he saw today. I came here for the first time and saw Chris, one of the founders of the BSAA, but Jill beside him has not returned. After all, it is 2007. There are many members of their BSAA and they welcome me. I can change a lot of things 6 years before I came here. They are all people I don't know, maybe the partners who died later. After all, Chris was called a teammate in the game circle back then. The welcoming ceremony will end soon, because there have been more biochemical actions recently, and it seems that it will be very busy these days. In the end, Pierce was assigned to another team by Chris. After all, Chris is still a sneaker, not a frontline combatant. Considering Pierce's strong sniper ability and support ability, Chris assigned Pierce to the support team, which is also logical. Oh, newcomer, are you used to it the first day? Captain Marco, original, said to Pierce, a middle-aged black-haired white man. It's okay, Captain, the newcomer will get used to here quickly. After all, Chris got it. It was the team's assaulter Owen, original, a mixed-race Latino in his 20s. Rookie, work hard. The Silent Black Man, Snooker. There are also some ordinary miscellaneous soldiers, not introduced one by one. Pierce could not recognize all of them, which meant that they would sacrifice one day in the future. I hope this is not a bad start. Pierce could only pray secretly. In the past 2 years, Pierce's prediction did not let himself down. In addition to relying on his ability to escape multiple special attacks from the company, the remaining teammates all sacrificed. Pierce knew that he had harmed them. However, the only thing that makes Pierce happy is that, after 2 years of training, after the recommendation of the Pierce family, they finally joined the BSAA and became Pierce's teammates. During this period, except for the two of them, Yuki finally confronted Pierstein in the middle of the night, and then, they behaved the same in front of others as before. Although Yuri and Mickey did not join the BSAA, it was easy for them to join the Pierce family to handle affairs. As for Sister Ci and Sei, they joined the BSAA in the end, but they are the decision-making group, logistics group, command and preparation work. Recently, because Chris received special news from Africa, he took the members of the African branch to explore Africa. Pierce knew that the plot was finally about to begin. Sure enough, a few days later, Pierce received a distress signal from Chris. "Everyone, let's go." Pierce took the walnuts and the horns, ready to go to Africa to participate in rescue operations. The walnut at this time, although still using a shovel, but a special military shovel is powerful. Kaiser also trained his sword skills with Pierce, and has made great progress. As for Pierce himself, after 2 days of training, the use of the projection range can finally be changed to 5 meters, although it still cannot be a special weapon. On the military plane, Pierce looked at Walnut and Tongza beside him, as well as some of his teammates behind him. "I can only make up my mind to protect them." When he arrived at the meeting point, Pierce knew that Chris would not be so early. After all, he still had to accept an attack from the company. Sure enough, a huge zombie appeared in front of them. Pierce knew that he had wiped out all of Chris's support troops, so Pierce directly ordered, "Look for cover for all, let me destroy him." Seeing that his teammates left here very obediently, Pierce was finally able to deal with the enemy at ease. "Let me come, buddy, your gun power is not enough." The shadow was directly attached to Pierce's hand, and in an instant, Pierce's pistol gradually changed. 2 guns sounded, and the giant beast howled because of the attack. Blue Rose. Pierce was holding a double-barreled revolver, a weapon that Pierce could use only when he received the power of the shadow. Pierce has been using the Blue Rose to attack the giant beasts, and the magic weapon has a miraculous effect against these zombie monsters. In an instant, Pierce has the upper hand. But the giant beast leaned on its huge body to rush in front of Pierce, and directly threw his fist to kill him directly. However, after 2 years of life and death struggle, Pierce, how could he be hit by it? A slippery step dodges its attack, and Pierce uses a charge. The power of the magic hand brought by the black shadow was accumulated on the bullet, and with a direct shot, Pierce directly blasted the behemoth's head, and the behemoth could not rise again. But the consumption of the charged magic power is also obvious. Pierce can only use 4 rounds a day at most. Watching the behemoth fall, everyone finally came out, watching Pierce kill the behemoth solo, so that Pierce's reputation in the BSAA will increase a lot. Finally, Pierce waited for Chris to arrive. Chapter 29, Chasing Weskier. Pierce, still as good as before, thank you. Chris was very happy to see that Pierce was leading the team to support him. After all, he found this person, so he knew the bottom line. "Chris, how is the situation now?" Pierce wanted to know what Chris had lost recently. "Well, let's talk." After Chris's description, Pierce knew that Chris's process is the same as the game, and soon he will meet Jill and Weskier again. "Chris, let us help, after all, the two of you are under a lot of pressure." After Pierce finished speaking, he looked at Chris' current partner, Shiva, the only person who teamed up with Chris without any surprises. It's a great help. With your team joining, we will act better. Pierce commanded the other members to bring Chris' intelligence back to the BSAA. He and Kenzie, Walnut continued to follow Chris to explore the next way. Along the way, Pierce and others passed by the oil field, watching the zombie bees pupae coming from all around. Pierce finally knew that the scene in the game was really different from reality. Pierce, don't drag them too long, let's go straight ahead. Chris knocked down the zombie in front of him with a shot, and went directly around. Yet, Pierce slowly retreated with Walnut and Tongzi. At this time, they were stuck by a gate and needed CWA to unlock it. No, let me come. Kengzi stepped forward, put the knife in its sheath, shone coldly, and split the iron door in half. Awesome! CWA looked at the woman and didn't expect to have such a powerful ability. Of course, she was the one Pierce found. Chris didn't say anything, and moved on. At this time, a zombie with a chainsaw rushed out and intercepted them. However, Chris did not expect that Pierce would hit the zombie with a few shots directly, and Walnut would directly shoot the zombie and solve their crisis. Pierce, your teammates are really reliable. Chris also had to admire Pierce. No, we are all your teammates, Pierce said. Finally, Pierce and the others rushed through the oil field and through the swamp. Came to the experimental base. Unexpectedly, there would be a research base here. Chris was shocked by the sight in front of him. Then, a group of them was besieged by lickers and zombies, and finally caught up with Weskier, Jill, and others in the same cave. Weskier. Chris looked at the former opponent in front of him and his former partner, tangled in his heart. I am not interested in you now, Chris, but you, Pierce Navens. Our company has been following you for a long time. Weskier didn't care about Chris, only Pierce they had been following. It's terrifying to get your attention. Pierce mocked. Hey, ignorant guy, let you experience my strength. After speaking, Weskier teleported to Pierce and punched him. Hey! Weskier was a little surprised to see Pierce could actually block his fist, and continued to make quick shots. Pierce was parrying. Pierce. Chris was going to help Pierce, but Jill rushed over to stop him and Shiva, otherwise they would disturb Weskier. Walnut, Coco, don't do it, let me do it myself. Pierce continued to block Weskier's attack and said to the two women. At this time, I still have the mind to talk to others. Weskier caught Pierce's flaw and slapped Pierce directly. Although Pierce ate Weskier, there was no problem. Hey, it's the company's focus, so we will play again next time. Let's go to Zila. Weskier left Jill here and took Zila away. Let's not chase, save Jill first. Pierce went directly to help Chris, and finally relied on Pierce's powerful ability to directly control Jill and throw away the device on her chest. Finally, Jill regained his consciousness. Pierce had to assign Walnut and Kengza to Jill away, and he and Chris and Shiva continued to pursue Weskier. When I came to the tanker and saw that Zila was injected with the virus, Pierce knew that his hard fight was coming. Zila directly became a huge leech monster, swallowing many corpses, and his body directly grew bigger. Pierce and Chris fled in embarrassment. Walking into the hull, Pierce and the others finally got the bazooka, took a few shots at Zila's weakness, and instantly solved Zila. At this time, Chris received a call from Jill. She told Chris that he needed a virus serum to defeat Weskier, but she didn't get it. No problem, I got it. Pierce showed Chris the box he had picked up, making Chris feel relieved. After all, Pierce still knew Weskier's weaknesses. Finally, Pierce finally caught up with Weskier, but at this time Pierce said, Captain, leave this guy to me. Looking at Pierce's firm eyes, Chris knew he couldn't stop him. Well, yes, you go first, remember, there is still us. Chris decided to let Pierce go first. Thank you. Pierce finished, and went to face Weskier alone. Hey, just right, let me try your capacity, Pierce. Weskier quickly transferred it directly and walked in front of Pierce with a kick. Pierce still predicted his attack and directly blocked it with his hands. Seeing that it didn't work, Weskier turned around and kicked. Pierce retreated directly to avoid his attack. In an instant, Pierce drew his gun and fired. Hey! Weskier was surprised to discover that the damage Pierce's weapon caused to him would actually slow down his healing ability. Humph! I didn't expect your weapon could hurt me, but you won't hit me next. What Pierce didn't expect was that Weskier actually picked up the pistol and started attacking him, and because Weskier moved so fast, Pierce was shot several shots directly. Pierce! Chris saw from behind, ready to step forward to help Pierce. Don't come, Captain, hand it to me. Although Pierce was shot a few times, he still has the power to fight. With a weapon, you have no chance of winning. Weskier loaded the bullet and didn't plan to let Pierce go. It seems you need my strength, partner. Sombra was talking to Pierce. Yeah, I really can't avoid his bullet, please, the other me. Well, let him see our power. Go to hell, Pierce. Weskier fired several shots directly at Pierce. However, when the bullet was about to hit Pierce, Weskier's eyes saw Pierce put his hands in a special position at that moment and bounced all his bullets back. Weskier directly teleported to avoid the bullet that bounced back. Looking back at Pierce, I didn't know when Pierce had a red coat and his hair turned white. Taking a deep breath, Pierce saw Pierce's eyes glowing yellow. Next is my home court, Weskier. Chapter 30, Weskier's second form. What's the matter? Why Pierce has changed his clothes and hair? Chris and Shiva looked at Pierce's transformation, feeling very puzzled. It seems that Pierce has a lot of secrets, but it's my comrade in arms. Chris thought, everyone has their own secrets. Why should he care about Pierce's changes? The point is that he is still his own. Pierce has been paying attention to Chris's situation, and seeing that Chris has accepted his changes, Pierce is also relieved. So, let's start the second round, Weskier. Pierce said to Weskier, waving his hand provocatively. Hey, just changed his hair and clothes, nothing can be changed. Weskier teleported directly to Pierce, but his plan was lost this time. Pierce directly used his force to push him back after meeting his fist. Sure enough, you can block all my attacks now, but you can't attack me. In a confrontation, Weskier tried Pierce's problem. Humph, then I'll change my style. I saw Pierce's eyes glow and turn into blue light. I saw Pierce directly took out the azure blue rose and shot it directly at Weskier. Weskier was trying to dodge its attack, but found that the weapon's rate of fire had completely changed. He didn't respond, he was hit directly, and the damage he suffered was even higher. Can't continue shooting for him. Weskier speeded up and rushed directly in front of Pierce, hitting Pierce with a straight punch. That's it, you can't do any defense and close hands in this form. It's too simple. Weskier continued to approach Pierce without giving him any chance to shoot. Don't underestimate me. Pierce switched modes again, and the light in his eyes turned purple. In an instant, Pierce drew the katana directly out of thin air and attacked the approaching Weskier. Weskier directly confronted Pierce with his fists, but Pierce hit him with a knife and cut his hand. This time it's melee enhancement. It's really interesting, Pierce, let me see what hole cards you have. Weskier yelled, took out his pistol and started shooting Pierce. I saw Pierce's eyes glowing red at the end. In an instant, Weskier lost Pierce's figure, but behind him saw Pierce had a shot on his body. Weskier directly broke away from Pierce's sneak attack, knowing Pierce's plan. The last one is actually moving fast. I really missed it, Pierce. Weskier knew that he had been beaten this time, and there was no way to continue to fight Pierce, so he fled to the plane and planned to leave here. Captain, follow me, don't let him run away. Pierce yelled to Chris, taking the lead. Okay, follow him, Shiva. Chris took Shiva and quickly approached the plane. Finally, Chris and Shiva finally ran to the plane. Entering the cabin, I saw that Pierce was still fighting Weskier, but the weakened Weskier was hit directly by Pierce as a sandbag, and there was no way to fight back. Damn it! Weskier seized the opportunity to interrupt Pierce's combo. Weskier, there is nothing you can do, just grab it with your hands. Pierce knew that he had won now. Dreaming, I won't surrender if I'm killed. Weskier continued to teleport close to Pierce, but Pierce directly saw through his attack, and then injected another shot into his body. Ah! Weskier lay directly on the ground, convulsing frantically. You lost. Pierce punched Weskier unconsciously. Good job, Pierce. Chris stepped forward and patted Pierce on the shoulder. However, Pierce had reached his limit, and his coat and hair were instantly restored. He knelt down. Pierce. Chris helped Pierce up and asked worriedly. It's okay, Captain, it's just a little tired, leave me alone, go and stop the plane from projecting missiles. Pierce first called Chris to stop the missile attack, and he stayed here and looked at Weskier. Okay. Chris and Shiva stepped forward to stop the plane from flying, leaving Pierce to look at Weskier. However, Pierce did not expect that the plane would eventually fall into the volcano. Watching Chris walk back and take him with him, Pierce did not expect that the plot would still develop in this way. Sorry, I accidentally shot the console just now, so I had to land here. Chris didn't have time to save Weskier just now. In his eyes, Weskier who fell into the lava should be dead. Pierce, let's fight again. Weskier walked out of the wreckage of the heavy plane, surrounded by leech material. Sure enough, it will be the same in the end. Pierce pushed Chris away, avoiding Weskier's attack, but he was separated from Chris and the others. Pierce, wait for us, and come to rescue you soon. Chris and Shiva planned to walk around Weskier and prepare to attack him. Unlucky. Pierce had to evade Weskier's attack embarrassedly. Don't try to escape. The virus on Weskier formed a giant hand and grabbed Pierce. Pierce struggled to avoid the first attack, but was hit the second time and almost fell into the lava. At this time, a few shots caught Weskier's attention. He turned his head and looked at Chris and Shiva attacking himself, disdainfully. Humph, wait for me to deal with Pierce first, and then I'll deal with you, Chris. Weskier turned his head and went back, only to find that Pierce had already raised his pistol, and the gun was emitting blue light. Take me a trick, Weskier. Pierce used a charged attack of the blue rose, hitting Weskier with one shot, directly knocking Weskier back a few steps. We are here, Pierce. Chris finally reunited with Pierce. Looking at Weskier who was beaten back, Chris had an idea. Shiva, throw a grenade and blow him into the lava. Chris directly threw a grenade over, and then blasted Wesk back a few steps. Pierce fired another charge, knocking Wesk back again. Nearly falling into the lava, Chris finally rushed to Weskier with a heavy punch, knocking Weskier into the lava. At this time, there was a sound from the sky. It turned out that Jill and the others rushed back to pick them up. Unexpectedly, they actually came back to rescue us. Chris looked at the timely rescue and felt at ease. Fortunately, the ending has not changed. Pierce looked at the arriving helicopter, finally relieved. After all the people boarded the plane, they suddenly discovered that Weskier was not dead, and stretched out two tentacles to hold the plane, intending to pull them into the lava. Ah, Pierce, don't try to escape. Weskier said his last words before he died. It's been a long time for you, Chris. Pierce greeted Chris and Shiva to pick up the bazooka together and used the last charge gun by himself. Goodbye, Weskier. ×3. 2 rocket launchers and magic bullets directly penetrated Weskier's head and caused an explosion behind him. Finally, Pierce and Chris finally defeated Weskier and saved the world. The other side of the world. That dark meeting room. Unexpectedly, Weskier would fail. It really disappointed us. The rare ancestor virus fusion. Forget it, it's just after all, if it's gone, it's gone. What are your plans next? I didn't expect Pierce's power to be beyond our expectations. Humph, no matter how strong Pierce is, he can only tie with Weskier. There is no threat to our plan. But he himself is indeed a good experimental subject, and our scientists really want to get his body. Forget it, it's a waste of resources, and the BSAA has had too much influence on us recently and has hindered us. Forget about the BSAA, no matter how strong it is, there is no way to threaten our safety. Let's implement the next plan as soon as possible. Don't worry, I have already planned to use war to test the virus next time. Hey, then we look forward to your performance, Simmons. Chapter 31, Pierce's Holiday. After preventing Weskier's conspiracy, Chris decided to give Pierce a short break. After all, Pierce was clearly contributing the most this time. He also wanted to take this opportunity to draw Pierce's attention. After all, the higher the attention, the easier it is to discover Pierce's secret. Pierce also understood why Chris gave himself a holiday, so he enjoyed the holiday with peace of mind. Fortunately, Walnut, Kongzi, Sei, and Sister Ci, all because of Weskier, have been unable to get out recently and can only continue to work overtime. As for Yuri and Mickey, because they have been busy managing family affairs recently, they have no time to pay attention to Pierce. So, let me accompany my brother in the end. How about Yuki? Are you happy? Yuki held Pierce's right hand and followed Pierce down the street. Of course, I haven't been shopping with Yuki for a long time, of course I am happy. Pierce also knew that he couldn't sweep Yuki's interest at this time, and took this sentence. Then why are we here today, brother? Yuki didn't quite understand why Pierce didn't choose any popular attractions, but instead came to this small town. I don't know, it just happened to hit the map with a dart. Pierce had to explain why they came back here. Fairfield, an American town, has nothing special or distinctive. Except for a hospital with a strong sense of vision, it attracts Pierce's attention all the time. Benevolent Hospital, I don't know why, but it's very familiar. Pierce looked at the hospital passing by, and his vision became stronger and stronger. It doesn't matter, brother, let's go play. Yuki didn't care so much, and directly took Pierce around. Slow down, Yuki, I won't leave. Pierce didn't care too much about this, maybe it was just an illusion. Today, Pierce and Yuki enjoyed a day of solitude. Finally, under the curtain of night, they both fell asleep peacefully. Because I was too tired to play yesterday, Pierce didn't get up early on time, and Yuki rarely slept for a long time. However, Pierce soon discovered that something seemed to be happening outside. It's too quiet, even on weekends, it's too quiet here. It seems to be, Pierce didn't dare to think about it, because he felt that he might have been involved in another conspiracy. At this time, the landline of Pierce's house suddenly sounded. Pierce answered directly, but he heard the voice he always hated. Mr. Pierce, I didn't expect you to break into our testing ground by accident. You are really lucky. You guys, deliberately. Just come to me if you have any tricks, don't hurt my family. As I said, it was just an accident, believe it or not, Mr. Pierce. The credibility of your company is too low, I can't believe it. Whatever you do, Mr. Pierce, then, enjoy it, a feast of killing. The call was interrupted. Brother, what's the matter? Pierce realized that Yuki was already up and looked at Pierce worriedly. Sorry, Yuki, you have been transferred in again. Pierce hugged Yuki and said about their current situation. It's okay, brother, don't blame yourself, maybe it's really an accident this time. Yuki looked at Pierce, who was blaming herself, very distressed, so she had to comfort him. If it wasn't an accident, then my life would be too miserable. Pierce also had to feel distressed for his luck. That's not the case. If it weren't for this, brother and I would not meet. Although Yuki hates the company, he is also very grateful to him. Because of him, Yuki can meet Pierce. Yet, we met because of him. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Maybe the sound of the phone call had already attracted them. Yuki, don't be too far away from me. Pierce conjured 2 samurai swords and gave Yuki one. Brother, be careful. Yuki took up the weapon. The gentle look that had only been facing Pierce just now disappeared, and now Yuki's eyes were determined only. This time it's my sister, go ahead. The zombies broke in directly and rushed directly to Pierce and the others. For one round, the zombies were directly separated in half. Yuki, let's leave this hotel first, and then think about what to do next. No problem, brother. The two cooperated and directly smashed through this hotel. No zombies could stop them. Finally he broke out of the hotel and looked at the zombies all around on the street. Pierce didn't know where he should go. Brother, how about we find a phone to call home? Yuki said the best way. No way, Yuki, the company must have blocked the nearby signal, we can't call it out. Then, let's find a place to hide first, brother. Well, hide it first, and then think of a way. After a while, Pierce and the others chose a pawnshop with iron doors as their temporary spot, took a certain amount of food, and walked in. Although, when Pierce saw the red iron door, his vision became stronger and stronger, and even Pierce felt that it might be a joke from the gods. Pierce and Yuki took a short break at this safe point, but they didn't expect that the pawnshop would have so many firearms. At least Pierce would not be too embarrassed to use their abilities. Brother, what are we going to do? Yuki looked at Pierce very worried. It's okay, even if you can't make a phone call and get a car, I will rescue you. Pierce touched Yuki's head to comfort her. Finally, Yuki slowly fell asleep, still tired after all. At this time, Pierce found that the time around it seemed to have stopped again. Pierce knew that the man was coming. A ball of light appeared in front of Pierce and talked to Pierce. How about, still enjoy this trip? It's strange, I fight almost every day, and you also limit my strength without any enjoyment. Don't blame me, you are still too weak after all. Humph, you came to see me, that means you are taking me away again. Pierce was very worried, and God would take himself out of here again without saying a word. Don't worry, this time I will help you out and leave them in an accident like last time. How long will I be with them? You will know soon. Time flowed again, and Pierce noticed that it was dark outside unknowingly. At this time, a sound of footsteps gradually approached, attracting Pierce's attention. A man came and knocked on the door, saw Pierce in the crack of the door, and asked Pierce for help. Please open the door, the zombies rushed over soon. Pierce didn't think too much, and went straight to open the door to let people in. Seeing a black man rushed in first, 3 others also entered the safe house one after another. Close the door and block the obstacles. Looking at these 4 familiar faces, Pierce finally knew why he had such a strong sense of sight. One of the women in red thanked Pierce. Thank you for opening the door. I didn't expect to see alive people. It's really rare. Yes, it's really rare. Peel had no choice but to cater to it. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, I'm Zoe, who are you? Pierce, just add me Pierce. It is my sister, Yuki, who is still sleeping here. Hello Pierce, thank you, my name is Louis. He's who came in first introduced himself. Francis, hello. The tattooed white brother said. Bill, hello, boy. The old man in military uniform greeted Pierce. The road to survival is really, I feel a stomachache for this hodgepodge world. Pierce murmured silently. Chapter 32, Escape. Pierce also has to say that the recent luck is really bad, because Pierce knows very well that although the 4 of them will escape to the hospital and leave successfully, the pilot was bitten long ago, so Pierce will soon be like them. Accept their bad luck. Pierce, I just met you. We just discovered that a news helicopter kept reminding us to go to the Mercy Hospital where we can get rescue. Zoe said to Pierce, his face also full of joy. However, there is still a long way to go to the Mercy Hospital. Let's go together, Mr. Pierce. Lewis said to Pierce. No problem, let's go together. Pierce didn't wake up Yuki, rested with the survival quartet for a while, and then continued to set off. Mr. Pierce, I didn't expect that you wouldn't use a gun, and the swordsmanship would be so good. Francis admired as Pierce walked in front to clean up the zombies. Nothing, it's just a long exercise time. Pierce opened the way while talking to them. At this moment, Pierce saw a swift figure rushing towards them. Pierce turned around to avoid its attack, and slashed the future man in half. It's a hunter, I didn't expect this special zombie to come here. Bill watched Pierce stab the zombie to death, and silently praised him in his heart. It's different from the liquor. It seems that the company has something new. Looking at this unique zombie, Pierce also has a new understanding of how difficult the company is. After a period of fighting, Pierce and the others finally came to the safe house near the hospital and rested here for a while. Brother, who are they? Pierce knew that Yuki had already woke up. They are the survivors I met recently, Yuki. Pierce put Yuki down and introduced them to Yuki. After the break, Pierce set off with everyone. When they came to the first floor of the hospital, they found that the hospital had been captured a long time ago and there was no living person, so they went straight to the elevator. Fortunately, the elevator was still usable. Pierce and the others took the elevator to the 28th floor. The roof is on the 30th floor. Unfortunately, the elevator can only go here. Pierce and the others had to continue to kill them, no one could stop them. In the end, they came to the roof and found that the radio on the roof was still working. Not only did they contact the news helicopter, but Pierce also contacted the BSAA. Pierce, are you a soldier? Bill realized that Pierce was also from the military. Yes, I am a soldier of BSAA. Pierce answered truthfully. BSAA is the organization that specializes in dealing with zombies. I didn't expect us to be so lucky. Lewis was very happy that they could meet Pierce. Get ready, because of the sound of the radio just now, the zombies are here. Zoe filled the bullets and was ready. Countless zombies flooded into all the entrances of the roof, and there were special zombies attacking them all the time. Everyone hold on, rescue will come soon. Pierce said loudly. At this time, a huge boulder flew directly, and the target was directed at Pierce. Pierce squatted and avoided the attack. Everyone saw that a muscular zombie appeared in front of them. It's the tank, everyone, be careful. Francis yelled everyone to avoid. Let me come. Pierce rushed directly to the tank, planning to go one-on-one. Partner, lend me strength. As you wish. Pierce's pistol directly turned into a blue rose, and 2 shots directly repelled the tank. Tank fisted and attacked Pierce angrily, but Pierce swiftly avoided. Pierce jumped directly behind it and charged the tank's head directly. Great, Mr. Pierce is really great. Lewis shouted. Of course he is my brother. Yuki was very happy. Everyone, keep holding on and you will be saved soon. Pierce didn't let everyone relax their vigilance, and the next wave came soon. At this time, the sound of the propeller of the plane came, and a news helicopter and several Apaches flew in the distance. It's BSAA, here it is. Pierce watched as his plane finally arrived and was finally saved. Covering everyone to the helicopter platform, Pierce wanted to tell them to leave with him, but then they said, "We still don't follow the military. We can sit on this news machine by ourselves." Zoe said to Pierce. Okay then, pay attention to safety. Pierce didn't say anything, just gave her a walkie-talkie. Call me if you have anything, I will definitely come. Well, goodbye Pierce. Everyone parted ways here. However, Pierce knew very well that they would meet soon. Pierce and Yuki returned to the headquarters with Apache, and Chris greeted him. Pierce, I really don't know what to say, you will encounter this kind of thing during holidays, it seems you are really bad luck. Chris was teasing Pierce. Okay, Chris, just let Yuki and I go back. You'll give us a ride. No problem, my friend. Pierce and Yuki finally returned home in a special car. After returning home, after successfully dismissing Yuki, Pierce called Chris. Chris, I need you to do me a favor. In the end, Pierce decided to ask Chris to help and leave them temporarily for 4 years on the grounds of secret training. Good voyage, Mr. Pierce. Yuri and Mickey helped Pierce tidy up their clothes and said to Pierce. You fellow, come back early, we will wait for you. Saya could only hold back these words in the end. Don't worry, I will protect Yuki and everyone. Walnut said to Pierce. When you come back when you are stronger, let me see. Siza said to Pierce, full of fighting spirit. Don't let me wait too long, Pierce, I am not young anymore. Sister Ci whispered in Pierce's ear what Pierce could not understand. Brother, I will always wait for you. Yuki finally hugged Pierce and bid him farewell. Everyone, I'll be back soon, waiting for me. Pierce finally said goodbye to everyone and left. Pierce followed his own heart and came to a church. The church was empty at this time, but Pierce could feel that a familiar melody sounded here. Pierce closed his eyes, followed the guidance of the singing, walked to a corner, and sat down. Even Pierce himself didn't realize that his right hand had become a ghost hand shape, and his clothes and appearance were completely changed. Opening his eyes again, Pierce saw a human figure covered with light appearing in front of him. Thank you, brother, you are not strong enough now, I am waiting for you to come back to save me. Guangying finished speaking to Pierce, and pushed Pierce away directly. Pierce could only see in the end, a huge leech surrounded by light and shadow. When Washa regained consciousness again, he found that he had left that world and returned to God. Looking at the floating ball of light, Pierce was puzzled, I haven't saved the world yet, why did you bring me out? Because you are not capable enough, so I can only bring you back. Don't say so much for so long, hurry up and continue to take me to the next world. Don't worry, I still have to give you a choice, what kind of power do you plan to inherit? Can I retain the power of my partner? That is the power of your soul, and it has been with you for a lifetime, just like strengthening. So, can I choose any power myself? Of course, just who can be chosen? Then I still choose Shalang, after all, I can stick to it because of this. So good, let's go straight away. After God finished speaking, the aperture appeared directly at Washao's feet. Washao did not pay attention, and fell directly into it. In the next world, you have to grow up. After all, you don't have much time. What? Don't stop it. God discovered at this moment that Washao had unexpectedly pulled away another magic circle during the transmission process and entered another world. Forget it, that child is too young, forgive her this time. Chapter 33, Fantasy Killer Who Strayed into Another World. Washao can now feel that when he enters another world, he is gradually substituting into another person. Gradually, Washao's body has become another person. Just when Washao is about to enter that world, a sudden the magic circle appeared in front of him. What's the matter? Washao was pulled in by this magic circle and deviated from the world where he originally went. This is the first time Wahua has come to a new world with a conscious mind, but the end is not so good. As soon as he appeared on the stage, Wuxian found that he was surrounded by heavy smoke and couldn't see the surroundings. The only thing he could know was that a group of people were talking things that he didn't understand. When the smoke cleared, Washao found that he was standing on a stage with a very cute girl with pink hair next to it. At least in Washao's eyes, she was very cute. Damn God, give me this wicked attribute. Ryuko knew that it was definitely God's problem that he would have such a high affection for this girl. It's just that Xiao couldn't understand any words they said, only that the lovely girl was very angry, and everyone around her was laughing at her. Unforgivable, I actually bullied the person I like this. Ryuko watched the lovely girl and her tears were about to fall, her heart ached, and she was very angry at the people around her. Partner, lend me your strength. As you wish. Ryuxian did not expect that the power of possessing this time was actually stronger than before, and the magic power burst out from the body directly, forming a blue flame, directly surrounding him. When the flames dissipated, everyone saw that Xiao was wearing a blue robe and blue reflective scales on his clothes. He held a samurai sword in his right hand. The right and left hands are completely different. The left hand is blue. But the right hand is still the original magic hand, and the head is replaced by a double-horned demon head. Xiao directly raised his right hand, and a giant hand composed of magic power rushed directly to the crowd onlookers. I saw some people in the group of people who were up to age directly use magic to form a barrier. But he didn't block the attack of the magic hand at all, and was directly breached. The magic hand rushed directly into the crowd, causing an explosion. The people who were still laughing just now were all misfired because of this sudden accident. The people who were blown up by the magic hand suffered a lot of injuries. Seeing Xiao wanted to attack, the oldest person in the crowd stood up and shouted at Xiao. It is a pity that Xiao couldn't understand what he said, but he also guessed what he said. Do you want me to stop? Impossible. Wu Wuri directly ignored the old man and put his hand on the handle of the knife. At the speed that everyone did not react, Xiao had already finished drawing the knife and took the knife back. The blue ring-shaped sword energy flew directly at the crowd who had not fallen down just now, and the old man directly released countless fireballs, desperately blocking the sword energy. In the end, the old man used a lot of magic power to finally resist Xiao's sword energy. Seeing Xiao still wanting to continue to attack, the pink-haired girl finally reacted and walked to Xiao to stop Xiao from continuing to attack. No worries, seeing that girl decided not to attack, so she closed her sword and lifted her demon form. Seeing Xiao finally disarming himself, everyone present finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time began to fear this evil star. At this time, Xiao noticed that the girl who was blocking her just now had been staring at herself with a blushing face. In the end, she seemed to have made some decision and walked to Xiao and kissed Xiao forcibly. What? Xiao did not expect that the girl was so direct, she kissed herself without asking herself. Wu Wuri himself was shocked. Only then did he realize that he suddenly felt a rush of heat in his hand, and a magic circle appeared on his right hand. At this time, Xiao knew why the girl kissed herself, because the feeling was to make a contract with herself. It turns out that you are considered a summoned object by them? I saw that the pink-haired girl had done all this, holding back her shame, and led Xiao to leave this place. In the end, Xiao watched a group of people desperately using all kinds of magic on him, as if he wanted to understand the language of the world, but they all failed. In the end, Xiao could only follow the girl back to her room. Looking at Xiao who was silent, the girl could only sigh and talk to Xiao, but Xiao couldn't understand. In the end, the girl finally knew that the other party didn't know how to speak, but she really didn't know how to say it, so she gave up and started to teach her carelessly slowly. After God's transformation, Xiao has a strong learning ability. After the girl's teaching, he finally learned the basic language. Understand? Yes, got it. Great, you learn quickly. The girl knew that Xiao didn't speak much yet, so she didn't care about his indifference. My name is Louise, Louise, you know. Yes, Louise. Watching Xiao finally learn her name, Louise has a good sense of accomplishment. I'm tired, continue tomorrow. Good night. I saw Louise lying directly on the bed and moving inward several times, as if calling Xiao to be with her. However, Wu Xiao did not go up, instead sitting directly on the chair, closing his eyes. Louise felt Wu Xiao hadn't come up for a while, turned around and saw that Wu Xiao had already closed her eyes. Strange person. Louise didn't care anymore, and fell asleep. Will have no worries, only to see that he has relaxed, entered his consciousness, and fights against the man with this body. However, no matter what magical attacks or weapons Wuxian uses, the man can completely eliminate them with his right hand. Wu Xiao knew that it seemed that mysterious attacks would not have any effect on him, so he swiped his fist directly. Sure enough, the strength of ordinary high school students was directly defeated by Wuxian, who had experienced many battles. Easier than I thought, if it weren't for the other side's poor physical skills. With the disappearance of the man, Wu Xiao finally took over all the memories of this man. Sure enough, this person is not from this world. After reading all the memories of this man, he knew that he had left the place called Academy City for other reasons and came to this completely different place. The power that can destroy all magic. Wu Xiao looked at his right hand and found that he was not like the person called Shangzhou Dangma, unable to use magic, and there was no bad luck. Partner, don't worry, I'll help you control that power. Sombra walked out at the right moment, explaining to Wu Xiao. Thank you, the other me. Wu Xiao knew that Sombra had helped him too much, and he couldn't do without him. It's also because of this power that we can explode with such a strong power this morning. Is it demonized? Wu Xiao understood how powerful is today's power. But don't use too much, or your body will be impure. Sombra finished speaking at last and left. However, Wu Xiao seems to have forgotten that the power that God has inherited from him still remains in his body, shining brightly. Chapter 34, No Worries. Early in the morning, Louise watched the person sitting in the chair had left, thinking that her experience yesterday was like a dream. However, when she saw Wu Xiao coming back with breakfast, she knew that she hadn't dreamed yesterday, and that the powerful envoy, who can even win the principal, was by her side. Good morning. Louise greeted Wu Xiao with a smile. Good morning, Louise. Wu Wuri smiled and put the breakfast on the table, preparing to leave. Wait. Louise stopped Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao turned around and looked at Louise, puzzled. Help me change clothes. Louise said to Wu Xiao, as if Wu Xiao was not an outsider. Wu Xiao didn't know how to refuse Louise, so he really started to help her change her clothes. However, after halfway through, Wuxian ran out without looking back. Louise watched as she ran out, wondering why. Wu Xiao ran out of the dormitory, took a few deep breaths, and finally calmed down. Unexpectedly, the things God gave me were so terrible, I almost couldn't help it just now. Wukai had to complain to himself. Louise seems to be only about 14 years old. In case, I wouldn't break the law. Although for Wuko, what is the law of the world, Wuko can't pass her own level. It will be really uncomfortable in the future. Wu Xiao can only smile bitterly, hoping to get used to it sooner. But think about it, isn't it more terrifying if you get used to it? After waiting for a while, she finally saw Louise come out by herself, and saw Wu Xiao standing at the door. Louise knew that she was shy just now before she walked out. Unexpectedly, he has such an innocent side for such a powerful person. Louise looked at it without sorrow, and gave a knowing smile. Looking at Louise, Wu Xiao finally felt that perhaps the things that God imposed on him might still be quite good. Louise came to the classroom with no sorrow, and when the two people came in, the people who were still talking were instantly quiet. That said, yesterday they looked at the strength of this Louise's envoy. If Louise hadn't forcibly stopped him, they might have been fierce. Louise didn't care so much, she came to her seat with no worries, and prepared for a day of study. For Wu Xiao, coming here was just an accident, but since other worlds brought him into this world, then he must have thoughts about it. In the one-day course, in addition to the more courageous teachers who lectured on it, Xiao also saw with his own eyes why Louise was often ridiculed. Nothing special happened. Well, except for a few who couldn't help but laugh at Louise. The guy was once again taught by Xiao, knowing who can't provoke later. At the end of the one-day course, Louise came to the library with Wuyuko to speed up his language skills, at least it would be much easier to communicate in the future. The worry-free learning ability is still good. After a period of time, she finally mastered the world language completely. Louise was also happy for a while. Of course, except at first, I noticed a girl with blue hair in the corner of the library, who was cute enough to compare with Louise. When Louise saw Xiao paying attention to another girl, although she knew she could not get angry, she still couldn't help but complain silently in her heart. Finally, Louise forcibly left the library with Xiao. Louise looked a little angry. Xiao probably knew why Louise was so angry. After all, she had been with many girls for a long time. Wu Worry directly grabbed Louise, took Louise into her arms, stroked her head, and said, "Louis, there is nothing to be angry about, I have always been the only one in my eyes." Looking at Xiao's affectionate confession, even Louise couldn't stand proud, and blushed in response to Xiao. "What, we only met one day, why should we say such a thing?" Looking at Louise, who was still confused, he could only kiss Louise proactively. "Did you forget what I did for you?" Louise remembered that Xiao, without knowing the language and environment, directly used force to protect herself and attack those who laughed at her. This is because no one except their parents would do this. "Then, it's agreed to protect me forever." "It's agreed." Louise returned to his dormitory with Xiao. "Speaking of, the princess will visit the academy tomorrow, I hope Xiao can perform on stage." "No problem, your wish, I won't let you down." Seeing confident and carefree, Louise also let go of her heart and dreamed of peace of mind. At this time, Wu Worry noticed that the time in the entire space stopped again. "God, what's the situation this time? Sorry, I didn't expect this child to be so anxious and want to see you sooner." The ball of light appeared in front of Xiao again. "Child." Xiao was puzzled by God's statement. "You don't need to care, the point is that I can tell you the goal this time." "What?" "There are special creatures hidden in this world, and you need to defeat it." "Where?" "You will know later." Time flowed again. Xiao looked at the sign on his right hand and said to the shadow, "The other me, do you know what this sign is for?" "According to my temporary understanding, as long as we take any weapon, we can master it perfectly. Of course, it's just skillful use. So, it's very tasteless for me." "Yes, buddy. However, if you possess this person now, the ability of his right hand to eliminate mystery is indeed very powerful." "Really, thank you, the other me." "No thanks, buddy. Knowing everything I want to know, I have no worries and didn't continue to do anything, slowly dreaming." Early in the morning, Louise got up very early today, but she had no worries earlier, and she also prepared breakfast, waiting for Louise to get up. Everything was done smoother today than yesterday, probably because both of them were clear about their thoughts and there were fewer embarrassing scenes. Early in the morning, Louise and Xiao came to the street and looked at Princess Henrietta, who greeted everyone in the carriage. For the first time, Xiao understood why Louise would support this prince and daughter. After all, this image must be an intimate person can't run. When the princess is in place, the performance finally begins. Seeing everyone calling for their envoy to perform to their heart's content on stage, Xiao finally felt that it felt weird to just go up like this. But Louise has promised to fulfill her wish even if she is reluctant. Finally, when Louise came on stage, Wuyuko noticed that Princess Henrietta's expression suddenly changed a lot, and probably guessed that Louise and the princess must have friendship. He just defeated the Dean Yu, Louise's envoy, right? Looking at Xiao standing on the stage, Princess Henrietta said to the Dean, "I'm ashamed to say, but this person really has powerful abilities and will be a good helper for Louise in the future. Let me see. Just as Wu Xiao still wants to perform something to help Louise get a good review price. At this time, Wuyuko sensed that there was a huge fluctuation of magical power in a corner of the school. The next second, the explosion sounded. Chapter 35, New Enemy. That place is the treasure house of the academy. What? After hearing the words of the academy, everyone knew that the raid had been planned for a long time. Louise, come here, we are going to pursue it. Wu Xiao said to Louise, preparing to merge with Sombra. Partner, let them see our strength. Wu Xiao directly incarnates in a white-haired red dress, with a very metallic pinwing behind him. Lucifer. Hugging Louise in front of him, he directly used Lucifer's flying ability without any worries, and started chasing the enemy. In an emergency, all students will go back to the dormitory first, and other capable teachers will also join in the pursuit. Princess Henrietta finally gave this order, looking at Wu Xiao and Louise who were gone, praying silently in her heart, be safe. Nothing, Louise and Mr. Enchantress. Because of Lucifer's speed and no worries, Louise quickly caught up with the thief who had just gone to steal something. Looking at the summoned object at her feet, Louise remembered the name of the nearest thief. Fukai of the Clod, a magician who has been very active in the royal city recently, using a stone statue as a means of attack. Louise told Wu Xiao all the intelligence of her opponent. Go directly to the enemy with Louise, put Louise down, and said to Fukai, I know my strength, but I dare to steal things. I'm so courageous. Fukai with the cloak naturally knows the scenes from the last time without worry, so the original plan was to give up, until last night, someone came to her. Don't worry, your opponent is not me, it is him. Behind Fukai, another person appeared. Even Wu Xiao did not notice when he appeared. Louis, the situation has changed, you leave first. Wu Xiao looked at the incoming person, and couldn't help leaving a drop of cold sweat. What do you know? I don't want to know either, but I do. I saw the man walking over with this magic pattern, his eyes covered by blindfolds, 2 big horns on his head, and a pair of magic wings appearing behind him. The power of the Lich King, sure enough, even in other worlds, my enemies still exist. Illidan Storm Rage. Wu Xiao looked at the man who walked in, and the shock in his heart could be imagined. At this time, the black image was affected by some force, another powerful force awakened in Wu Xiao's heart, and wanted to reappear. Sorry, buddy, that person finally woke up because of the power of the same world, and I want to temporarily leave. The red dress on Wu Xiao gradually faded, and Wu Xiao slowly put on the armor of the year again, holding the sealed Frostmourne in his right hand again. Sure enough, it is the power of the Lich King, but is it limited? It really disappoints me. Looking at Wu Xiao's hand, the Frostmourne sword was surrounded by 2 golden chains. Illidan smiled disdainfully. How can this level of strength be my Illidan's opponent? Illidan flew directly with his double-edged blades, and there was no worries that there was no way to ignore Louise behind him, but to block his attack with a sword. Illidan's power is far greater than Wu Xiao expected. Even as a hero with agility, his power is not easy to resist Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao could only send a round of ice to hit Illidan directly, but Illidan directly ignited a round of flames beside him, blocking Wu Xiao's frost attack. However, Wuyuko has forgotten that the Illidan in front of him is not as simple as there are only 4 skills in the game. The magic power was directly stored in Illidan's hands, and it broke out directly among them, and was instantly injured by this attack without worry. It's not over yet. Illidan continued pursuing, storing energy again in his hand, and a magic flame burned directly on Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao could feel that the magic power on his body had been reduced a lot. Wu Xiao planned to project ordinary weapons to stop Illidan's attack, but Illidan directly ignored the weapons Wu Xiao had thrown over. The weapons passed through his body directly and flew behind him as if they were ignoring the target. Another knife, Wuxian couldn't parry this time, and was knocked into the air by Illidan. Hey, it's vulnerable. Illidan looked at Wu Xiao, who still wanted to stand up, and resisted, dismissing it. At this time, the power of Frostmourne returned to Wu Xiao's body, and the black shadow appeared next to Wu Xiao again. Partner, it seems to be the strongest form directly. The other me, let's fight together. Let him see our power. The familiar blue flame once again surrounded Wu Xiao. Louise, who was watching from the side, saw this scene and remembered the day she had just summoned. The power of the devil is interesting. Illidan looked at the demonized Wu Xiao, finally feeling excited. Then, I will let you see and transform. I saw Illidan directly surrounded by darkness and reappearing. Not only did he become taller and full of magic, but because he was surrounded by energy, the whole person was like a skin. Set the same. Come on! Illidan shouted to Wu Xiao, preemptively, and a fireball composed of magical power flew towards Wu Xiao. However, the demonized Wu Xiao moved at high speed to avoid it, holding a samurai sword in his right hand, and swung his sword frantically at Illidan. Countless blue sword auras appeared in front of Illidan, and Illidan could only surround himself with flames, and also used magic power to bounce the unavoidable sword auras. Wu Xiao finally approached to a certain level, and immediately closed the sword and began to draw and cut the energy. A flash of light made Illidan feel as if the space was torn by this man. After blocking the biggest slash, Illidan ridiculed directly, "Is there only this degree?" However, Illidan realized at this moment that he could not move. Numerous sword wounds appeared directly on his body, and he was instantly knocked into the air. He also lifted the demon transformation because of his serious injuries. Seeing Wu Xiao gradually walking in, Fukai realized what kind of monster he was facing, so he had to obediently run to Wu Xiao and return what he had stolen to him, hoping to wait for forgiveness. Wuko didn't care too much about Fukai, he was more concerned about why Illidan appeared here. If it hadn't been for this time that Sombra could be strengthened, he would be more ill-fortuned this time. Hey, do you want to find me for information? Looking at Wu Xiao, who kept walking in, Illidan knew his plan. It's okay to tell you. Soon, my organization will bring a large army to attack this world. Guardian of, try to protect this world in our hands, ha ha ha. After Illidan finished speaking, he didn't give Wu Xiao any reaction time, and he turned into a bunch of bats and flew away. Organization that endangers the world? The goal of the world this time. Wukai didn't force Illidan to stay, because he knew that Illidan still had his cards to play, so force it to stay. Contacting the demonization, Wu Xiao took Louise and Fukai back to the academy, handed Fukai to the army, and took Louise back to the dormitory by herself, ready to answer all Louise's questions. Chapter 36, Dream and Banquet. So, I will call you Wu Xiao to come into this world, except for my own reasons, or because of the world. Louise finally reluctantly accepted Wu Xiao's real purpose and origins of coming to the world, and then she was very worried. Asked. So, will you leave me in the future? I will definitely leave, but I will definitely come back, because you are here. No worries, in the end, I can only say this to Louise to appease Louise's fluctuating feelings. Really? Louise held her without sorrow tightly. Unbelievable, we have only known each other for less than 2 days. Why do I rely on you so much? Is this also the magic of another world? Wu Xiao also hugged Louise tightly. No, it's not magic, it's real. In Louise's short life, the man in front of her was the strongest and most reliable person she had ever seen. Although the figure of a knight floated in her mind, he was directly crushed by Wu Xiao's powerful figure. However, I am very weak and I can't help you with anything. Louise found that if the accidents were not too strong, she would have been killed long ago. Because of her weakness, she would be tired and distracted. Protect yourself. There is no such thing, Louise, you have to believe in yourself. Wu Wei stared at Louise and cheered Louise. Although there are reasons for the world, it was Louise who summoned me in the end. Louise, you must also have your own advantages. Really, trust me. Gradually, the atmosphere gradually became strange. Just as the two were trying to do something strange, the door of the room was knocked. Louise hurriedly withdrew her mind, tidied up her appearance, and opened the door. Your Highness! Long time no see, my Louise. After disguising Princess Henrietta, she went directly to the student dormitory and looked for Louise. His Royal Highness, who is visiting late at night, what's the matter? Louis, as a friend, you don't have to talk to me in this tone. But, Your Royal Highness. Louis, as your friend, don't you even want to listen to what your friends say? Nothing like that, Princess. My Louise, do you remember what we used to do in the royal capital? Of course, I won't forget. Watching the two women slowly chatting about their past, leaving Wu Xiao aside, Wu Xiao had to cough lightly to interrupt their conversation. It's rude, Mr. Demon, and thank you for taking Fukai back today, otherwise my local reputation may be affected. This is what I should do, Your Royal Highness. Reliable. Henrietta really didn't care about anything when she looked at Wu Xiao. Actually, coming today, in addition to visiting Louise, I have another task to give you. What task, Princess? I will definitely complete him. Actually it is. Princess Henrietta explained her love with Wales to Louise and Wu Xiao. For the safety of Torrestein in the future, she needs Louise and the others to find the Prince of Wales, destroy the paperwork, and give back a token. Everything is up to you, Louise, and Mr. Servant. Don't worry, Princess, we will definitely complete the task. Also, tomorrow night I will hold a dinner party in Wangcheng. You are welcome to attend. Okay. Then I will go first. When the princess was gone, Louise saw that Wu Xiao had disappeared, and stomped her feet angrily, and went to sleep. It's just that she didn't know why Wuko left suddenly. Wu Xiao walking into the forest finally couldn't bear it. From behind him, a white figure appeared. Partner, be careful, this guy is not a good thing. The black shadow also appeared beside Wu Xiao, very afraid of Bai Ying. Hey, aren't you? Just show up so much earlier than me, and you're targeting me. Bai Ying did not continue to argue with He Ying, but said to Wu Xiao. For you, aren't we all your strength? Partners. Then, you keep it first, and I'll take a look later. Wu Wei finally decided to keep the white shadow first. After all, the enemy in the future will be stronger than it is now. Whatever you want, but be careful, buddy. Sua Ying knew that Wu Xu's mind could not be changed, so he had to go back. Then, in order to distinguish it, I think it's better to change the name. Bai Ying slowly approached Wu Xiao, as if to completely surround him. Are you right, my master? After Bai Ying finished speaking, she blended directly into Wu Xiao's body and said to Wu Xiao. Then, come and accept my trial, my master. An unbearable pain came, and Wu Xiao fainted directly. When I woke up again, Wu Xiao found that he was lying in a wasteland, with nothing around, only a red full moon hung in the sky. What do you desire? Who is here? Wu Xiao looked around, not seeing anyone. Money, power, strength, or everything in the world. Who is it? Don't be afraid, look, I am behind you. Wu Wei turned around and looked, but still didn't see anything. So, you still can't see me. It doesn't matter, one day, you will see me. At that time, call my name. Remember, my name is... When Wu Xiao woke up again, he found that he had returned to Louise's room. As for how he came back, he didn't care so much. White and black. Wu Xiao wondered why these two powers appeared in his body, but in order to accomplish the goal, this power was necessary. White power, let me try it next time. Looking at Louise, who was still asleep next to her, Wu Xiao didn't know, and he told her his origin, whether it was good or bad for her. After all, I will definitely leave here in the future. What's next? Let's talk about it later. Early morning. Louise finally got up and saw that the familiar person had already prepared everything. Everything was just like yesterday. For tonight's dinner, Louise went shopping in the city with Wuxiao, hoping to buy a suitable dress for Wuxiao. Well, it turns out to be better in black. Seeing Wuxian wearing a black robe, even Louise would like to compliment a few words. Louis, you are the same, you look good. Louise chose a pure white dress for tonight. In Wuxiao's eyes, Louise is just as cute no matter what she wears. Thank you. After shopping, Louise originally wanted to take Wuko to buy a good weapon, but Wuko refused. So in the end, Louise returned to school with Wuxiao, preparing for tonight, and teaching Wuxiao about the etiquette of this world. After several hours of study bombing, Wuxian reluctantly learned everything, and the time has come. Chapter 37, The Power of White Shadow. Louise and Wuxiao came to Wangcheng to attend today's dinner, and the number of participants was more than Wuxiao expected. No worries, don't go around, I'll go to my family first and say hello to others. Louise left without worrying after her warning. Seeing Louise's easy negotiation with various nobles without sacrificing etiquette, Wuxiao also has a new understanding of Louise. Even if my own magic is not satisfactory, my own tutor still won't find faults for others. Wu Wuri knows that Louise is also a hard-working girl. Seeing that there was no one he knew around, Wuxiao had to leave the circle temporarily, walk outside, and look at the night sky. Recently, he felt that with the encounter with Louise, his feelings began to fluctuate, as if he was about to change back to before. If this is true, then is it really okay? Wuxiao understands that except for God's indefinite goal, the point is that because he has been knocked out of his feelings by God, so he does not have too much sadness about parting. If he is himself I really regained my feelings, so what will happen to me in the future is really hard to say. A scream suddenly came from the meeting place, and Wuxiao realized that this place was actually attacked, and it was in the royal city. When he rushed back to the meeting place, only one nobleman was torn into pieces and his flesh and blood was blurred, and the others moved away from there. After finally finding Louise, Wuko finally asked what happened. At this time, another person was caught by the volley and tore apart in half. I don't know, I only saw what was attacked by that person, like a beast. Louise held her with no sorrow and fear, suppressing the fear in her heart. I can't bear it, I will leave here too. A nobleman planned to open the door and leave, but when he approached boredom, he was directly split open. Beast. Wuxiao listened to Louise's words and began to guess what kind of creature it was. Another person was attacked by an unknown creature, and the attack direction was approaching the princess protection circle. The entire venue was surrounded by an atmosphere of fear, and everyone was frightened by this unknown creature. My master, you seem to be a little troubled. White Shadow, can you help me? Of course, let them see our power. This is the first time that Bai Ying has given power to Wuxiao. This is. Looking at the gradually forming objects in his hands, Wuxian knew what strength white represented. If the dark shadow represents the devil, then as the opposite of me, representing an angel, or even a god, it's not strange, is it? My master. Apollo's head. Seeing Wuxiao holding a glowing head in his hand, even Louis would be a little worried about what Wuxiao would do. Ha! Wuxiao raised his head directly, and a flash of flash spread across the venue in an instant. Finally, people saw the hidden monster. Two black-haired giant wolves. Sure enough, it's the wolf of fear. Wuxiao saw these two creatures and guessed who the enemy is this time. At this time, a bolt of lightning attacked directly. Wuxiao hugged Louise and avoided, but the people behind were chained to death because of the lightning. Although I knew you were not easy to deal with, I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. At the corner of the venue, an orc in a white robe appeared in front of everyone. You are too brave to come here directly. Humph, just say hello today, and fight again next time. After speaking, the orc rode directly on a wolf and left the venue. Stop him! The princess planned to call someone to stop, but the other wolf was still guarding, and no one dared to step forward. As long as you see it, you can deal with it. The two swords were held in his hands again. Wuxian directly shot the giant wolf flying, extended the weapon, and directly split the giant wolf in half. After the giant wolf landed, it turned into magic and disappeared. Seeing Wu Xiao's performance, everyone understood that this person was the one who helped the princess catch the thief. Well, because of the accident just now, let's just end today's dinner. Wu Xiao was about to take Louise away, but was stopped. Mr. Wu Xiao, our princess asks you and Miss Louise to wait here. The meeting place after everyone left. Thank you again, Mr. Servant, thank you for saving everyone. No, this is what I should do. Louise was very happy as she watched Wu Xiao make a face for herself again in front of the princess. Louis, since someone will attack here, it proves that the situation in Albion is also in crisis. I hope you can start quickly. Of course, princess, I will finish as soon as possible. Reliable, Louise, for your safety, I have sent another person to help you this time. You will meet at the city gate tomorrow morning. Could it be? Louise showed an ugly expression. You'll know then. Of course, Princess Henrietta knew why Louise was suddenly upset. After all, she could see that Louise likes Wu Xiao, and Wu Xiao also likes Louise. After the two left, Princess Henrietta lamented herself. Louis, I really want to be like you, chasing someone I like. Louise and Wu Xiao went back to the dormitory in silence and looked at Wu Xiao without asking any questions. Even Louise was a little embarrassed. Why, don't you ask me who is the person who will be with us tomorrow? Of course Wu Xiao guessed what it was going to be with them tomorrow, probably what the role of the fiancé would be, the classic part of the story of A Dog's Blood. No, because I like Louise, no one can take you away. After Wu Xiao finished speaking, he hugged Louise directly into her arms and issued a declaration of possession to her. Who is yours? Don't be ashamed. Louise retorted with a blushing face, but in Wu Xiao's eyes, she is now almost the same as before. Thinking of this, Wu Hua remembered, wondering what happened to Rin and the others, what happened in the end, and whether he still had a chance to go back. Seeing Wu Xiao's eyes suddenly dimmed, Louise knew what was wrong with Wu Xiao's mind, and asked with concern. What's wrong? No worries, sad. Wu Xiao looked at Louise in front of him, only to realize that he was acting stupid, and he acted like this in front of her. No, it's just a bit tired. Don't worry. Louise said to him, putting her face on Wu's chest. Now that you have me, I will always follow you. Well, by the way, I still have Louise, at least for now. Yes, you still have me. No worries, can't make too many promises to Louise, so I can only say sorry in my heart, swearing that I will spend the time in this world, and let Louise stay away from pain and sorrow. It's late, rest early. Good night, Louise. Good night, no worries. No worries deep in my heart. Bye, why did you appear so early, so the script is wrong. Don't worry, hey, although I appeared early, but the main character has not yet appeared, the script will not be affected. But, you should feel it, you will be awakening soon, buddy. It's true that the time to awaken is a bit early, but it's okay. After all, the enemy has also appeared, and time is running out. Next, just wait for him to wake up for the first time. Well, I hope it can be done in this world. Chapter 38, Encounter with New Enemies. In the morning, Louise and Wu Xiao got up early and came to the city gate, waiting for the person sent by the princess. Yo, Louise, long time no see, still as cute as before. Viscount Wald. Louise said to a middle-aged man. Don't look away like that, I'm your fiancé. I saw that the man wanted to come, picked up Louise, and walked directly in front of Louise without worry, blocking Wald's actions. I'm not wrong, Your Excellency is Louise's envoy, isn't it too polite to intercept other people's behavior for no reason? Wald looked without sorrow, and didn't care at all in his heart. Yet, seeing Wu Xiao's eyes again, he saw that Wu Xiao's right eye had turned into a vertical pupil, as if to say something again. After blinking, the vertical pupil had disappeared, but the fear that had just been brought to the Viscount was still there. No sorrow, don't be like this. Louise pulled Wu Sorrow's sleeves before finally letting Wu Sorrow back down. The Viscount had to greet Louise communicatively, and then took his griffin with him, intending to send Louise. Unexpectedly, Wu Xiao picked up Louise directly, jumped into the air, and a bone dragon appeared directly under them and flew away. It's the same as the intelligence, it's very tricky. The Viscount had to mount the griffin and follow from a distance. During the flight, Louise sat on the dragon for the first time, feeling very strange, and said to Wu Xiao, "Hey, no worries, how did you summon this dragon? Although it looks very oozing, it is also a dragon." Wu Xiao didn't expect that Louise's first impression of the frost dragon was not handsome but intriguing. It was indeed a bit of a shock. Wu Xiao had to explain. "It's the envoy of my hometown, very obedient. The frost dragon from the prestigious garden on the battlefield can only be used as a mount here, which is indeed a bit hurtful." The flying dragon and the griffin were faster than expected. The three of them quickly reached the border of Albion, but they also quickly met their target. On an airship that showed members of the royal family, they happened to meet the Prince of Wales and his father, the old king. "What? Albion has been captured?" Who was also a little surprised when he heard the Prince of Wales talk about it. "Yes, I'm ashamed, we still held on for a while, but a few days ago, some treants and elves of unknown origin joined the rebel army, so we were quickly defeated. Fortunately, they did not kill. Otherwise we might not be able to leave." When the Prince of Wales finished speaking, his eyes dimmed. "The elves? I didn't expect to bring all Azrotha's army here. The enemy really looks like it shouldn't be underestimated." Wu Kai knew the enemy's strength, so he didn't care. "So, no worries, what are we going to do now?" Louise and the Prince of Wales completed the entrustment of the princess, remembering what the Prince of Wales said to the princess. "Want to ask Wu Xiao about the next plan? Compared with this, don't you show up yet? Friends who have been waiting for a long time here." Wu Xiao suddenly looked outside the door, and everyone knew that a green-skinned orc had been standing outside the door, looking at them. Sure enough, the dragon was right. It was the power of the Lich King. This orc carried a string of round beads on his body. The sword behind him was as high as others, and the sword light made his scalp numb. Sword Saint, Samuro. Wu Xiao directly incarnates in the form of a demon, staring at the Sword Saint. Oh, it seems that he is also a good swordsman. It is not easy to play in such a narrow field. Let's go down. I can't ask for it. After speaking backward, the two moved a distance. Hey, then, let me come first. I saw the sword sage directly transformed into a green light, and after a while, 4 sword sages appeared in front of Wu Xiao. The 4 people rushed directly to Wu Xiao. Although Wu Xiao knew that there were 3 mirror images among the 4 people, they couldn't distinguish them now, so they had to block them all. Fortunately, Wu Xiao didn't guess blindly because he felt that the 4 juggernauts attacked him with the same intensity. Are you surprised? My avatar also has the ability to attack. The 4 people continued to pressurize Wu Xiao, and for a while, Wu Xiao, who was transformed into a demon, was also beaten back steadily. If you can directly use the sword chi to kill, it will not be so troublesome. The key is that every time Wu Xiao prepares to use the sword to cut, the 4-person attack will suddenly accelerate and strengthen, interrupting Wu Xiao's energy accumulation. I heard from Illidan, as long as you don't give you time to accumulate energy, you can't hurt me. The Sword Saint kept attacking and didn't intend to give Wuxian any chance. After resisting, Wuxiao realized that a person was missing, but it was too late. Wuxiao was directly slashed by a sword behind him. If it weren't for the demonization to strengthen the defense, he was afraid of being split. Cut, it's really hard. The Sword Saint's true body appeared from Wuxiao's back, using the wind step just now. So strong. Wuxiao finally took advantage of this opportunity to get away and looked at the four people in the distance. Take me a trick. Wu Wuri directly transformed a giant hand with the magic hand, intending to attack and take down the juggernaut from a distance. However, the juggernaut is also based on agility. It is not that simple to be caught by Wuko. Instead, because of his stubborn move, he was cut with another sword by four people. A burst of magic power finally forced the four to retreat. Let Wuxian rest for a while. What's the matter, is there no way? Sword Saint said, looking at Wuxiao who was still retreating. How could it be, judgment slash? Wuxiao finally stretched far enough to accumulate energy, and cut out a wide range of dimensional slash, instantly surrounded by sword light. It's not difficult for me. I saw the sword sage holding the big sword and starting to spin in place, the sword aura and the whirlwind blowing around, breaking the sorrowless big move. Blade storm. Wuxiao looked at the approaching sword master, and kept dodge back, but he had already been pulled over by the storm, so he could only strengthen his defenses and take the attack. No worries. In a place far away from the field, Louise watched while worries being drawn into the storm, life and death unknown. After the storm dissipated, Wuxiao was directly ejected and hit the tree aside. The demonization on his body had long since been lifted, and his body was wounded by swords. Partner, if it wasn't for the fantasy killer's ability that allowed you to avoid his magical damage, you just couldn't hold it. Sua Ying couldn't continue to give Wuxiao power, and could only talk to Wuxiao. Ah, but this enemy is really strong. It doesn't rely solely on magic power, but also has its own swordsmanship. Looking at the sword master who slowly approached, Wuxiao smiled bitterly. Come on, guardian of the world, give me more happiness. Sword Saint said to Wuxiao. There is no way. Bai Ying, what can I do now? Well, now I can only try that weapon. Although I don't know what effect it will have, I can only use it. My master, leave it to me next. Well, Bai Ying, lend me your power. A dazzling white light came from Wuxiao's body, covering everyone's eyes. Bai Ying, don't hold me back. You are the shadow, be careful of being chopped. I saw a black and white worrisome appearance in front of everyone, except that the glances were completely opposite. The others were exactly the same. As for Wuxiao's body, she lay in front of the uncle and closed her eyes. Bai Ying, be careful, the enemy is not easy to deal with. Sua Ying turned into a demon directly, holding Yan Mo's sword at the sword sage. Hey Ying, be careful too, don't be chopped. A golden fleece appeared on Bai Ying's right shoulder, holding the Athena Excalibur in both hands, ready at all times. Chapter 39, Black and White. Interesting, the guardians of the world can actually be divided into two completely different people. Looking at the two of them, the Juggernaut could feel a powerful magical power, full of fighting spirit. Doppelganger. The Juggernaut turned himself into four again, and went to the two. Two per person, are you okay? Humph, I can do it alone, but forget it, let you two. Be careful, Bai. Black and White separated the two sword saints each, parrying each other. Compared with Wuxian, He will not just use Yan Modeo to fight against the Juggernaut, but with the other hand, he will transform the magic hand and harass the attack of the other clone. Bai's fighting style is much simpler. If he blocks, he will fight with swords. If he is too late, he will rebound and easily block the attack of the two. Interesting, it seems that the clone can no longer stop you. The Juggernaut retreated directly, cancelling the clone. The green light appeared again, and only one clone was separated. Hey, reduce the number, strengthen the power. Black came out, now the clone is no different from the main body. Be careful, Bai, the next thing is the point. Black and white fought one at the same time, but the pressure was greater than fighting two. The speed is faster, so is the power. Sombra felt that the Juggernaut's attention was more concentrated and more difficult to deal with. Inadvertently, Sombra was scratched a bit by the Sword Saint. Hey, Black, be careful. I saw no sorrow in the distance, and a black wound appeared on his hand. I know, I'll be careful. Hey couldn't refute, so he had to deal with the Juggernaut more carefully. It's really amazing, both. The Prince of Wales looked at the battle between the two sides in the distance, surprised. After all, it was the one who forced them away. Come on, no sorrow. Louise prayed to Wushao, hoping that Wushao could tide over the difficulties. That's endless, Bai. Sua Ying is a little tired of this situation. I have this idea too. Bai Ying has the same idea. Then, one move determines the outcome. The Juggernaut retreated, cancelling the clone. Start preparing. Then, Bai, it's up to you. The two turned into light again, merged into Wushao's body, and slowly Wushao stood up. The Juggernaut raised the sword to his head, and it looked like this blade storm was different from the others. Place the sword parallel to the body to increase penetration. Wushao's body was surrounded by magic, and the Olympus sword in his right hand was looming. Come on, Juggernaut. The sword makes the storm, penetrating. The sword sage raised his sword, jumped up, spinning with the sword as the front, and flew towards Wushao. The sorrowless magic reached a critical point, and the sword of Olympus appeared again. Because of its appearance, the world dimmed again. The two swords finally collided, and the two sides temporarily stalemate. However, Wushao's magic consumes more, and soon starts to feel exhausted. Come on, no sorrow. Wushao seemed to feel the call of Louise, and the magic pattern on his right hand was shining. What? The Sword Saint looked at Wushao's support again, feeling incredible. I'm not fighting alone. Wushao could feel that Louise's magic power came along with the magic pattern. For her, I will never lose. For the first time, the power of the emptiness came into play, and Wushao could feel that his sword exploded with greater power because of this power. Broke the Sword Master Blade Storm. Impossible. Looking at the weapon that was gradually approaching, the Sword Saint was finally not calm. The fury of Olympus. The Juggernaut was directly surrounded by the fire of Olympus and was burning all the time. Seeing the enemy disappear, Wushao finally couldn't hold back the consumption, all the equipment on his body left and fell. Wushao, you won. Louise finally ran to Wuzhou, lifted Wuzhou's upper body, and said to Wuzhou. Well, it's finally over. After Wu Wuri said this, he fell into a coma. Wuri's free spiritual world. White and black each account for half, and the two are opposite and compatible. Black, will it be a bit risky? After all, we are all on the stage. No way, after all, it's just going for a while, it won't have any effect. We need more time. But time does not allow, we have to speed up. I see. No worries. Enter the dream again. He saw that he was walking on the beach alone, as if he was holding a person with his right hand. They didn't seem to know each other, but he saw that the person he was holding was a very cute girl. Be happy, brother. After the girl said this, she turned into a feather and left him. He was left alone, standing alone on the beach. Crying. Louise was crying as she looked at Wushao, who was lying on the bed. Why? Louise was about to wipe away the tears for Wuyuko, when Wuyuko woke up. Seeing Louise close at hand, She hugged Louise into her arms and eased the pain in her heart. No worries, why are you crying and thinking of sad things? No, it's just a dream. Dreams, sometimes really real, make it difficult to distinguish reality from dreams. It's great not to say this, you're all right. Louise didn't care too much. How long did I sleep? One day. Since you were unconscious, we followed the Prince of Wales to the temporary shelter. Seeing Louise looking very tired, I have no worries to know that Louise has been staying by her side to protect herself. Thank you, Louise, for your hard work. I have worked hard for you. The two were in agreement and were about to do something when suddenly a guard came in. The big thing is not good, Mr. Wald, he kidnapped the prince, took the prince and fled to Albion. What? The two did not think about anything, and followed the guards to find the old king who was still there. It's a misstep. I didn't expect that Mr. Wald has been bought by someone. He is also a member of the rebel army, everyone of Torrestein. I hope you can help me bring the prince back. Knowing that Viscount Wald had taken the prince away, Louise was a bit disappointed, so in order to make up for her fault, she decided to save the prince. Don't worry, we will save the prince, let's go, Louise. Well, leave it to us. No worries, but what to do, we can't directly rush into Albion. I have a way, Louise, let's see mine next. Seeing Wuxiao full of confidence, Louise had no choice but to put her hope on Wuxiao. Next, we need a little helper to attract the attention of Albion's army, and then sneak in. How to do it? Wuxian looked at the floating value city in the distance, Albion, and had a general idea in his mind. As Rotha's army, it seems that the natural disasters and the guards are going to fight another battle in this world. Leave it to me, my master. Bai Ying knew the idea of worry-free, and thought this method would work. Chapter 40, Albion Assault. What is that? The crowd living in Albion suddenly saw countless black shadows gradually approaching in the sky. The elf archers guarding the city looked at the black spots through their unique vision. It's the enemy, it's the scourge. Go and inform the heroes. Countless frost dragons and gargoyles descend from the sky. A large number of dragon eagle knights and bat cavalry began to fly into the air to block the enemy's attack. Unexpectedly, the power of the Lich King can be so powerful when it comes to this world. The prophet looked at the two sides fighting in the air and said with emotion. Humph, the elves are still guarding us, they haven't sent Chimera and Hornbeaks. The sword saint said to the side of the prophet, disdainful of the elves. It doesn't matter, after all, we are also invaders. We now have a common enemy. Speaking of which, is your injury okay? It's okay. Although the injury is not minor, it does not affect the fight. The most important thing for us now is to wait for the Guardian to come. Although the number of orcs is more than the undead army, their combat capabilities are still a bit far from that of the Frost Dragon. Fortunately, the local griffins and dragon cavalry also joined the battle and temporarily stalemate. However, they seem to have forgotten that the enemy does not only have flying targets. The enemy, did you come up long ago? The prophet realized that he had the wrong budget for the enemy, and he was even more cunning than he thought. Seeing countless skeleton soldiers appearing in the city, everyone began to fight back. Don't panic, the elves and the orcs are united on the front, don't let these little things affect you. The sword saint rushed directly into the army and reaped mercilessly. Okay. The orcs and the elves began to cooperate and resist the enemy. Albion, where the elves reside. Master Illidan, the army of the undead has already attacked this country. I hope you will lead us to defeat them. Compared with this, don't you show up yet. Illidan directly knocked down the phantom soldier, but a voice came from outside the tent. Humph, it's Illidan, but the mere phantom really doesn't work. Lich, where is your master? You are not my opponent. Don't worry. Standing in front of Illidan, the Lich said slowly, I am not alone. Hey, you, add this beetle. Behind the Lich, a large beetle stood behind him. Albion, the orc base. Be careful, Samuro, look at the sky. The prophet reminded the sword master, looking up to the sky, a huge yellow flame meteorite smashed down, forming a huge flame stone statue soldier. Long time no see, everyone. Dreadlord, haven't you all been wiped out and surrendered? Yes, but the great master has helped me rebirth, now I have to work for him, go to death. Prophet, you continue to command and let me deal with him. The battle between the Juggernaut and the Dreadlord begins. Albion, near the royal city. Two people in hoods came here and silently surveyed the neighborhood. Whoa, worry, I didn't expect that you are so capable, and you can bring so many people to attack Albion. Louise said to Wu Worry, she also had to admire. No, thanks to my partner. Wu Xiao thanked the inner white shadow. Don't say so much. There must not be so many guards in the royal city now. Let's go directly in and find the Prince of Wales. Well, let's go. Unexpectedly, the progress was smoother than expected, and there was no one in Wangcheng. Louise and Wu Xiao rushed directly to the meeting hall, met the Prince of Wales, and finally understood why no one was guarding here. Although I had expected you to come here a long time ago, but you really showed up, it is still a bit embarrassing, isn't it? A middle-aged man with a beard walked away from Wales, facing them without sorrow. Paladin, Uther. Is this the power of the Lich King? I didn't expect that I would be resurrected after death, and I would still have the opportunity to fight you. I saw Uther raising his sledgehammer, guarding Louise behind him and staring at the enemy in front of him without any worries. Although you are not Arthas, this anger is equally useful to you. Come on, heir to the Lich King, accept my light. The powerful holy light rushed directly to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao picked up Louise, avoiding the flying attack. It's terrible. Looking at the ground directly scorched by the holy light, Louise said her inner words. Be careful, buddy, you can't use demonization here, it will be restrained by his holy light. Obviously it is not the same world, why there is restraint. Okay, I understand. No worries, can only temporarily hide from the holy light attack, think about countermeasures. What's the matter, can you only avoid my attack? Too weak, guardian of the world. Uther continued to attack Wu Xu's holy light. Don't underestimate people. Wu Xiao incarnate in the form of God of War, and the golden fleece bounced back, hitting the holy light directly beside Uther. Did you succeed? Louise said, looking at Uther who was surrounded by the holy light. No, he is a paladin, and the light attack has no effect on him. You are right. Uther took an attack on himself, unscathed. Louis, you hide behind a little bit, otherwise it will hurt you. Well, be careful. Louise stepped aside and watched Wu Xiao play against Uther. The bow of Apollo. Wu Xiao directly conjured a longbow of flames, and the power of the sun gathered on the arrow. 3 arrows were fired, aiming at Uther's throat and eyes. It's useless, this kind of attack. Uther's feet shook, a purple halo appeared under his feet, and the bow and arrow fell off halfway through, as if hitting some invisible wall. Wu Xiao wore the boots of the gods directly, approached Uther at an invisible speed, took out Hercules' gloves directly, and hit Uther. Innocent. Uther released a round of golden mask directly beside him, and Wu Xiao's attack on Uther was completely ineffective. Eat me with a hammer. A hammer containing the holy light's attack hit Wu Xiao's back heavily. Wu Xiao spit out a mouthful of blood, and was smashed into the air by a sledgehammer. Wu Zhou. Louise cried out worriedly as Wu Zhou was smashed into the air. What? Seeing Wu Xiao was only injured by his own hammer, and the power of the holy light entered his body without causing any damage, Uther was surprised. This is... I saw the holy light that had been penetrated by Uther, slowly entering Washao's body, as if it had been absorbed by something. Unexpectedly, you actually have this kind of treasure on your body that can absorb my holy light. Although I don't know what the situation is, but now I can fight you, come on. Arrogant, do you think I only came here by roasting the holy light? Don't underestimate my Uther. The second round, start. Chapter 41, The Power of Trust. Uther looked at him without sorrow, knowing that the holy light didn't do much to him. Hit the ceiling with the holy light and directly penetrate a large hole out. What are you thinking about, Uther? Washao looked at Uther's behavior, very puzzled. Humph, let you see the power of thunder and lightning. The big hole Uther broke, leading to the sky. At this time, the sky is covered with dark clouds. Has it started? The prophet in the distance, seeing the weather change, realized that they had gone to the royal city without any worries. Come on, guardian of the world. Uther's hammer was surrounded by thunder and lightning, and a flash of lightning struck Washao directly. The lightning speed was very fast, and Washao was struck by lightning before he could react. Lightning is known as the sky fire, and even a powerful will be hurt by this power. Washao was directly injured by lightning, and the forces of nature are indeed hard to resist. It's not over yet, die. Numerous lightning connections are constantly attacking, and Wu Wuri has to wear magic boots, desperately avoiding. Want to escape? Uther slammed thunder into the floor, and the battlefield was instantly surrounded by lightning. Confining Washao and Uther in a ring, there is no way to get out and no way to get in. Accept the move. Uther struck directly with the thunder and lightning. Although Washao avoided the first attack, the lightning hit the thunder barrier behind him and bounced the lightning back. Washao couldn't dodge it and took another shot. Give up, you can't beat me. Uther continued to attack Washao with lightning. Washao himself wanted to escape, but the linking trick made his body a little paralyzed. Can't escape. Washao was struck by lightning again, only this sentence thought in his heart. Seeing Washao being attacked by lightning all the time, Louise ran near the battlefield, looking worriedly at Washao. What can I do? Louise read her magic, planning to try to help Wuxian. Unexpectedly, the magic exploded, and Louise held back her tears and continued to release her magic. Why? Another explosion occurred. Why am I so useless? Washao was hit by lightning again. If I can be useful. The magic exploded again. I can help. Why? Louise knelt down, tears could no longer be stopped, dripping. If I can help a little bit. Fool. Louise looked up and saw that Wuxian still stood in place even after receiving so many attacks. You are my Louise, how can you be a useless person? No sorrow. Louise looked at her whole body with no sorrow, her voice trembling all the time. I can't forgive the person who made you cry. Washao walked slowly and came to Louise. Trust me, it's not that you didn't help me. As long as you stay by my side, I will be invincible. Washao said to Louise, forcibly extending his right hand out of the ring and rubbing Louise's hair. Trust me, Louise. Washao faced Uther again, his eyes full of war. Well, I believe you, no worries, please, defeat the enemy in front of you. Yet. Washao's eyes flashed red. What moves are there next? You who are seriously injured, can't beat me. Uther looked at Washao who still didn't give up, and began to admire this man in his heart. I won't give up, because I promised them that I will definitely go back, so. Was who picked up a cup and drank it. I will never fall here. Put on the helmet of Hades, the shoulders of Shanghai Gris, tie the horn of Poseidon, drink the wine of the cup of Hera, and wait for the ring of the of blacksmith. Come on, Uther. As you wish. Uther rushed countless lightning to Washao, who put on the ring. Washao, even though his eyes could not keep up, his body moved involuntarily, picked up the Athena Excalibur, and struck the rushing lightning. Even if the lightning bounced back again, Washao's body could react to a sneak attack from behind and avoid its attack. What? Seeing Washao walked over slowly, Uther continued to increase his attack speed, intending to stop Washao. However, the accelerated speed still cannot prevent Wuxian from advancing. Humph, even if I walk over, will I be afraid of you? Uther picked up the sledgehammer directly, full of electricity, and smashed it towards Washao. Washao threw an Excalibur first hand, opened Uther's sledgehammer, and another followed closely, stabbing Uther's hand. Washao rushed into the effective attack range of Athena Excalibur and started his own combo. The field was suddenly surrounded by red sword light. Although Uther was still lifting his hammer to block Wuxian's attack, it was difficult to parry. I didn't notice that Washao had already walked to Uther's side. The divine sword was immediately full of energy. A powerful magic vortex directly surrounded Washao's side. Uther, who was standing on the side, was injured by the vortex. No worries, watching Uther was still being beaten straight by the whirlpool, he directly inserted the double swords into his back, pulled up the chains, and the huge force threw Uther out of the ring and into the sky. Wuxian took out the sword of Olympus, the world was darkened again. Wuxian held up the sword, waiting for Uther to fall. Boy, don't underestimate me. Uther gathered a flash of lightning in the sky and surrounded his body, forming a pair of armor, holding a sledgehammer, and rushing down. However, when Uther noticed Washao on the ground again, he realized that Washao had already come behind him, and a sword was inserted. Washao fell to the ground with Uther. A huge amount of dust was stirred up, and when the dust dissipated, I only saw Washao nailing Uther to the ground, unable to move. Even with the support of Poseidon's horn, Wuxian couldn't continue to maintain this strength. Everything is gone. Washao and Uther fell on the ground together, and Uther smiled when he looked at Washao, who was the same fallen. This time you won, the guardian of the world. Even if Uther was seriously injured, he could still deal with Washao. Even next time, I will definitely defeat you again. Wuko looked at the weak Uther, with no strength to resist, he could only speak. This time I lost. You can take whales with you. I can't keep you either. Louise walked to Washao's side and helped Washao up. Seeing this grandpa who was still talking and laughing, she suddenly felt less annoying. No worries, let's take the prince away. Well, Louise. This can't work. Louise and Washao looked at the Prince of Wales, but saw the rebellious Wald, holding a sword against the prince's neck. Wald, didn't you hear what I said? Let them go. Looking at Wald, who didn't listen to him, Uther was very annoyed. That's not going to work, Mr. Uther, no matter what, the Prince of Wales must die. This is my task. Mission, aren't you ours? You are right, Mr. Uther, I am a three-faced spy. Wald waved his knife, and the young Prince of Wales finally died in his hands. Next, there are you. Wald slowly approached Washao and them. Louise slowly backed away, holding Washao in fear. Wow! A giant wolf appeared beside Washao and them, looking at Wald warily. Humph! I didn't expect the reinforcements to arrive so soon. Forget it, I'll let you go this time. I won't be so lucky next time. Knowing that he was not the opponent of the prophet, Wald had to put aside his harsh words and left. Seeing Wald finally left, even Wuko knew that it was still unsafe, but the injury was too serious. Wuko could only say something to escape in Louise's ear, and exhausted his last strength to call the scourge, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 42, You are very different. You are at a loss. Washao stood on a desert, and a black figure appeared behind him. What are you thinking? My past. Washao looked at the black figure behind him and said. Why? To remember your name. Why? Strength, you tell me, knowing your name, I can be stronger. Hey, it's not time yet. Wu Xiao watched the figure in front of him slowly dissipate, intending to save it. Don't go, I need your strength. It's not here yet, you need to remember by yourself, my name. The figure disappeared, leaving Wu Xiao alone standing in place. It's okay. Wu Xiao looked behind him, black and white shadows appeared behind him. We will always be with you. Thank you all. Wu Xiao slowly opened his eyes, only to see that she was staying in a strange room, but Louise was lying next to her and fell asleep. Are you awake? My master. The Lich walked in and woke up to Wu Xiao, bowed and saluted. No courtesy, Kel'Thuzad, I guess you came and saved me. The Lich came to Wu Xiao and talked to Wu Xiao about his unconsciousness. This period of worry-free coma. Swear to the death to protect Lord Lich King, and never allow them to disturb the Lord's rest. After receiving the last message from Wu Xiao, the Lich and the Crypt Lord rushed to the royal city directly to protect the fallen Wu Xiao and Louise. Don't let them go. The Juggernaut and the Prophet came here one after another, protecting Uther, staring at the Liches and them with enthusiasm. Forget it, let them go. Uther was still awake and said to the Juggernaut and them. But let them go. It doesn't matter, I think this time the Lich King will be a good person. Uther looked at the carefree being protected, and had an idea in his heart. Humph, forget it, listen to you for a while. The Juggernaut knew that it would take a lot of effort to keep them thin, so he let them go. Well, Uther, I respect you as a hero. The Lich finished speaking, and left with the Crypt Lord and the Undead Army, and by the way the Dread Lord who had been stopping Illidan just now. Humph, Uther, I didn't expect that you, as a human, would let them go. Illidan who came here looked at the undead retreat and was very upset at Uther. Illidan, let go of your hatred for a while, your target is the Burning Legion. I have always understood my goal, don't preach to me. Illidan finished speaking, and left by himself. Forget it, sooner or later he will know what I think. Time to return to Wu Xiao's side. So, I was saved by Uther. Exactly, my master, if he hadn't let us go, it would still be difficult for us to escape. Wu Xiao looked at the loyal Lich, and had to sigh in his heart that the power of the Lich King was so powerful that he could command such a hero. If it's okay, go down first, Kel'Thuzad. Yes, my master. Watching the Lich leave, Wu Xiao put his mind back on Louise. He knew that Louise had just woke up. Louis, we need to talk. Louise got up when she saw that she couldn't hide it. Louis. Wu Xiao asked Louise directly in his arms. Louis, I know, your concern. Wu Worry looked at Louise and understood that this person had been blaming himself for his own shortcomings last time. Louis, I am your envoy. As the master, you must be unique, so you can call me out. So you have to be confident. You must have something that only you can do. Really? Louise looked carefree, tears slowly streaming out. Of course it is true. Wu Xiao helped Louise wipe away the tears and said to Louise. I know from the book that only the legendary Void Magician can summon the humanoid envoy. Louise, since you have summoned me, it proves that you are the kind of Void Magician. If you only learn the legendary Void Magic, you will definitely be able to successful. Really? Trust me. Louise lay in her worry-free arms and felt the person's feelings for herself. Louis, no matter how strong the enemy is, believe me, I will win, you don't need to cry for me. Wu Xiao comforted Louise, hoping that she would not be sad for herself. Well, rest assured, no worries, I will definitely learn the magic of nothingness, and I won't let you fight alone next time. Louise said confidently. After a while, Wu Xiao took Louise out of the room and looked at the three people outside the room. Wu Xiao finally felt whether he was a good person. A lich, a big beetle, and a vampire, no matter where they go, no one thinks they are good people, and they are not good people in their own settings. See the master. Everyone bowed their heads and saluted. It doesn't need to be this way, I also want to thank you for speaking of it. Wu Xiao looked at the three of them, speechless. Don't say that, my master, thanks to you, we can get out of the continent of Azeroth and come to a new world. The banner of the scourge will finally be extended to the next place. It was Anuba who spoke. Luck, Lord of the Crypt, a loyal servant of the Lich King. Yes, thanks to my master, I can resurrect and fight for our cause again. It was Salok who was speaking, one of the dead of the three Devil Kings. Yes, my master, let us bring disasters and plagues to this new world. Kel'Thuzad the Lich said, the hollow eyes gleaming again. Forget it, the future, I will talk about it later, I will discuss the future now. Wuxian discussed the future plans with the big three, and agreed with them that they would go back to the mainland to cultivate, and when the time was right, they would be brought back. Well, we'll be ready, waiting for you to bring us back from the master. Crossed the portal and sent the big three and the army back. Master, I actually understand. The Lich was the last to leave and said to Wu Xiao. You are different from Arthas, you are not controlled by the Lich King, and recently, I haven't heard the Lich King's voice. You are very different. The Lich said something unintelligible to Wu Xiao and left. Finally sent them all back. Wu Xiao and Louise went back to find Princess Henrietta to return to life. After Wu Xiao and Louise left, the Juggernaut appeared in the shadow and said to himself. Sure enough, very different from the Lich King, I'm starting to understand, Uther. Looking at Wu Xiao who is far away, the Juggernaut said. This kid may be able to defeat the Burning Legion for us in the future. What's the matter? No worries, it seems to be very happy. It's nothing, just rejoicing that the man is not here to fight. Chapter 43, First time seeing parents. No worries brought Louise back to Torrestein safely. In front of Princess Henrietta, she explained everything that happened, of course, ignoring the content of the scourge. Probably I understand, you have worked hard, you should go back first. Louise and Wu Xiao left the royal city. They understood that the princess who had just lost her lover needed someone to be quiet. Louis, how about the book the princess gave you just now? Louise had just received the Book of Nothingness from the princess. It is said that only the descendants of nothingness can see the contents of the book. Indeed, there are things in this book that I have not seen at all. It seems that you are right about Wuxian. Louise is very happy that she can finally learn special magic to help Wuxian. It's good if you are happy. Wu Xiao understands that powerful magic represents difficulties and hardships, and hopes that Louise can overcome these things. Forget it, let's go back to the dormitory first and digest the latest stuff. I'm also tired. During the time when Louise was concentrating on studying, Wuko did not continue to disturb Louise, but wandered around the campus alone. After all, I have been here for so long and haven't visited here yet. Can you hear me? Wuko heard vaguely, a voice calling him. I am here. Wu Xiao followed the voice and came outside the school. I am here. Wu Xiao followed the voice and came to a square. Vaguely, I have no worries to see a young girl. Pure white dress, beige single ponytail. The singing sounded in Wu Xiao's mind. No worries did he realize that his right eye was crying. The right hand has also become a magic hand. That is. Yes, buddy, that is my regret. The Black Shadow's voice appeared in Wu Xiao's mind. This world seems to have something to do with my world. What does it mean? You will understand. The singing stopped and Wu Xiao realized that it was already dark. Go, buddy, your people are here. No worries did she discover that Louise was running over. Louis, what's the matter? No worries, I need you, accompany me home. What? Louise and Wu Xiao sat in the carriage and rushed to Louise's house. Louis, why do you need you to come home all of a sudden? I don't know, it's just my mother who told me to go back. Louise obviously knew something, and her face was a little red. Really? Ryuko didn't reveal Louise, and continued to remain silent. After all, he has one more thing now, messing up. After a complicated welcome and introduction, Louise was dragged away by his sister. Without worry, she went to see Louise's mother alone. The two sat and looked at each other without saying a word. Until Louise's mother was really impatient and talked about the purpose of this time. "Young man, what do you think of Louise?" Having said this, Xiao still doesn't understand what Louise's mother meant. After all, the fiancé they chose was a traitor. "Please leave Louise to me, I will use my whole life to protect her." Wu Hua directly stood up and bowed to Louise's mother. This was an opportunity. "Well, I got it." "What?" "It's so simple." Xiao also reacted. Unexpectedly Louise's mother agreed so easily. "Of course, I also know the principal of the school. The power that can make the principal retreat will surely protect Louise, and I can see that Louise likes you very much, so it's easier for so long." "Thank you, mother-in-law." Xiao didn't expect Louise's mother to deal with it so easily, and she was very happy in her heart. "Okay, then let's make an appointment sooner and get married sooner." "Mother-in-law, is it a little too fast?" "How come? Finish this earlier, it's good for our family." Louise. For Xiao, being able to marry Louise is also exciting, but Xiao doesn't know what Louise thinks. "Mother-in-law, give me some time and let Louise and I think about it." "Well, you go." As soon as Xiao went out, she saw Louise, who had been well dressed by her two sisters. "How about it?" Louise is wearing a white dress, which sets off her long pink and slightly golden hair, and her blushing face can better reflect her cuteness. Xiao grasped his chest, as if his heart was about to stop. "Very suitable for you." Xiao walked up to Louise with difficulty and said to Louise. "What did the mother say?" Louise asked Xiao, blushing. After all, she understood her mother's purpose of calling Xiao past. "I care more about your thoughts than your mother, Louise, do you like me?" Louise expresses her thoughts with actions. The two embraced and kissed each other. "Like, I don't care about anyone except you." "Me too, in this world, no one can make me care so much." Xiao said this without knowing why. "So, what do you want to do?" "Louise, the world is not safe yet. When I solve the problem behind this world, let's get married." Ryuko looked at Louise and explained his thoughts. "I'm waiting for you." Louise understands that she has no worries and is not too self-willed, and she also understands that it's really not suitable now. Maybe they can wait for world peace before they can get married with peace of mind. "Since you all have your own ideas, wait until the princess grants you the status of a nobleman, you can be engaged to Louise." Louise's mother didn't know when she had appeared behind them and said to them. "Wow!" The shy Louise fled straight out of her carefree embrace and left where she was. "My daughter will ask you, no worries. Leave it to me, mother-in-law." In the middle of the night, Xiao didn't stay in the same room with Louise for the first time. He was so used to Louise's existence that Xiao suddenly couldn't sleep. At this time, the door was pushed open. Louise slowly walked in and pulled in. Seeing Xiao, who was not asleep, Louise also understood that Xiao, like herself, could not sleep. Together. Louise shrank into the bed without sorrow and looked at sorrow. His face flushed again. "Good night, no worries." "Good night." Looking at the sleeping Louise, Xiao might understand that he has fought until now, what he is fighting for. God's thoughts, I may understand. Xiao hugged Louise and gradually entered a dream. At this time, the Romanian papal state in the distance. "Julio, I need you to go to Torrestein, where the heir to nothing has appeared, and I need you to inquire about the information." "Yes, I understand." The golden-haired young man said to the dark shadow in the distance. "By the way, be careful of that person, I can feel that he is very strong, don't provoke this person." "I understand." The blonde youth left the hall. Time is limited. Chapter 44, Letter from the Pope. Early in the morning, Wu Xiao got up with Louise. Looking at Louise hiding in the quilt because of her shyness, Wu Xiao had a rare idea to amuse Louise. However, the knock on the door outside disturbed Wu Xiao's interest, and Wu Xiao could only go to open the door and see the servant of Louise's house coming to pass a message. Mr. Wu Xiao, someone is looking for you outside. Okay, thank you. Wu Wuri saw the servant walk away, walked to Louise's bed, and kissed Louise's forehead. Louis, I'm going to meet someone, don't wait for me. No worries finished speaking, and left directly. Stupid. Louise said blushing to Wu Xiao who was going out. Are you the priest of the Pope? What can I do if you come to see me? Wu Xiao said to Julio who was sitting in the parlor. Julio said nothing, just raised his left hand to show his identity. Same as me. Wu Xiao saw that Julio had a magic circle in his left hand, which was self-evident. We need to talk. Yes, come outside. Wu Xiao and Julio came outside, facing Julio. Wu Xiao wanted to understand his purpose even more. Do you know Albion's origin? Floating city, what does it have to do with what you said? Julio looked ignorant and carefree, so he had to explain patiently. Albion's liftoff is related to the changes in the previous continent. Have you ever thought about what happens if this city falls? No worries can imagine, just like a meteorite suddenly falling from the sky, the damage caused is considerable. You also understand that in order to prevent more floating cities from appearing in the future, the power of nothingness is indispensable. What do you mean? No worries, our world needs you. Find some time to come to Romania. We need to talk about the future. I understood that no matter what purpose Julio came with, he couldn't turn his face with this person now. Yes, I will come sometime, with Louise. Humph, then I'm looking forward to it. After Julio finished speaking, a whistle called a flying dragon and took him away. The power of nothingness. Wu Wuri knows that he is afraid that he will be involved in another trouble again. After Louise finally got up, Louise went to meet Princess Henrietta with no worries. After all, the country was in turmoil recently, and Torrestine needed a new queen. Princess. Louise came to the princess's reception room and looked at the haggard princess a lot. Louise felt very distressed. Louis, what should I do? I don't think I am a good queen and I have no ability to be a good queen. Princess Henrietta did not have the confidence to be a king. After all, for her, the pressure was too much. Wu Xiao stood aside, looking at the bewildered princess, and felt that this person was very similar to someone he had met before. Louise, let me come, I know a way. Wu Xiao came to Louise and talked about his method. Is it all right? Louise looked worried in her heart. It's okay, trust me. Wu Wuri came to Princess Henrietta and said to the princess. Princess, let me tell you a story. Story? Yes, one misses you very much, about Wang's story. Wu Xiao sat next to the princess, speaking of it from Red A story about another world, the girl who became the king. The girl has no choice but to pretend to be a man and become a king. She sacrificed everything, sacrificed herself, for her country. She contributed everything for the country and sacrificed herself for the country. Even if she suffered a mutiny in the end, she persisted. This is the story of the king's girl. After Wu Xiao finished speaking, she looked at Princess Henrietta and talked about it. Henrietta, although you are also very confused now and worried about your future, what you need is not qualifications but courage and confidence. Can I really be a king like that girl? Henrietta looked at him hopelessly. Of course, you are a princess, believe in yourself. No worries, is this really okay? Louise and Wu Xiao left the royal city, giving Princess Henrietta time to think. No problem, she is a princess, trust her. Compared with this, come out, the people behind. Wuxiao and Louise looked behind them, and a figure appeared. Juggernaut, what are you doing here? Wuxiao watched the Juggernaut come uninvited, and became vigilant in his heart. Don't worry, I came here this time to deliver the letter. The Juggernaut threw a letter to Wuxiao, and he turned and left, not wanting to cause too much hostility to Wuxiao. Letter. Wuxiao walked over there directly, picked up the letter on the ground, and read it. What's wrong? No worries. Louise looked worriedly at Wuxiao, hoping Wuxiao could respond to her. They plan to make peace and need to talk. Wu Worry said, looking at the content of the letter. It probably means that Wuxiao can make peace on behalf of the Scourge. They have a common enemy and an unknown world to explore. They don't need to fight and kill in Azeroth all the time. For Wushu, it is of course good not to fight with Azeroth, but the orcs can still reconcile well. The human race and the elven race are not that simple. I still need to talk to them, after all, we have stronger enemies waiting for us. The Burning Legion is watching them all the time. But, let's deal with our side first. I feel that something big will happen on our side soon. Sure enough, when Louise and Wuxiao returned to the dormitory, the princess feet hurt again and took them to see the princess, saying that they had important matters to discuss. When Wuxiao and Louise arrived in the city, the princess just finished the meeting with everyone and talked about an accident. What? Albion is about to fight? Yes, I don't know why those elves and orcs left Albion, and the rebel army is going to fight here. Princess Henrietta said worriedly. It seems that in order to show their sincerity, they went back, but they didn't expect to cause trouble. They were really big heads. Wu Worry naturally understands why they withdrew their troops, after all, it was for him. Then Princess, what do we need to do? Louis, I need you to lead my army and defeat Albion, so I can only ask you. Princess Henrietta said. No problem, Princess, for the glory of the nobility, I will definitely help you win. Louise said to the princess. Full of confidence. Louis, why do you say these things in front of the princess? After leaving the royal city, Wuxiao asked Louise. Because, I have you, and I believe you, you can definitely help me win. Louise had no worries. Of course, as long as it is your wish, I will definitely come true. Wuxiao said to Louise. Well, let us work together to help the princess win the victory. Chapter 45, Army of Two. Back in the dormitory, Louise got everything ready, and went directly to Wangcheng with Wuxiao to participate in the combat meeting. Seeing that the two were so young, none of the officers on the scene put them in their eyes. However, due to the princess's reminder, everyone had to greet them. Seeing that this group of people didn't respect themselves at all, Wuxiao understood that they were young and didn't do anything shocking, and it was normal to be looked down upon. Nevertheless, it is still unpleasant. Wuxiao turned into a demon directly, and the powerful magic directly oppressed everyone in the conference room except Louise and the princess to the point that they couldn't breathe. Then, we can start to discuss. Wuyuko lifted the demonization, and the eyes of everyone present changed when they saw them. It's cool. Princess Henrietta watched Wuxiao's performance, and her heart moved. Seeing everyone discussing about Albion, some people advocated seeking peace, others advocated surrender, but very few people advocated fighting. After all, Torrestein has very little homeland, sandwiched by 3 countries, and it is very difficult to survive. Enough. Wuyuko finally couldn't stand these people who petitioned for peace or surrendered and prevented them from discussing. No matter what, we will not ask for peace or surrender. Even if you don't help us, I will go to the battlefield and fight them back. Are you alone? Stop joking. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat so many people. An official laughed. Hey, as long as the power reaches the limit, the number of people is meaningless. Let's go, Louise, we don't need these people. Wuxiao took Louise's hand and left here. Wait. Princess Henrietta ran out and stopped them. "Princess, what are you doing? You need guides, at least I can do this, I believe in you." Princess Henrietta was obsessed with Wu Xiao and Louise. "Don't worry, Princess, Wu Hua and I will fight them back," Louise said to the princess. "Well, I believe you, take our airship and go to the front." Wu Xiao and Louise, sitting on the airship prepared by the princess, came to the front of the battle. "It's all on your behalf, Your Excellency Nostalgia, Your Excellency Louise." The commander on the front line seemed to be a princely faction, and without asking too much, let them go. Seeing the army approaching in the distance, she held Louise's hand tightly without worry. "Are you afraid? Louise, are you afraid if I bring you here alone?" "A little bit, but I am not afraid with you." Louise looked confident and carefree, without any fear. "This is my Louise, Louise, don't keep your hands to let me see what you have learned during this time." "Good." Louise began to chant magic to Albion's army, and the powerful magic power instantly attracted the attention of the enemy. "Look, it's really underestimated that the other party only called 2 people to stop us. Let's go." Seeing the crowd slowly approaching, Wu Xiao finally made a move. An overwhelming iron sword appeared behind them, like a machine gun, rushing towards Albion's army. "What kind of magic is this? It's terrible." "Interrupt them, Dragon Knight." The flying dragon knights in the sky intend to get close to Wu Xiao and interrupt their spell casting, but Wu Xiao directly took out Hades' scythe and summoned the dead dragon knights to block their attack. "Go on, Louise. Explode." Powerful magic power gathered in the middle of Albion's army, and a huge explosion appeared in their army. This attack directly penetrated their formation. As Wu Xiao continued the merciless killing, Commander Albion finally couldn't stand it and gave the order to retreat. In the first game, Wu Xiao and Louise won. Seeing Wu Xiao and Louise come back safely, everyone on the front line Torrestein shouted this, cheered this, and greeted their hero. In the room that finally calmed down, Louise was comforted without worries. "How about it, are you still used to it?" Louise used magic to kill for the first time. Seeing corpses all over the ground, her psychology would naturally be affected. "It's okay, I'm a nobleman, and I'll get used to it soon." Although Louise still felt a little uncomfortable, she slowly got used to it. "Yes, no losses my Louise. I'm tired and want to rest." "Take a good rest, Louise, good night." "Good night." Seeing Louise finally entering the dream state, Wu Xiao finally took care of the people outside the door. "Come in." I saw the juggernaut walked in, took a look at Wu Hao, and said something that surprised Wu Hao. "Be careful, don't be affected by him." No Worries did not understand what the sword saint said. Because of that sword, the prince was deceived and turned into a sinner of Lord Aaron. Wu Xiao also began to feel why he enjoyed killing so much just now. "Do you understand it?" "Very good." Juggernaut saw it. Wu Xiao already understood, so he didn't say much. Left directly. "The Lich King, I didn't expect that even if he was restricted, his power would still affect me." Wu Xiao smiled bitterly. "It seems that to stop the war, we still need to solve the source." The next day, Wu Xiao discussed with Louise about himself and a solution to the war. War is also a disaster in itself. Wu Xiao and Louise decided to go directly to the enemy's base camp and support the original king to return to the throne. Although the Prince of Wales is dead, the old king is still there, and Albion needs him. Wu Xiao and Louise went to meet the old king who had been hidden. The old king thought about it and decided to help Louise and Louise. "After all, I don't want my people to die in your hands in vain," the old king said. "Then the time is pressing, let's go straight away." Wu Wuri took Louise and the old king to Albion, defeated the rebel army, and let the old king take power again. Without the obstacles of the elves and orcs, the plan this time was simpler than expected. The rebel army was not a worry-free opponent at all. The old king directly regained power, supported officials who believed in him, and retreated the frontline army. So in the end, we didn't seem to have done anything, and it ended in a daze. Princess Henrietta said to the returning Louise and Washao. Unexpectedly simple, I also find it incredible. Louise also felt that this war was a bit of a play. Except for the first appearance, the war ended in 2 days. After all, they are really not so good, don't care too much. Wu Wuri finished speaking, and left with Louise. It's great, Louise. Princess Henrietta looked at Louise holding a carefree hand, with a little envy in her eyes. Really a reliable person. Chapter 46, No Worries of Amnesia. 3 days after the end of the war with Albion. Washao and Louise lead a carefree campus life for the time being. After all, there is very little leisure time. Just when Washao thought that the day was over, a man in a hood came to him. Excuse me, what's the matter? Say hello to Louise. Wu Wuri followed this person to the outskirts forest. Let's take the move. I saw that the man with a dagger directly took out a dagger, intending to attack Wu Yuxian. However, it was too weak. In Washao's eyes, it was full of flaws, so he chopped the knife and opened his head. I saw this man with long golden hair, a completely different figure from Louise, and also had pointed ears. Elf? But unlike the Dark Knight, are the native elves attacking me? Why did you attack me? After the Lich King's lesson, Wuyuko didn't do it immediately, but asked her purpose. Because you killed so many people, I saw it, that look, there is no doubt that you are a demon. The blonde woman said to Washao. So that's the reason. Wu Wuri understood that he was influenced by the Lich King to a certain extent, so of course there will be changes, but now he wakes up and is no longer confused. Believe it or not, I have changed, you can go. No, I want to knock you down. Only in this way can I be accepted by the people. Boring. Washao turned and left, not caring about the girl. Wait. The blonde girl rushed to stop Washao, not letting him go. Let go, you should understand that you are not my opponent. Wu Wuri said politely to the girl who stopped him. Since you haven't done anything to hurt me, it proves that your heart is still good, and I want to change you. Let you stop going astray. The blonde girl looked at ease, her eyes full of determination. Oh, how are you going to change me? Don't underestimate me. Seeing the blonde girl using a strange magic, she felt headache and dizziness instantly without worry. What is this? Washao asked, looking at the woman in front of him. I'm sorry, so I can go back. I'm sorry. The woman increased her magic power and used all her power to successfully apply the magic to Washao. White, don't you need to help your partner? No, it just happens to be an opportunity to wake up the master. Well, I believe you once. Louise, who was staying at school, suddenly felt that something was wrong with Washao. I was very upset. What's the matter? Is it that it won't? Wuyuko is so powerful, there will be nothing wrong. Louise comforted herself, but she couldn't calm down. Seeing Washao fainted, the blonde girl walked over, intending to see Washao's situation. Just as she stretched out her hand, Wu Zhou got up directly, grabbed her hand, and frightened her. Just as the girl was trying to say something, Wu Hua first said something strange to her. Who are you? Washao looked at the girl in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. Do not you remember? I don't remember. Washao let go of the woman and sat on the ground. Unexpectedly, my magic actually made him amnesia, and the effect was so strong. The blonde girl blamed herself. After all, it was because of herself that he lost his memory. But, at least I did the right thing. I succeeded in stopping the devil. The blonde girl thought, planning to leave alone without worrying about it. However, as she walked, the girl turned her head back and saw Wu Xiao still sitting in a daze, reminding the girl of her previous self. In the end, the girl couldn't abandon Wu Xiao, who lost her memory, walked to Wu Xiao and said, "If you can't remember anything, it's better to follow me for now." The girl stretched out her hand to Wu Xiao and pulled Wu Xiao up. "My name is Tiffania, what is your name?" "I have no idea." "Then, I'll call you Num." Tiffania felt that the man in front of her should call it that way. "Can." "Then, let's go, be himp." Dang Ma, tentative name, followed Tiffania and left. "Be Num, be careful." It was Tiffania who didn't know how much she helped to become numb. When Ma was walking with Tiffania, she would fall down from time to time, hit a tree, and sometimes trip over vines. It was really unlucky. During the period, Tiffania finally started to feel sorry for her. These years how did it come alive? "I don't know, just take it for granted." Dang Ma scratched his hair without any response. "Oh, be careful anyway." Tiffania didn't say anything, and continued to walk away with Dang Ma. After another 2 steps, Dang Ma fell down again. "Be Num, be careful." "Sorry, I paid attention." Late at night, seeing Wu Xiao hasn't come back yet, Louise was very worried about Wu Xiao. "What the happened? No worries." Louise's heart has never been able to settle down. Until Louise finally couldn't stand it, she went out to find No Worries. "You mean, Wu Xiao followed a strange person?" "Yes," Louise said the doorman. After inquiring, Louise finally learned that Wu Xiao followed the strange person to the forest, and then did not show up again. "I can still feel that Wu Xiao is still alive, but I can't find him." Louise knows that Wu Xiao is still alive through the enchantment, but there is no way to know where it is. Something is interfering. "No worries, you must be fine." Louise plans to go home and ask her family for help. Finally back. Tiffania took Dang Ma back to her home, looked at the simple decorations. Dang Ma had no idea. "Well, no one from my family has come to visit. You will just go to sleep tonight and sleep in the living room." "It's okay, thank you for taking me in, Tiffania." When Ma was about to go and sit on the chair was broken because of his old age and disrepair. "I will fix it." Dang Ma could only say this to Tiffania. "It's okay." Tiffania could only look at her with pitiful eyes. "No problem, don't care." Dang Ma could only sit on the ground obediently and try not to touch other things. "Good night, be himp." "Good night, Tiffania." Dream. Do you remember? What? Dang Ma looked at the black shadow in front of her and talked about it. "Still remember me? Who are you, do you know who I am?" When Ma Zheng wanted to grab the person in front of him with his hands, suddenly, the black shadow disappeared. "It's not time yet, so you can't remember me." "Wait." Watching the shadow drift away, when Ma ran away, intending to catch the shadow. "Soon, you will remember it soon." Soon. When Ma was awakened by this dream. Seeing no one around, my heart settled down again. Who am I? Chapter 47, Invasion of the Same Race. When Ma got up early in the morning and saw that Tiffania hadn't woke up, she planned to go out and look around. Walking out, Dang Ma looked at the village in the early morning. The early blacksmiths were working and the early merchants were selling goods. The whole village was quiet and plain. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Dang Ma, the people in the village did not pay much attention to and discriminated against, but greeted them kindly. All this, until when Dang Ma planned to help them with work, her attitude changed. Tiffania rarely slept for a long time. After all, she consumed too much magic power yesterday. She didn't go out to check until Tiffania remembered that Dang Ma was still here. When she walked out of the room, Tiffania realized that it was noisy outside. "When I went out, I saw that Dang Ma was helping others. It seemed that Dang Ma was not suitable to help. He kindly helped the blacksmith start a fire, was knocked over by the iron, fell on the ground, and almost threw the wood on someone else's head. Help other merchants place merchandise, because they step on the cloth on the ground and directly overthrow the things that others have placed. Helping others to lift the goods, hitting a pedestrian, almost smashed the goods in his hands. Although Dangma made many mistakes, everyone saw that he didn't mean it. Dangma always wanted to do these simple things well. Therefore, the people in the village didn't blame him, they just looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Tiffania felt what kind of person she was when she lost her memory. Okay, come with me and don't disturb others here. Tiffania endured her shyness, pulling Dangma away. Tiffany's face flushed at the sound of the villagers' roar. Did I do something wrong? Tiffania. Dangma scratched his head innocently. It's okay. Tiffania looked at Dangma, and felt that she had to look at him carefully with other eyes again. Tiffania, your life is not very good, right? When Ma saw it, Tiffania had a very simple life. After all, she was a fairy, and her life was very simple. No way, I don't have any specialties. Tiffania remembered that with this person in the family, life is much harder than before, and I have to worry about life. It's okay, I have an idea. Is this the way you said? Tiffania watched Dangma tinkering in the kitchen for a while. Take out a few breads. Yes, I don't know why, I think of many things as soon as I enter the kitchen. After all, he inherited the memories of Tu Shiro, even if the memory is forgotten, the body has not yet forgotten. It's delicious. Tiffania ate completely different bread for the first time. Right, just sell the rest. Dangma said to Tiffania with a smile. Dividing line. In the past few days, through the bread of Dangma and the popularity of Tiffania, their life in the village has gradually been maintained. On a normal day, when Ma gets up early to prepare the ingredients and make the bread, Tiffania helps sell it. When the bad luck of Ma is triggered, she accidentally dumps the dough on the guests. The two apologize together, and the villagers make a fuss. Tiffania. I shyly pinched it with my hands for numbness. When the numbness hurts, I continued to sell things, and the day passed. In addition to being outside, Louise has been worrying about it. At night, everyone who had finished everything, when Ma packed everything up, followed Tiffania home. Through a few days of getting along, Tiffania understood that Dangma was not as evil as she had imagined at the beginning, but a simple hapless person. But, one day he will regain his memory. Tiffania's face will deteriorate when she thinks of this thing recently. What's the matter, Tiffania? Dangma looked at Tiffania and asked worriedly. Fine. That's good. Every late at night, Tiffania would like to cast spells on Dangma again to deepen her magical influence, so that Dangma would never remember it. How could I have this idea? It's too much. Sometimes Tiffania also feels distressed by this idea. But, think about it, this approach is good for her. In this way, the night passed by the exchange between Tiffania and her conscience. 2 weeks passed without knowing it. During the period, Princess Henrietta became the Queen of Torrestein. Louise was still looking for no worries, and gradually approached Tiffania's village. And Tiffania and Dangma have to face their first crisis. Welcome. Tiffania wanted to greet the customers who came to buy things as usual, only to see that the guests didn't say anything, and Tiffania paid attention to the visitors. 3 men with pointed ears like her. You are. Tiffania looked at the visitor and cried out in surprise. Tiffania, who is where? The goblin man asked Tiffania, his tone of voice was not good. Not here. Tiffania didn't even know how to lie, others could tell at a glance. What's wrong, Tiffania? Dangma also walked out at this time, breaking the embarrassing scene. Go to hell, devil! Without saying anything, the leading man directly hit Dangma with an instant magic, and slammed Dangma directly into the air. No, don't hurt him. Tiffania reacted at this moment and stopped them. What are you doing, hurting others for no reason? The knocked out Dang Ma stood up without incident. Go away, ordinary people. Seeing that the villagers were still watching, the leader drove them directly. Don't hurt them. Dang Ma ran to stop them, but was kicked away by one of them. Really weak. The lead fairy found that Dang Ma was weaker than he thought. Dang Ma, hurry up, they are here to kill you. Tiffania tried to stop them, but was too weak to be ignored by them. Don't hurt others for no reason, and disturb our lives, so I won't let them go. Hey, naive. The lead fairy cast a magic instantly again, intending to directly solve the problem. Seeing the magic quickly hit his head, Dang Ma raised his right hand subconsciously. Surprising things happened. After the magic touched the right hand, the magic was directly eliminated. What? The leader watched Dang Ma eliminate the magic with his right hand, and was surprised. This is... Dang Ma looked at her right hand and suddenly had confidence. I don't believe it. The leader continued to send several ice cones to the Num in an instant, but they were all eliminated by the Num with his right hand. What kind of monster are you? The leader looked at Dang Ma to eliminate his magic, and started to back away in surprise. You are not a monster, I am Dang Ma, a good friend of Tiffania. Dang Ma rushed directly to the leader and punched him in the face. Unexpectedly, the power of Dang Ma's right hand was greater than expected, and he flew the leader with one punch. Leader. The other two men went to help the leader. Dang Ma. Tiffania looked at Dang Ma at this time, her heart trembling. Don't come here, I'm going to challenge this kid. The leader stood up again, looking at Dang Ma. I can't ask for it. Chapter 48, Awakening. Tiffania evacuated nearby villagers to avoid accidental injury. Come on, human. The leader first continued to attack Dang Ma with the cone of ice and continued to eliminate the magic with his right hand. The leader saw that the magic had no way to hurt Dang Ma, so he attacked directly. Although Dang Ma's right hand was very powerful, she lost her memory and all her skills. She was quickly caught by the leader and beaten. Humph, apart from being powerful, he is a barbarian who has no skills, so how could he be my opponent? The leader seized the opportunity and kicked Dang Ma away. Furthermore, you can only eliminate the magic with your right hand, but other groups can't do it. The leader directly used magic to pick and fight behind him. Dang Ma couldn't turn around in time, and he was beaten enough. Dang Ma, stop, you won't be the captain's opponent. Hurry up and run. Tiffania stood in front of the captain, trying to let Dang Ma find time to escape. Hey, traitor, as expected, the half-fairy is unreliable. The leader directly knocked Tiffania to the ground and ordered his men to look at her and not to harass her. No problem, Tiffania. Dang Ma stood up again. Staring at the leader. I won't forget, how could I turn my head and run away with your care during this period of time? When Ma rushed directly in front of the leader, this was the only way. Naive. The leader asked Dang Ma to rush over, and there was no way to change the fate of being beaten. One knee touched Dang Ma's body, and almost beat out everything Dang Ma ate today. One swept his legs, and then kicked the Dang Ma away. Humph, solve you. The leader used magic to make a sword and walked into Dang Ma. Making it. Tiffania finally used her special magic on her tribe to break free of the two of them, intending to run over to stop the leader. It's really annoying, Tiffania, since that's the case, I'll take care of you first. The leader turned around and gave a stab, the sword passed through Tiffania's abdomen, and blood was spilled on Dang Ma's face. Watching Tiffania get hurt, her pupils constricted and gathered. Tiffania, Dang Ma showed strength in his body and supported him to push the leader away and hugged Tiffania. Tiffania, hold on. Dang Ma said anxiously as she watched Tiffany's face gradually worsened. Be numb, go quickly. After Tiffany said this, she couldn't support her and passed out. Unforgivable. Putting down Tiffany, when Ma stood up. Obviously it is your companion. The magic power around is gathered towards Dang Ma. Clearly Tiffany wants your approval. Dang Ma's right hand gradually changed shape. Obviously he is such a kind person. Tears flowed from Dang Ma's eyes. Why do you do this? When Ma's skin starts to turn red, blood flows out of the body's pores. Unforgivable. Dang Ma's inner world. In the dark world, a voice rang. Yes, yes, be angry, and then call out, my name. Annihilation. The change just now seemed to have not happened, except for Dang Ma's right hand, which was completely covered in black. It seems to have absorbed all the nearby light. Hey, I didn't see any changes. The leader immediately flew several ice cones to attack. However, the Bing cone hadn't flown to Dang Ma, before Dang Ma, turned into the original magic power, was absorbed by Dang Ma. Impossible. The leader called the two followers to continue to attack, but when the magic flew in front of Dang Ma, it would be absorbed by Dang Ma. If you choose a method of death, what is your choice? The leader did not notice, Dang Ma had appeared behind him and said to him. Leave you without pain. Dang Ma's right hand caught the leader, and Dang Ma's hand was like a black hole, directly absorbing the leader's body. A flash of black light disappeared except for Dang Ma and Tiffany, everything within a radius of 10 meters. Only one big pit is left in place. Dang Ma and Tiffany are lying in the center. As if being manipulated by something, Dang Ma picked up Tiffany and hid in the forest. What are you doing? Save the world. Stop, if you do. I will die, I understand. Two people were talking and saw without worry, but they couldn't see their faces clearly. Then why? Because you are my sister. When Ma woke up again and saw Tiffany next to her, she checked her wound first. No, what's the matter? Dang Ma didn't see any wounds on Tiffany's body. Just leave it alone, it's fine if nothing happens. Also, where is it at this time? When Ma only found out that the two of them were staying in a tree hole with no one around. Tiffany finally woke up. Tiffany, it's really nice that you are fine. Dang Ma embraced Tiffany excitedly, seeing that Tiffany was injured. Dang Ma was really afraid that Tiffany would leave her. Well, thank you for your concern. Tiffany looked at Dang Ma hugging herself, happy and a little shy. Speaking of which, where are we? I don't know, Tiffany, let's find the way together. Also, I'm sorry. Why? Dang Ma looked at Tiffany inexplicably. Because of me, they will attack you, sorry. No such thing, don't worry. Just as Dang Ma and Tiffany were still finding their way back, Louise received the news and came to the village where Dang Ma and Tiffany had been fighting. Very powerful destructive power. Louise looked at the traces left on the ground, and she started to feel a little worried. By questioning the villagers who were still in the same place, Louise finally found no worries, and she had always been here. Dang Ma? Who came from? Louise asked, and found that the villagers called Wushao Dang Ma, guessing a terrible conclusion. Is there any memory loss, my Wushao? Louise didn't expect Wushao to lose his memory for some reason. Furthermore, it's still dealing with other women. It's unforgivable, that woman. Louise guessed that it must be the woman's cause, and she lost her memory without worry. Tiffany. Tiffany in the distance felt a chill, as if she was being stared at by something, and it was still something extraordinary. What's the matter, Tiffany? It's okay, let's hurry up and find our way back quickly. Worries-free inner world. Are you awakened? Finally. Well, I'm back, long time no see. Have not seen you for a long time. As a result, the script finally started. Well, the next step is to wait for him to take the initiative to remember. When Ma took Tiffania to find the way around, and finally walked, deviated from the original path, and came to a remote lake near. Tiffania, someone is fighting, listen. It seems to be, let's go and see. Chapter 49, Forgive Me. Look at it. Tiffania pointed to the lake and saw two humans fighting with the water elves on the lake. Tabeza, give up, we are not an opponent of the elves. No, I want to complete the task. Tabeza did not give up, and continued to use magic to resist the wizard's attack. Tabeza. The elf rushed towards Tabeza with a huge wave. Just as Tabeza hadn't reacted, a figure rushed out and eliminated the magic. You are. Tabeza was surprised to see the person alone. Are you okay? I'll talk about it later, I'm coming. When Ma finished speaking, he looked at the water elf in front of him warily. Void Envoy, I have no intention of being an enemy of you, get out of it. In that case, can you tell me, why do you want to fight this young lady? When the Mayan elf was able to communicate with him, he planned to ask why. Some humans stole my treasures. If I let my treasures be used by the wicked, then I dare not imagine the consequences, so I will sink the entire continent with water, so that I will find my treasures sooner or later. Stop it, noble elf, we will help you find your treasure. Tiffania walked out at this time and interceded with the elf. Well, yes, since the heirs of the void and the fairies have come to beg me, then I will give you a little time. The fairies were surprisingly easy to talk. But, I can see that you are not her servant. The elf said a word that surprised both Tiffania and Dangma. Forget it, I won't ask these things, I hope you can find my treasure. The elf left directly. Dangma, let's go. Seeing that there are people nearby, Tiffania eagerly pulled Dangma and wanted to leave here. Wait. Tabeza and Koluk stopped them, not allowing them to leave. You are Louise's ambassador, we remember you, why did you follow this woman? Koluk has always cared about this powerful man who is still devoted to Louise. Louise, who is it? Do you know me? When Ma finally found out that there were people who knew her past, of course she didn't follow Tiffania. How did you act, is it amnesia? Chuluk guessed the current situation of Dang Ma, and had an abacus of his own in his heart. Well then, you go, I won't tell you. Why? Dang Ma couldn't believe it, and the person in front of him didn't tell himself. Kuruk, what are you thinking? Although Tabeza thought of Kuruk's idea, she didn't want to do so much. Isn't it good? Very interesting. Koluk explained to Tabeza. Well, Dang Ma, let's go. Tiffania didn't know how happy she was, so she pulled Dang Ma away. Wait until the two are away, Tabeza said. You are ready. Of course, they won't leave my field of vision. Koluk was ready to track magic on Tiffania, and the two of them won't run away. Then, let's discuss it with Louise, it's really interesting. Oh, it's really nasty. The two left the place and went back to school to find Louise. Tiffania, why don't you keep asking me about my origin? Dangma really didn't understand why Tiffania didn't want to know her past. This, you will understand in the future, anyway, not now. Tiffania can't lie, she can only play it in a perfunctory manner. Well, Tiffania, I believe you. Dangma didn't seem to care so much, he could only trust Tiffania and follow her. Thank you. Tiffania was touched and guilty. Dangma, where do we go next? I think we should not go back to the village. Tiffania finished speaking, not daring to look at Dangma. So, what do you think? Dangma didn't think so much, just listened to Tiffania's words. Then, follow me to Romania, someone came to me recently and needs me to go. Yes, Tiffania, I'm up to you. Back to school. What, did you find Wushao? Where? After so many days, Louise finally knew a little about the correct location of Wushao. Even the person she hated the most, she wanted to know the whereabouts of Wushao. Don't worry, Louise, you should understand that this information will not be free. Koluk finished speaking, looking at Louise with a curious look. What do you want? Louise asked in a low voice. Humph, I don't have any thoughts for the time being, but I hope that in the future, if I have any difficulties, I want you to help me unconditionally. Kuruk understood that if I had no worries to restore my memory, I would be more troublesome, so I only can be used to trap Louise in this way. Okay, no problem, hurry up and tell me the trace of no worries. Louise could only agree to her request and asked eagerly. No problem, let me see where he is now. Well, he is on his way to Romania now, it seems we need to hurry. Tabeza, I need your Yunlong. No problem, Tabeza said, who had been watching. The three of them rode Tabeza's Yunlong and began to chase Wuxian. On the way to Romania, Dangma and Tifania were in a carriage, rushing to Romania, but for some reason, Tifania always felt that something was approaching. Tifania, what are you worried about? Dang Ma asked with concern as she watched Tifania's face deteriorated. Dang Ma, do you believe me? Believe? So, if I did something wrong, would you forgive me? I will, because it's you, Tifania. Then, please forgive me. After Tifania finished speaking, she put her hands on the pockmark and used her magic again. Dang Ma couldn't bear the pain and fainted. Forgive me, Dang Ma. Tifania was waiting for Dang Ma to wake up. Where is this? Dang Ma woke up again, looked at the strange woman in front of him, and asked. Tifania kissed Dang Ma's mouth directly, she knew there was only one way to keep this man. Your name is Dang Ma, you are my love. Tifania knew that she was the heir to nothingness, so naturally, she also had the power to summon humanoid ambassadors. I saw that when he was numb, a new magic circle appeared on the back of his neck, completely different from the one on his right hand. Your love? My name is Dang Ma. Dang Ma looked at the beautiful and active girl in front of her, feeling a little confused. Yes, because of your injury, there is a problem with your memory. I will tell you our story. Tifania tried to keep this lie as long as she could, because only in this way could she keep this person. Is that so? Then it's really hard for you, Tifania. Dang Ma didn't know why, but believed what the woman in front of her said. Well, my love, Dang Ma. Tifania leaned on Dang Ma and paralyzed herself again. It was worth it. What, this feeling? Louise, who was on the way, suddenly felt a little flustered, feeling that something had been taken away from her. Hurry up, Tabeza, please. I have tried my best, be patient. I see. Louise knew it was fast enough, she could only look into the distance worriedly. Chapter 50, Attack from the Ferry. Tifania and Dangma are still on their way to Romania. Seeing Dangma unconditionally believe in herself, Tifania is very happy, and the guilt in her heart is slowly being covered up. However, they did not expect that someone would bother them so quickly. Tifania, there is someone in front. When Ma finished speaking, Tifania realized that there were several people in front of them. That is. Tifania took a closer look and realized that it was her own tribe. Tifania, stop. The caller wanted to stop them, but Tifania didn't think so. Rush over and be numb. Tifania finished speaking, and continued to whip her horse to speed up. Humph, ignorance. After the leader finished speaking, he drilled a flying sword from the ground and directly split the horse in half, and the carriage overturned directly. When Ma's body reacted quickly, she instantly hugged Tifania and landed safely. What's that? Dang Ma looked at the sword walking on the ground, feeling inside that he had seen this thing. Humph, it's useless to resist, just follow me obediently. It was surprising that there was a sword behind Dang Ma and they flew out directly, stabbing Dang Ma through it. Be numb. Tiffania wanted to help, but was flew over by another sword and fainted. Who are you? Dang Ma endured her injury and looked at the people gradually coming. Hey, it doesn't matter if you don't remember it, devil. Let's go, I didn't expect to waste so much time. The goblin took Tiffania and Dang Ma away directly, and flew away on a griffin. Louis, they left and went to other places. Chu Luk kept paying attention to their positions and told Louise the first time. What, where are they going? It's fast, it looks like it's going to be near the desert. Why? Very strange. It's not surprising, I heard that the desert is the territory of the fairies, and there is a fairy next to your envoy, so she may be taking him there. Tabeza told them what he knew. Then we have to hurry up. I heard that there are barriers in the fairy village, and my magic will fail there, and it will be difficult to find them then. Well, it accelerated. Yunlong began to accelerate as much as he could, hoping to catch up with them. When Dang Ma thought about it again and found that she was tied to a stone pillar, Tiffania stayed next to her. Are you awake? Devil! The leading man walked over and looked at Dang Ma. Why do you want to catch us, and why add me the devil? Dang Ma couldn't understand why this person wanted to catch them. Amnesia? But it's okay. I didn't expect you to appear again, so we can't let you go. The leader finished speaking, stepped aside, and let Dang Ma see behind him. Look, that thing is very familiar. When Ma saw it, a samurai sword hung on the wall directly opposite him, and the blue handle exuded a familiar atmosphere. When Ma's eyes flashed blue light, as if something was about to come out. However, the rope tied to Dang Ma seemed to restrain his strength, and Dang Ma could not move. Give up, this is a special rope that suppresses magic, and your power can't be used. Damn it, who are you? Why do you want to tie me? Me? The leading man looked at Dang Ma and slowly took off his cloak. That way you will always remember. The man in front of him wore a white robe with a single spectacle on his eyes. Dang Ma's right hand was agitated, and the surging magic power continued to dissolve, and his right hand became a magic hand. However, there is still no way to break free. Look, it really is you, the kid back then. What? You know me too. Amnesia? But it doesn't matter, you will remember it soon. The man finished speaking and left. Tiffania, wake up. Dang Ma looked at Tiffania before she woke up, planning to wake him up. However, Tiffania seemed to have been dropped by something and never awoke. Damn it, what should I do? On the other side, Louise and others are coming. Right here, the signal disappeared here. Louise and Koluk came to the endless desert on one side. But where is the barrier? I can't see it. No, I saw it. Louise didn't know why, she could probably see the traces of magic. Here, follow me. Louis took Koluk and the others, passed through the barrier set by the fairies, and came to their gathering place. Unbelievable, such a place is hidden in the desert. Looking at the village in front of him, Tabeza was very surprised. Next, what are you going to do, Louise? Koluk looked at Louise, although she had already guessed what she was going to do. Make a good mess, they will definitely show up, said Louise, who was accumulating power. You really have your style, so let's make a big fuss. Well, be careful of the enemy. What's the matter, it's so noisy outside. When Ma heard that there were a lot of fighting and explosions outside, probably someone came here to make trouble. It seems you need my help. A black ball appeared in front of Dang Ma and talked with Dang Ma. What are you? It's too much. I obviously only met a few days ago. Although Haikaiu didn't have a face, when Ma heard it out, this thing was teasing him. Can you help me? Of course, this little rope is simple. I saw the black ball attached to the rope, swallowed the rope, and slowly wiped off the rope. "Thank you, who are you?" Dang Ma asked very gratefully for the unknown object in front of him. "If there is a name, then call me Nothing." When Mahjong Tefania was also rescued, she saw that Tefania hadn't woken up yet and planned to take her away directly. It's just that Dang Ma didn't notice that the sword hung on the wall was long gone. "Louis, we can't stand it anymore." Koluk and Tabeza tried their best to protect them, but there were too many enemies. "Damn it, if my magic can be released sooner." Louise was also helpless, she didn't have more time to release her magic. "Humph, be careful, use up their magic power and catch them alive." "Kuruk, Tabeza, do you regret it? Follow me here. Although it is a bit, but this is my own choice, no regrets." "Thank you." Louise was very grateful, they would actually help themselves this way. I saw that they withdrew their defenses together, planning to capture them with all their hands. At this time, Louise saw that a blue circle of fire was burning around them, surrounding them. "This is..." Louise still remembers, "this world, who can use this flame?" I saw the front again, a man holding a katana in his right hand and a woman in his left hand. The magic hand on the right is still as eye-catching as before. No worries. Wu Xiao took Yan Modeo and joined the battlefield. Chapter 51, Have not seen you for a long time. "The girl over there, help me protect Tefania." When the Mahjong Tefania was handed to Louise, she looked at the enemy who walked in front of her without any fluctuations in her heart. Louise didn't expect that Wu Xiao really didn't know herself at all, and she was a bit disappointed. "Be careful." Louise knew it was not the time to ask about this, so she could only not trouble him. "Yeah, thank you." Dang Ma looked at the man slowly walking in, and gradually increased the strength of his grasping knife. "Unexpectedly, you can escape, but it doesn't matter, I can beat you again." I saw that the man was surrounded by black smoke and reappeared, turning into a monster like a fly. "Come on, demon! You look more like a demon, you monster!" Dang Ma originally wanted to charge directly, but his body was not under his control. "Humph, long time no see, Agnes." Dang Ma was controlled by the shadow. "Oh, did you finally remember who I am?" Agnes said. "I will never forgive you, because you, everything about me, have been destroyed." Sombra rushed directly to fight Agnes. "Humph, it's still as reckless as before." Agnes flew directly into the air, avoiding the shadow's attack. "Don't underestimate me." Draw the knife and slash it directly, bringing a huge threat to Agnes. I saw a lot of flying swords suddenly appeared on the ground, helping to block the black shadow's attack. Fijian flew directly to attack Sombra, but Sombra is different from Dangma, and can skillfully use demonization. A shadowless sword flew out directly, nailing the flying sword to the ground, and strangling it instantly. Countless shadowless swords surrounded the black shadow, protecting the black shadow from flying swords. "Naive, have you forgotten something?" Suddenly a swordfish flew out of the ground and rushed directly to the feet of the shadow. However, how could the dark shadow dealing with Agnes forget this thing? The swordfish directly rushed into the air, and the shadow had already left instantly. Countless shadowless swords appeared out of thin air, flying into the air to kill Agnes. However, there are many flying swords in the air. Successfully resisted the attack of shadowless sword. "Hey, kid, don't waste your energy. I could beat you back then and this time." Agnes took out a necklace and planned to summon something. "That is, Agnes." Sombra saw the necklace, and nameless anger rose. "Come out, my friend, Credo." The necklace entered the void, and the demonized sword knight flew out. Looking at the opponent, Sombra knew that the opponent had lost his consciousness a long time ago, and was just a puppet. However, Credo's own skills were not lost. A spear flew directly through the air. Fortunately, Sombra reacted fast enough to directly block it with his magic hand, otherwise he would be injured. Credo, help me greet the guests well, and I'll leave. Agnes didn't care so much, leaving Credo and flying away. Wait. Sombra still wanted to keep him, but Credo directly blocked Sombra's path. Don't block me. The shadow cut off in one piece, but was blocked by the shield. With the shield, Sombra was almost hit. In this case, Beowulf. Sombra put on his arms on his hands and feet, and the fist that he shook made Credo feel jealous. A punch hit the shield, the force was so strong that Credo couldn't resist it, and he flew out directly. The black shadow immediately passed by, and countless fists hit the shield, directly smashing the shield in Credo's hand. When Sombra reacted again, Credo had disappeared, and only one necklace was left in place. Seeing this necklace, the black shadow lifted the demonization, and went to pick up the necklace. In the next second, Sombra released his control, and when Ma fell directly to the ground, he fainted. Seeing that the enemy had repelled, Louise ran to Wuxiao and looked at Wuxiao carefully. Let's go, Tabeza. After confirming that Wuxiao was okay, Louise took Wuxiao and Tiffania with them and left with Tabeza. Dream. Familiar singing echoed in his head. Sorry, I can't save you. The black shadow held the necklace and half kneeled on the ground. At that time if I could be stronger. They can't hurt you. When Ma woke up again and saw that she was staying in a familiar and unfamiliar room, a girl with pink hair was sleeping next to her bed. When Ma did not wake up the girl, because now he wanted to know where Tiffania was. Walking out of the door, in a completely unfamiliar place, Dang Ma had to go back, and when the girl woke up, she asked her where Tiffania was. Fortunately, the girl woke up soon, and watched the girl Dang Ma directly rushed over. No worries, you finally woke up, worrying about me. When Ma pushed the girl away, asked. I'm not Wuxiao, my name is Dang Ma, you have admitted the wrong person, tell me where Tiffania is. No worry, do you really remember me? Look at me. Louise wanted to look at herself seriously. Look carefully, did you forget me? Dang Ma tried very hard, but really couldn't remember. Sorry, I can't remember, I don't really know you, please tell me where Tiffania is. How could this happen? Louise was desperate, and the one she loved had forgotten herself. But, look, your right hand, this contract that belongs to us, is still there. Louise raised Dang Ma's right hand, the magic circle in her hand is still here. This is. Dang Ma could feel that the magic power in the magic circle was connected to the girl in front of him. Yes, remember, everything about us. Louise hugged Dang Ma, hoping that he would remember everything. However, with the magic strengthened by Tiffania and the blessings of Sombra, Dang Ma still couldn't think of Louise. Sorry, I really can't remember. Dang Ma could only rub Louise's hair and tell the truth. But, I can feel it, I have a very familiar feeling for you. No, Louise whispered. I don't want this kind of relationship. Louise yelled. Friends or something, I don't want it. I am, your fiancé. What? Dang Ma did not expect that he and the girl in front of him had a marriage contract, so what would Tiffania do? But I already have Tiffania, so let me go. Tell me, where is Tiffania? Tiffania, is that the fairy? Obviously I was the first. She must have taken advantage of your memory loss. I am your fiancé. Louise explained to Dang Ma. But, I really can't remember, I'm sorry, tell me where is Tiffania? Dang Ma couldn't suddenly fall in love with someone, and now only Tiffania was in his mind. Tiffania, Tiffania, I won't tell you, dreaming. Louise saw that Dang Ma only thought of Tiffania. Her heart was very painful, so she could not tell Dang Ma and hope he would give up. Tell me. Dang Ma tightly grasped Louise's shoulder and stared at Louise. Louise could tell that Dang Ma cared about the woman as much as she cared about it. It hurts to think of this. Baga. Louise slapped her numbly, crying, and ran out. When Ma was beaten, watching Louise walk away, I don't know why, and my heart is very disturbed. Dang Ma's inner world. Really okay? Do this to my master? No way, after all, we still have enemies. Apart from annihilation, we also need another strength. Can't you just rely on me? Is that enemy really so strong? Well, after all, it's my enemy, I know very well. Back to reality. Dang Ma. Zhang Dang Ma was still in a daze about what happened just now, and Tiffania walked in. Tiffania. Dang Ma walked over and hugged Tiffania. What's wrong, numbness? Although Tiffania understood what happened, she still didn't say it. Heartbroken. It's okay. Tiffania kissed her and said softly. I'm still here, Dang Ma, you still have me. By the way, I still have you, Tiffania. When Ma hugged tightly, Tiffania, hoping it would relieve her heartache. However, the scene just now has been engraved in my mind, lingering. Louise ran out, chopped in a corner, crying sadly. What are you crying? Miss. A woman walked out of the shadows and said to Louise. Don't worry about it, go away. The woman did not walk away, slowly approaching Louise. I can see that you are sad for a man. That has nothing to do with you. Can I help you? Louise looked at the woman and asked suspiciously. How to do it? The woman gave Louise a ring with a wicked smile. As long as you use this ring, you can bring a person back to life. As long as you seduce that woman away with the person you miss most, won't you be able to get your love back? Can it really be done? Really, I gave it to you, use it well, don't let me down. The woman finished speaking and turned to leave. Looking at the ring in her hand, Louise had an immature idea in her heart. Wait for me, no worries, I will be back soon. Dang Ma, let's go quickly, don't disturb others here. Tiffania wanted to take Dang Ma away quickly, not wanting him to be in love with the scene. Well, Tiffania, let's leave here soon. Don't disturb others. Dang Ma also wanted to leave earlier, hoping to forget the girl. As soon as Tiffania and Dang Ma walked out of the dormitory, Tiffania saw a person she knew very well at the school gate. Mom. Tiffania looked at the figure outside the door, completely unable to believe that her dead mother actually appeared. However, the figure ran away, and Tiffania wanted to know if that person was her mother, so she let go of her hand and ran after her. Wait, Tiffania. Dang Ma wanted to catch up, but a lightning bolt suddenly struck him, blocking his way. Chapter 52, Louise and Tiffania. A powerful monster appeared in front of Dang Ma, covered with lightning. Come again. Dang Ma saw that her right hand had turned into a magic hand unconsciously. However, this time Sombra did not control his body, and Dang Ma could only rely on himself to fight the demon. So fast. When Ma didn't react, Lay Beast rushed in front of him and struck him with a thunder and lightning. When Ma was too late to respond, he was beaten directly into the air. Dang Ma still wanted to stand up and fight back, but he seemed to find that the monster did not continue to pursue it. That way, there is a problem with eyesight. When Dang Ma watched Lay Beast still looking for his position, he had an idea in his heart. Dang Ma casually grabbed the small stone next to him and threw it to the other side. Sure enough, Thunder Beast attacked there directly, once again proving Dang Ma's idea. It's just that Lay Beast didn't seem to be as stupid as expected. Lay Beast seemed to feel that it hadn't hit the target, and instead attacked the general direction of the stone flying just now. Oops! Dang Ma could only raise his hand to block the attack. Lei Beast's attack was not so easy to block. In a blink of an eye, Dang Ma was beaten away again. Look at me. Dang Ma watched Lei Beast fly again, and subconsciously blocked his right hand in front. The magic power directly formed a giant hand, flying Lei Beast, temporarily letting Dang Ma out of danger. Unexpectedly, my hand can do this, so let me use it well. Go back to Tiffania. Louise successfully used the ring to draw Tiffania out, and Tiffania looked at her mother in front of her and started to cry with emotion. Mom, miss you so much. Tiffania plunged directly into her arms. However, her mother's next words caused Tiffania to collapse. Tiffania, I miss you too, so please go to death. After speaking, he took out a knife from the clothes and slashed it directly. Mom. Tiffania directly avoided the attack. Looking at my mother incredulously. What's the matter, don't you miss me very much? Let me take you there. Mom directly swung the knife to Tiffania and didn't dare to resist, so she could only evade in embarrassment. No, my mother told me that she wants me to live well and find someone who will not look at you with discriminatory eyes. Tiffania said while avoiding. I found this person. Tiffania avoided an attack dangerously. Keep the distance. So, I want to live, for that person. Tiffania cried, gathering magic power in her hands. Goodbye, Mother. The magic power was released, destroying the people created by the treasure. Mom. Tiffania knelt down, crying sadly. So that's the case, is this the reason for you? Louise walked out of the shadows and looked at Tiffania with a ruthless look. Tiffania understood that everything just now was done by the person in front of her. I couldn't calm down inside. Unforgivable, trample on other people's souls at will. It's you who is unforgivable, taking away my beloved. Louise couldn't stand it anymore, and began to release magic to teach the person in front of her. In order to be a numb, I will not be soft, I will also teach you. Tiffania will fight against Louise, for the one she loves. Back to Dang Ma. The gravel on the ground reminded them that the battle was fierce. Damn it, it's too fast, I can't see clearly. Dang Ma was still trying to see Lei Beast's actions clearly. However, for Dang Ma's vision, it was too fast, and he could only barely bake his instincts, and use his magic hand to block the attacks of Thunder Beast in a timely manner. I see, right. Dang Ma promptly blocked the lemon's attack with his magic hand, but he hadn't thought that there might be more than one enemy. When Ma just heard another voice, another Thunder Beast had inserted his horn behind Dang Ma. The first one also reacted, and at the same time it was inserted to the front and began to discharge. Move. Dang Ma still wants to move her body, but can't move. No way, I can't see clearly. The vision in front of him gradually blurred. Awareness too. No. I want to continue. The two Thunder Beasts couldn't believe it, and the prey just now seemed to be able to move. Tiffania, still waiting for me. By the way, my master. The black ball appeared in front of Dang Ma. No, can you help me? Certainly. Thanks. The black ball directly turned into a mass of black mud, directly covering Dang Ma's body, completely surrounded by the black mud. Gradually, the shape of the black mud slowly changed, forming a full covered armor on Dang Ma's body. My master, pay attention. My real name is Oblivion, power is to swallow everything, and the prototype is Black Light Virus. This is. I saw that Dang Ma's hands turned into sharp claws, and the claws gleamed with blue light because of the magic hand in his right hand. Come on, my master, use eyesight to strengthen. Dang Ma accepts Wu's power and can see Thunder Beast's actions clearly. I can see. Dang Ma counterattacked with claws in good time, directly interrupting Thunder Beast's attack. Come behind. The other Thunder Beast planned to go around and attack, but the armor on Dangma's body seemed to be alive, and stretched out its tentacles to interrupt its attack. It's now, absorb it. When Ma inserted his claws into the Thunder Beast in front of him, the armor on his body stretched out many tentacles, and he completely decomposed the Thunder Beast. Absorb in. The wound is recovering. Dang Ma felt that her body was gradually recovering from her injury. This is my strength, Master. The other Thunder Beast felt threatened and planned to escape. Don't try to escape. When Ma turned into a whip with his other hand, he stopped Thunder Beast and wouldn't let it leave. Countless tentacles followed the whip and penetrated into the lay beast, completely decomposing it. Seeing that the danger was lifted, Wu lifted the armor on Dang Ma's body. It turned into a black ball and returned to Dang Ma's body. No, I have to hurry over. Dang Ma remembered that Tiffania was in danger and ran over. Very capable. Louise looked at Tiffania, who was still supporting, and her heart began to become anxious. Do you feel it? Dang Ma is rushing over. Tiffania and Louise can feel it. Dang Ma is slowly approaching. Shut up, you don't have the right to mention him. Louise used another void explosion, but Tiffania was informed in advance that she had left. Humph, you lost. Tiffania did not continue to struggle with Louise, and ran to find Dang Ma. Dang Ma. Tiffania threw herself into Dang Ma's arms, alleviating the panic in her heart. It's okay, Tiffania. Looking at Louise coming, Dang Ma knew that Louise had led Tiffania out. Give me your ring, I won't hold you accountable. When Ma saw it, the ring was that of the water elf, so he didn't want to do it to Louise either. If I don't give it to you, do you want to do it to me? Louise stared at Dang Ma, wanting to know the answer. No. Dang Ma thought about it for a while and said his answer. Is that so? Then, I can give you the ring, and as a price, you have to promise me one thing. You say. I will follow you wherever I go. Chapter 53, Departure, Romania. No, Dang Ma can't agree to her. Tiffania objected. After all, if Dang Ma and her contact for a longer time, sooner or later she will think of this woman. But, the Ring of the Elves. Dang Ma's current goal is only the Ring of the Elves, without considering that much. Okay. Tiffania knew there was no way but to let Louise follow them. Successfully took the ring back to return it to the water elf. The water elf looked at the three of them, smiled speechlessly, and left. So, where are we going now? Are we still going to Romania? Dang Ma said to Tiffania. After all, this was their original destination. Well, I'm going to see the Pope anyway, so let's go. Louise nodded silently, walked to Dang Ma, and struck Dang Ma's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Dang Ma is mine. Tiffania walked to the other side, took Dang Ma's hand, and stared at Louise. In this way, when Ma was caught between the two women, he hurried slowly to Romania. On the other side, the kingdom of Golia. Tabeza succeeded in taking back his throne and killing his father, but he was controlled by others in a blink of an eye. Are you satisfied? Julio. It's a great help. Next, let's use Golia's army to try his capacity. Julio looked at Torrestein in the distance. Damn it, please inform Louise quickly. Koluk, who was hiding in the dark, saw what had happened. Seeing Koluk had left, Julio smiled. Come on, another messenger of nothingness. Back to Dang Ma. Dang Ma didn't know why, the closer she got to Romania, her heart became more and more restless, as if something was going to happen. Dang Ma, look! Tiffania pointed to the distance, and a person ran over. Heirs of the Void, we have been waiting for you for a long time. It's really time for you to come. Goliath's army is coming. We need you. As Ma, we need to help them. Tiffania suggested. Well, let's go. Follow the messenger to the front of the war, seeing that the two sides have not yet started fighting. When Ma came forward, hoping to stop you from fighting. Stop it, why are you fighting? Dang Ma hoped that the two sides could stop fighting. However, everyone ignored the numbness and fought directly. When Ma stood between the two armies at war, watching the two sides fight desperately for victory. Dang Ma, leave there quickly. Dang Ma looked far away and saw Tiffania and Louise beckoning, hoping to leave the place. Death, screams, and chaos are all over this battlefield. Seeing countless people dying in front of him, Dang Ma was stunned. Why, they have to fight each other, obviously they don't have any hatred, just listen to the above orders. Seeing that Dang Ma was perplexed by this matter, Louise could only use her own understanding to explain. This is for my own honor, as well as my family. It's like you are for us. Louise stood beside Dang Ma, holding his hand. And me. Tiffania also walked over. Thank you, I understand. Dang Ma is no longer confused about this, because he knows what he needs to do. Even if I am an enemy, I have to protect those around me. Yes, this is what I should do. When Hemp again uses the power of no. I'll be back when I go. Dang Ma jumped up and jumped into the two armies. End everything. End everything. Everything is reduced to nothingness. Everyone present can feel that something is coming to reap their lives. When Ma burst out of countless tentacles, it would entangle everyone within a radius of 10 meters from him. This is advice. Because of Dang Ma's intervention, everyone stopped attacking. Goliath's army, leave, I will let you go. Seeing the tentacles gradually approaching, the trapped people swallowed a mouthful of water. Retreat, we retreat. Seeing that Goria's army was finally leaving, the Romanian defenders were relieved. Hero, go back with us, the enemy will be back soon. Everyone knew that they wouldn't just count it, so they went back to see the Pope first to understand the situation. When Ma people followed the messenger to the church, they finally met the legendary Pope. How should I put it, looking at the Pope, Dang Ma felt that her right hand was enduring the pain. Welcome you, users of nothingness. The Pope looked like a kind old man, but Dang Ma always felt that he was a hypocritical person. My Lord Pope, please help me, my servitor has lost his memory. Tiffania didn't expect that Louise would do this when she came up. Let her stunned for a moment. Oh, I can't solve this problem. You will solve this problem sooner or later. The Pope obviously knew what was going on, but he didn't point it out. Compared to this, we need your help, heirs of nothingness. My Pope, please say it. I hope you can help me stop the demons in the ancient volcano. Devil. Dang Ma and everyone felt very puzzled. I'll explain. Julio, who was standing next to the Pope, stepped forward and explained. In ancient times, the successor of nothingness sealed a demon in the ancient volcano with his own power. The prophecy once said that when the successor of nothingness reappears, it will be the day when the seal of the devil is lifted. So, we need you to help us protect this world. The Pope bowed to everyone. We can't stand it, my Pope. Louise said in horror. It doesn't matter. Except for this matter, I hope you can prevent the attack of Lower Goliath, even if it is by force. Then we understand. Please, everyone. After Dang Ma and Louise left, the Pope and Julio were discussing. What's wrong? Will he really not recover? Actually, I think he will recover his memory soon. Is that so? Then I hope the plan can be carried out faster. Don't worry, they can't detect it. When Ma and Louise followed the messenger to the lounge, they discussed about the kingdom of Goria. As a result, it is better to call directly to the imperial city as before. Louise proposed. Yes, it can at least reduce casualties. At this moment, someone rushed in from outside the door. Kuruk, why are you here? Louise was surprised to see Chouk rushing in. Louis, please, save Tabeza. What's going on, explain. Actually it is. Through Koluk's explanation, Dangma and the others understood the anomaly of the Kingdom of Gloria and the identity of Tabeza. Dangma, now we have another reason to go to Goliath. Tifania explained. Understood, then we will go to help Tabeza sooner. Thank you. Chuluk said to the head. No, you helped me after all. Louise said, as if thinking of something, but she didn't think of it again. Then, let's set off early and go to Goliath. Chapter 54, Save Tabeza. More smoothly than expected. Koluk took the crowds and entered Goliath's palace directly from the secret path. Yes, it went well. Dangma felt that something was wrong. At the next turn, I saw Tabeza and the people already waiting for them to arrive. Dangma finally knew why it was too quiet. Grab them. Tabeza seemed to be under control and directly called people to come up and arrest them. I knew it. The soldier who kicked Dangma back, leading everyone back. Seeing the chasing soldiers approaching gradually, Dangma knew that they could not run anymore and could only resist. However, another accident occurred. A red giant sword directly split the ceiling of the secret tunnel, separating Dangma and Louise. Seeing outside, a huge monster was standing outside, covered in fire. Here again. When Maida felt that her right hand was out of control, she turned into a magic hand. This arm is really you. Beria looked at Dangma's right hand and finally knew his opponent. A mere human, be defeated by me again. The flame surrounded the entire city, and everything in front of him was surrounded by fire. Be numb, be careful. Tifania and Louise escaped from Tabeza's pursuit because of this accident and successfully retreated. I saw Dangma jumped out of the secret path, left the breach, and successfully came to Beria. Hey, human, long time no see. I am, Beria. Sombra once again occupied Dangma's body. Pull out the Yan Mo knife. Oh, interesting. The flame turned into a fire dragon and flew away as if controlled. Sombra directly drew his sword and chopped it to pieces, and the shadowless sword flew directly to attack Beria. However, before the shadowless sword hit Beria's body, it was directly pierced by the flames beside Beria. Sombra approached Beria at an extremely fast speed, but the flame prevented him from moving forward. Human, you are still the same as before, too naive. It's you innocent. Sombra stretched out his magic hand directly, controlled a giant hand to grab Beria's body, and threw it out. The collision of buildings brought Beria a certain amount of damage and made it more angry. Ah, human beings! Many bolides fell from the sky. Attack everyone without a target. Watching his people being treated like this, Tabeza finally recovered. Looking at Beria in the distance, Tabeza shouted at the shadow. Please, save us. Ah, leave it to me. Sombra turned into a demon directly, rushing to block all the meteors. The rapid attack saved the people of Goria from this disaster. Take me a trick, kid. Beria's fire sword slashed directly, and the shadow directly held the sword to block it. Too weak. The magic hand became huge again, and a big sword composed of magic power was controlled by the magic hand and inserted directly into Beria's body. It exploded, and Beria was hit by the attack. The body is still too big, and it really needs to be smaller. After Beria finished speaking, under the surprised eyes of the black shadow, he became a familiar person. Are you surprised? After all, I just woke up recently. Wald said to the shadow. Viscount Wald. Louise finally rushed to the battlefield and looked at Wald, who was covered in flames in front of him, surprised. Now I am not a human being, I am a demon, Beria. Beria conjured a fire sword and rushed towards the shadow. No matter what you become, you can't change your destiny. Swaying took Yan Mo's knife and slashed over. Countless knife lights flickered in Wald's path forward. Innocent. Wald directly ignored the attack, rushed to the shadow, and hit the shadow with a flame. The black shadow was full of flames, and was knocked into the air by the impact, and flew to Louise's side. "What's wrong? No worries. I'm okay, Louise." The flame dissipated, but the demonization was also lifted. Do you think of me?" Louise looked at the dark shadow, hoping to get the answer she wanted. "No, I'm not him. But don't worry, he will be back one day." The shadow touched Louise's head. "Protect her behind." "Hey, human, you who have been demonized, what kind of capital can you fight with me?" Beria looked at the dark shadow and said disdainfully. "Of course, don't forget, I have never been fighting alone." After the black shadow said, he said to the pendulum in his body. "I don't have enough magic power, lend me your power." "Hey, yes, it's just a horn." An extra horn was hung on the waist of the black shadow. "The magic is recovering." The black shadow turned into a demon again, and the magic power in his body continued to gush out again. What is this?" Beria was surprised as he watched the shadow recover his magic power again. "Yes, this is the power of my partner, let you see it." With the support of infinite magic power, Sombra came to Beria at a faster speed and attacked him with stronger power. "What, this power?" Beria was reluctantly parrying the attack of the shadow, but the knife was faster and stronger. Beria had already eaten several knives. "It's over." Sombra retracted the knife into its scabbard. The magic was focused on his hands. "Don't underestimate me, kid." Beria focused all the flames on herself, increasing her defense. Judgment. Countless knives slashed Beria, and the space seemed to be broken by this attack, causing a twist. "I lost this time, human." Numerous cracks appeared on Beria. Beria turned into flames and disappeared, leaving only a weapon that the shadow was familiar with. After Beria's death, a gate appeared in front of the dark shadow. "Lucifer, I didn't expect to see the original product." Putting on the familiar Lucifer, the shadow controlled this weapon and smashed the gate of hell. "It's perfect." After Sombra finished speaking, he took Lucifer and returned to Dang Ma's body. Dang Ma took control of her body again, and the tiredness on her body made Dang Ma directly fall down. "Too messy, there is something in my body." Dang Ma looked at Louise and Tiffania gradually walking into her, and fainted comfortably. In the distance, Romania. The Pope looked at the door of beside him, the flame icon lit up again, his inner joy was a bit uncontrollable. "It's finally started, this door has finally begun to charge. After so many people and demons died, I finally opened the door again. It's a pity that the knife is no longer usable." Agnes stood next to the Pope and talked to the Pope. "That's all right, when the next demon is killed, sooner or later this door will open again. My time will come again." "Compared to this, has it been arranged?" the Pope said to Agnes. "Don't worry, everything is arranged, just wait for the actors to come on stage." Chapter 55, Chaotic Time and Space. "Help me! Who is it? Save me, heir to nothingness! Who is it? Ring, hurry up!" Dangma hadn't thought of what it was. The water directly filled her whole body, awakening Dangma who was still asleep. After waking up, seeing Louise and Tiffania next to him, Dangma knew that she was dreaming just now. It's just that it's real. After saying goodbye to the Pope, Dangma took Louise and Tiffania to see the water elves again. After all, the dream just now made him think that the water elves might be dangerous. "When I came to the lake, I found the ring was left by the lake, but I didn't see the trace of the water elf. What's going on here, Dangma? Why did you suddenly bring us here?" "I don't know, it's just that this ring was left here. Something must have happened. When Ma picked up the ring, light came out of the ring and opened a hole by the lake. Would you like to go in? No worries. Louise was worried about holding Dang Ma's hand, looking at the bottomless water hole, fear spreading to everyone. It's okay, I'm by your side. Dang Ma grabbed Louise's hand, hoping to ease her fear. I want to. Tiffania grabbed Dang Ma's other hand, not to be outdone. Then, let's go in together. Dang Ma took Louise and Tiffania and jumped into the water hole together. When everyone jumped in, the water hole closed by itself. Water has been around them all the time. Dang Ma couldn't speak, so she could only insist on holding the hands of the two of them, hoping that they would not be separated. However, there was too much water, and eventually Dang Ma couldn't hold on, let go, and the three were washed away. When the hemp consciousness was about to disappear, he saw a mark and subconsciously grabbed it. When Dang Ma woke up again, she saw herself standing by a fire, looking for a sword on the fire. A man in an onion armor stood next to him. Oh, long time no see, no worries. You know me. It seems that I summoned a time when I didn't know me, but it didn't matter, after all, the world time is chaotic. When Dang Ma looked at the person in front of her and said something she didn't understand, she was confused. I'll talk about these later, I need your strength to help me defeat the singing demon. When Ma heard the word devil, the spirit came. It's you, devil hunter. The Onion Knight looked at Dang Ma's eyes and laughed. Well, since you don't know me, then we won't say so much. Come on, let's go in. The Onion Knight walked into a smoke-filled door with numbness. What's the situation? There are actually two. Looking from a distance, I saw two monsters that looked like frogs standing in the distance. One has two human figures on his head falling out of light, and the other looks very hard. Oh, my friend, you see my enemy is coming. Bar looked at the Num as he entered the door. Here again, my right hand. Dang Ma's right hand turned into a magic hand again, but did not surprise the Onion Knight next door. Come, no worries, your giant hand can help me restrain them. I saw the singing demon hit it directly, and when Ma pulled up the Onion Knight directly to avoid the impact. However, Bale released a cone of ice to attack them from a distance, and the Onion Knight raised his small buckler to help Dang Ma block part of the damage. Look, no sorrow, the singing devil has revealed his weakness. I saw the singing devil opened his mouth, two hands and a human face were exposed. The opportunity is here, use the magic hand to stun him. As Dang Ma listened to the Onion Knight's command, the magic hand became huge, hit the devil's face at once, stunned the devil. I won't let you succeed. Bar released thick fog, blocking their vision. I can't see it, no worries. The Onion Knight panicked about the situation. No, I see. Using Wu's power, the dense fog couldn't block his vision. On the left, when Ma Demon's hand gravitationally strikes, it will fly Bale who is planning a sneak attack. However, the singing demon finally recovered, retracting the body into his body, not giving Dang Ma and Onion Knight any chance. No worries, what are you going to do? The Onion Knight looked at Dang Ma, hoping that he could give himself a little idea. Resolve the other first, and deal with it better without defense. Can. When the Ma and Onion Knights plan to solve Bale first, the rest will be counted later. Dang Ma directly incarnates in armor mode, and then uses the blade mode. The magic hand and the sharp blade merged, causing the sharp blade to emit a blue flash. Don't think about it. Bar kept releasing the ice cone to block the hemp and Onion Knights. However, the armor on the Onion Knight's body blocked most of the damage for Dang Ma. Yet, when Ma rushed to Bar, he cut off the human-shaped lantern on one of its heads. When Ma rushed directly into Bale's mouth and wreaked havoc in it. End everything. Numerous tentacles burst from Bale's body, surrounding Bale. Dang Ma directly absorbed Bale, leaving only a box on the ground. After Baal died, a door arose from the ground, but this time the door actually opened. When Ma saw that countless demons like Baal were going to pass the door and come here. Then, let me use this power well. Dang Ma picked up the box on the ground, not knowing why. Dang Ma felt that this box was very familiar to him. It doesn't matter if he can't remember it, Dang Ma's body moved on its own, turning the gears on the box skillfully. Turn Pandora into reincarnation mode. It's over. Countless missiles fired from the muzzle, directly blasting the gate to pieces. Countless Baal was blocked in the door and was always thought of. The rest is you. When Ma and Onion Knight stared at the singing demon, as if they felt that the singing demon wanted to surrender. No, no, do you know why? Dang Ma and Onion Knight walked to the singing devil and said. Because. Dang Ma directly grabbed the devil's mouth with his magic hand, and violently opened the shell. Seeing that the time had come, the Onion Knight coated the sword with resin, and brought lightning and inserted it directly into the devil's body to kill the devil. Because you provoke us ×2. I don't know why, Dang Ma and Onion Knight are in good time, and it feels like they have fought together many times. Thank you, no worries, if there is still need, I will call you again. Watching Dang Ma slowly disappear, the Onion Knight finished his last sentence. And many more. When Ma regained consciousness again, she found that she had returned to the lake with Louise and Tiffania by her side. Thank you, heir of nothingness, thank you for saving me, and my friends in another world. The water elf thanked Dang Ma. What's going on in that world? That's the world, you don't need to know too much, don't you still have your own business to do now, the successor of nothingness. When Ma saw that the water elf would not answer her own question, she didn't ask much, took Louise and Tiffania, and left. Romania. Finally opened another mark, are you ready for the next one? Of course, the rest only needs to guide them. Chapter 56, Take a Vacation. Hunting Season. That's right, hunting season. Louise started to introduce, pulling on the hemp. After helping the water elves out of Bar's control, Dang Ma and Louise, Tiffania, returned to the campus, temporarily leisurely life, but did not expect that Louise found trouble so soon to disturb him. No, although I can't think of it, Louise, what's the fun of hunting? If Tiffania invites, Dang Ma may go, but the other party is Louise, and Dang Ma has not recovered her memory, of course I don't want to care so much. How can it be like this? Hunting can also reflect the demeanor of the nobles, so let's go. Louise grabbed Dang Ma's hand and shook it vigorously. It's no use begging me, I'm really not interested in this activity. Seeing Dang Ma's relentless refusal, Louise angrily stepped on him. If you don't go, Baga. Watching Louise leave, Dang Ma finally calmed down, planning to do her own thing. You, hear me talking. Dang Ma looked at her right hand and said. When Dang Ma can't stand it anymore, his right hand will control himself and even change. Who are you? Answer me. However, there was no response from Dang Ma's right hand, and the black shadow did not appear in front of Dang Ma. Will you only appear if I restore my memory? Dang Ma looked at her right hand and muttered to herself. At this time, Tiffania came over. Dang Ma, I need you to do me a favor. Certainly. Tiffania took Dang Ma to the nearby forest and watched Tiffania using her fairy power to talk to nature. Dang Ma felt that Tiffania at this time was beautiful in his eyes. Tiffania. Dang Ma walked up to Tiffania and hugged her into her arms. Dang Ma. Tiffania didn't expect Dang Ma to be so proactive. This has never happened. Got to go. What? Tiffania didn't react yet, when Ma picked up Tiffania and jumped to the other side. The next second, a monster jumped out, and the sickle in his hand slashed where they stood just now. Dang Ma. Tiffania looked around slowly, more and more monsters gathered around, grabbing Dang Ma's clothes worriedly. Hey, it's okay, just some mobs, waiting for me here." Dang Ma had noticed that her right hand had become a magic hand, an extension, caught a mob in front of her, threw it onto its teammates, and forcibly opened a path. "Let's go, Tiffania." Dang Ma took Tiffania by the hand and rushed directly to the encirclement. The monster still followed Dang Ma and them. Even if the speed was fast, there was no way to throw them away. "No way, Tiffania, be careful." Dang Ma grabbed Yan Mo's knife and rushed to fight the mobs. Every time a mob was attacked, a mob would be split in half. Dang Ma would not use the power of Yan Mo's knife, but would only slash it. "Dang Ma, be careful behind you." Tiffania spoke to remind Dang Ma. Behind Dang Ma, a flying armor rushed over with a spear. Dang Ma immediately grabbed the opponent's spear with his magic hand, and directly smashed the enemy with Yan Mo knife. "Thank you for giving me such a useful weapon." Dang Ma took a long spear and frantically tortured the scarecrows that came around. Just when Mata was on the rise, the monsters all retreated. "What? Suddenly attacking others, and then retreating suddenly, it's too bad." Dang Ma unhappy smashed the spear with his magic hand, venting part of his anger. "Dang Ma, are you okay?" Tiffania came over and checked if Dang Ma was injured. "It's okay, don't worry, Tiffania." Dang Ma touched Tiffania's head, and suppressed the negative emotions. "But if the devil appears in this place, then there must be a leader here, Tiffania, we must find out." "Well, just do that." When Ma took Tiffania and started wandering in the forest. "Now, Dang Ma." Tiffania took Dang Ma's hand and looked for their target in the forest. "What's the matter, Tiffania? What do you think of Louise?" Tiffania wants to know what Dang Ma thinks now. After all, she did it by herself. "I don't know about this either." Dang Ma said how she felt. "I know that I once had a very good relationship with her, but now I can't think of it. No matter how good the relationship is, I can't force it. And now, I have you, Tiffania." Blushing, Dang Ma finished this sentence. "Dang Ma." Looking at Dang Ma's similar confession, Tiffania was very moved. "Me too, no matter what the hemp becomes, I will not change." The relationship between the two changed. Time passed by, but Dang Ma and Tiffania still didn't find anything about the gathering place of demons. Could it be just a coincidence? Tiffania could only explain what was happening now. "No, I feel that we seem to be lost." Dang Ma looked at the big trees that had just walked, and understood what they were doing now. "Tiffania, we are trapped in a maze." "What?" Tiffania only realized at this time that they seemed to be spinning in place, and the fog in the forest seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. "I can't see Lulu very clearly, be careful." Tiffania clutched Dang Ma's hand tightly, she didn't want to get separated from Dang Ma at this time. "Look, there is a stone pillar in front." Dang Ma said, pointing at the stone pillar in front of him. "Look, there are some words engraved on it. The real road is bright." Dang Ma was still slowly understanding this sentence, but obviously didn't want to give him too much time. A few scarecrows jumped out of the haystack next door and surrounded them. "Tiffania, think about it again, I'll stop them." When Ma went to stop them, to buy Tiffania time to think. Tiffania remembered the prompt and looked at the shadow on the ground. Looking around, it seemed that there were only a few roads nearby, but Tiffania still couldn't remember, it was still a crucial step. At this time, Tiffania looked at the shadow that Dang Ma threw the monster into the distance with her magic hand, and the moving shadow on the ground let Tiffania know the final key. Sure enough, among the several roads, there was only one road without any shadow on the ground. "Dang Ma, take a shadowless road and follow me." Tiffania reminded Dang Ma. "All right." When Ma got rid of the scarecrow's siege, she took Tiffania and rushed to the shadowless road. "It's finally out. No worries." Upon closer inspection, Louise and her family were behind them, riding horses. It's just that Louise's expression doesn't look very good. Yo, Louise, why are you here? Survival instinct, Dang Ma intends to divert the subject. Didn't you say it, hunting season, you haven't explained why you are with that woman. Louise looked very angry and walked over with the whip. This. Dang Ma had to explain truthfully, hoping that Louise and the others could go back. It is not safe here. Well, I believe you. Unexpectedly, Louise believed Dang Ma's words, which surprised Dang Ma. I have said that, I will always believe in you. When Ma heard these words, she was moved, and she seemed to think of something in her mind. Chapter 57, Demon of the Forest. Trust me, I'll be fine for a while. Louis, trust me. I will never forgive the person who made you cry. The recollections in my mind caused Dang Ma a headache and rolled around in place. Dang Ma, what's the matter? Tiffania looked at the situation of Dang Ma and felt that something was wrong. No, do you think of me? Louise jumped off the horse and ran to Dang Ma, clutching Dang Ma's hand. No worries, think about it, everything about us. Louise was about to cry happily when she saw this sign. On the contrary, Tiffania was not happy. It's just that they don't need to struggle for so long. In the distance, a flying dragon flew over and pulled Dang Ma directly away from the place. When hemp. ×2. Louise and Tiffania watched Dang Ma take them away, and ran after them. Dang Ma in the distance was taken by this monster to a clearing. Dang Ma's headache had long since disappeared, but his right hand had automatically changed back to the magic hand. Humph, kid, I didn't expect you to find here again. Echidna said to Dang Ma. You guys really know me too. Hey, I don't have to say so much, come on. Echidna retracted her body and flew into the air, constantly spraying a large number of tree seeds to attack as Num. Dang Ma directly avoided all attacks. Dang Ma thought it was just such a simple attack. The trees broke apart and turned into monsters to attack and Num. It's so weak. When Ma can directly explode a tree species monster with one hand, I really didn't understand what the devil wanted to do. Humph, don't understand, look at the ground. When Ma discovered at this time, I don't know when, the entire ground on which he stood was covered with mucus, which greatly restricted his activities. Too naive. Echidna fell directly to the ground, and the vines on her body plunged directly into the ground, attacking Dang Ma. Dang Ma still wanted to raise his hand to block these attacks, but he did not expect that the mucus would not only restrict his movement, but also get on him and restrict his activities. Oops! Dang Ma was entangled with vines by the devil, unable to move. Furthermore, the magic has been absorbed. The vine entangled Dang Ma's body, constantly absorbing the magic power in Dang Ma's body. Oops, if this continues, the consciousness will be lost. Dang Ma's physical strength slowly lost with the magic power. Looking at the demon in front of him, Dang Ma could not see clearly. At this time, the vines tangled in Dang Ma's limbs were interrupted by another force. Damn human beings! Echidna said angrily as she looked at the two people who came. It's okay, be hemp. Louise and Tiffania arrived in time to stop Echidna's offensive. Thank you, Louise, Tiffania. Watching the two risking their lives to save themselves, Dang Ma didn't know what to say. What are you polite? Louise couldn't wait to take a picture of her head. Echidna didn't give them time to chat, just stood up and continued to attack them. Be careful, pay attention to the ground. Learn. The tree seeds in the sky slowly smashed down, only to see Louise sing for a while, directly blowing up the tree seeds with an explosion, and the high temperature eliminated the mucus. There was no way to cause the situation just now. Damn it! Echidna flew down directly and stretched the vine into the ground, intending to repeat the attack just now. However, how could the demon who landed be Ma's opponent? Dang Ma ran over and directly pulled Echidna up with his magic hand, like grabbing a snake, and beating it to the ground desperately. Damn, Hateful human! Echidna suddenly turned red, and the powerful magic made Dang Ma lose her hand. At this time, Echidna's speed and strength were greater than before. It curled its tail into the numb, and flew into the air, intending to directly fall to the death. Innocent, entanglement is your stupidest way. When Ma borrowed Wu's power, the tentacles composed of black light virus penetrated into Echidna's body, absorbing its magic power and everything frantically. Stop! Echidna intends to throw away Dangma, but when Dangma is already in the state, how can it be so easy to let it struggle away? Die with regret. When Ma increased its strength, it completely absorbed Echidna, leaving only the weapon in his hand. The gate on the ground appeared again. Dang Ma looked at the gate on the ground and had his own thoughts. Let me try the power of the new weapon. The magic power was gathered on the right hand, and with a punch that fell to the sky, it hit the door. With one blow, the gate shattered like sand. Gilgamesh. The name of the new weapon. Romania. The markings on the door light up again, and finally all the markings light up. Finally, our time is coming again. Congratulations to the Pope, then there is one more left. Well, there is still one of the trickiest existences left. It seems that the successor of nothingness has final use value. You're right. Ending the war with Echidna, Dang Ma took Louise and Tiffania back to school. Ah, boring. When Ma and Louise stayed in school for a period of time, during this time, except for Louise and Tiffania who always fight against each other regardless of occasion, nothing interesting happened. When Ma was idle, it was a bit uncomfortable. Habit. When Ma was idle, the most important thing was not to restore the memory, but because I didn't know why, the bad luck that had not appeared in the battle, only appeared when I was idle. So, hurry up and find an enemy to deal with me. In just 10 minutes, when Ma accidentally overturned someone's breakfast, tripped over a stone on the side of the road, was chased by a dog inexplicably, and was mistaken for a pervert. It's just that Dang Ma didn't notice that a person was always behind him, watching him constantly make a fool of himself, smiling happily. At this time, a flying dragon flew over, and finally raised a little interest in Dang Ma. Julio came here riding a dragon, and gave Dang Ma a message. Heirs of nothingness, we need your strength. It's just that Julio didn't expect that when Ma saw him, he greeted him with enthusiasm. There is a job for us to do, no problem, okay, let's talk quickly, we will set off soon. Seeing such a passionate numbness really made Julio very uncomfortable, he coughed and finally settled down. Then, let me explain this task. Volcano survey? Louise and Tiffania asked inexplicably after hearing what they said. Well, I heard that a volcano has started unusual activities recently. The Pope said that something might be affecting the volcano and we need to observe it. However, we can't do anything about this job, if it is a real natural disaster. Tiffania said truthfully. You are right. When Ma was about to sit down, who knew that the chair's leg suddenly broke? Looking at the broken chair on the ground, Dang Ma finally said what she wanted to say the most. Sure enough, let's go. Well, I understand. Looking at the numbness still in bad luck, Louise and Tiffania had to agree. Chapter 58, The Dragon in the Volcano. Dang Ma hurried to a town near the volcano with Louise and Tiffania. As soon as he came to the town, when Ma could feel that the bad luck that had always troubled him seemed to have disappeared, it brought happiness and proved that there was something in the volcano, so he began to worry. What's the matter, Dang Ma? Her face changed. Tiffania had been watching Dang Ma happy and worried, very confused. No, I just know that this volcanic eruption is not an accident, so I feel distressed. Dang Ma had to explain. In other words, what really caused this volcano to become active in the volcano? Well, it's very possible. When Ma took Tiffania and Louise to inquire about specific information in a nearby town, one morning passed and they gathered at the hotel. According to the information I have inquired, people who have passed by the volcano recently heard loud screams nearby. When Mahjong asked himself, he shared the news with his friends. Me too, and according to their description, it may be a giant dragon. Louise made her own judgment based on the information it recently collected. The dragon. Tiffania didn't understand why the dragon lived in the volcano, which didn't conform to their living habits. It's no surprise. After all, there are different types of dragons and different living habits. Moreover, I am very concerned that this may not be an ordinary dragon. Why? Dang Ma looked at Louise, hoping she could explain. Louise took out the ancestor's magic book in her backpack, pointed to a line of words that everyone could see on it, and said, "Look, it's written here, the successors of the legendary nothingness have used their power to seal the legendary monsters, and wait for the monsters to return next time. That is to say, this dragon is about to be resurrected because of our reappearance." Probably. Louise looked at the magic book in her hand, thinking about another thing. However, if the seal has really been broken, then why didn't the dragon attack humans directly, but stayed in the volcano all the time? Then, this may be similar to the information the Pope gave us, so we should leave tomorrow morning to investigate the situation. That's the way. Tiffania stood up, walked out of the room, and prepared something for tomorrow. "What's the matter, Louise?" Dang Ma asked with concern, looking at Louise still frowning. "No worries, do you think this is too coincidental? Just now the Pope told us about these things. This is indeed related to the legendary monster. This is too coincidental. I think there is something wrong." Louise did not. The way to avoid this problem, after all, she is no longer the Louise of the year. Dang Ma had to lean against Louise, put her hand on Louise's head, and rubbed her hair. "Don't worry, I will protect you too, even at the expense of myself." "Do not want." Louise hugged him tightly. "If you want to sacrifice yourself, then I would rather you leave me alone." "It's okay, even if I can't remember, I will protect you." "No worries." Louise looked up at the man in front of her, and wanted to kiss her. However, Dang Ma directly raised her hand to block her offensive. "Sorry, Louise, I already have Tiffania, I can't do this kind of thing." After hearing this, Louise stood up in silence, turned and left the room. It's just that Louise didn't expect that as soon as she went out, she saw Tiffania standing here all the time eavesdropping on them. "So, are you satisfied?" "Of course, this is the man we both like. When these things are over, I will surely remind Wushao of everything about us. Then, you can do your best." Louise didn't want to look at Tiffania's face anymore, so she left in silence. When Louise walked away, Tiffania clutched her chest and leaned against the wall. "Forgive me, Behemp. It's all worth it, for you." The whole night passed like this. Early in the morning, Dang Ma brought Louise and Tiffania, who had obviously changed a lot, to the volcano to investigate the situation. "What's wrong, you two are so quiet?" Dang Ma can't stand it. The two people usually quarrel about themselves on the road. They suddenly stopped doing it today. Dang Ma looked uncomfortable. "Nothing." Louise waved silently. "Me too." Tiffania did the same. "Okay." Dang Ma didn't care so much and kept going. Roar. A huge roar alarmed the three people present. "What?" Dang Ma looked ahead and saw that there were many people on the volcano. "What is that?" "It's the devil, the soldier of the devil." On the distant volcano, countless scarecrows and knights have been walking up the crater and jumping in continuously. "What are they doing?" Tiffania looked at the soldiers' behavior in the distance, puzzled. "It's a sacrifice." Louise looked at them, probably guessing what they thought. So, sure enough, the monster in this volcano. Well, the legendary monster. While they were still thinking about it, a huge volcano in the distance suddenly erupted, and a large amount of lava and flowing stones flew into the air, attacking everything irregularly. Louise, Tiffania, don't go away. Dang Ma finally relied on her own strength to call out the magic hand, picked up the Yan Mo knife, and controlled the shadowless sword to smash the flying stones to smash them. Dang Ma, look at the crater. I saw a volcanic crater still smoking in the distance, a huge black shadow hidden in the black smoke, and suddenly a strong wind broke out in it, revealing the objects inside. The three saw a huge flying dragon covered with red scales and scars on the left eye, appeared on the crater, and the magic power around it was constantly gathering on it. This sense of oppression. Louise looked at the dragon in the distance. She was already far away, but her body still knelt down involuntarily. Me too. Tiffania couldn't bear it, just like Louise. In addition to being hemp, you can stand still. The dragon in the distance seemed to have seen the situation here, and suddenly flew to their vicinity, looking at Dang Ma, since it was uttering words. Interesting, I didn't expect human beings to withstand my dragon power. Looking at the magic radiating from Dang Ma and the two people behind him, the dragon seemed to understand something. So that's the case, the heir of nothingness, but too weak, to this extent, want to save the world. Shut up, you have no right to say that to both of them. Looking at Dang Ma's right hand, the dragon finally discovered something and said angrily. Unexpectedly, the power of nothingness will be used by the devil. I can't forgive you, go to death. The dragon ejected a fireball from its mouth, directly hitting the three of them. Not only insulted Louise and Tiffania, but also wanted to hurt them. Due to anger, Dang Ma's magical power continued to rise, and his body was directly demonized. I won't forgive you. The powerful magic power turned into a round and a half moon, flying into the air, splitting the fireball in the sky in half, and exploding in the sky. Humph, try it if you can. The dragon yelled at the three of them, and the sound waves formed a hurricane, rushing towards them, blowing both Louise and Tiffania away, and leaving the place where they were fighting. So you have no worries, devil boy, let me see your power. I can't ask for it. Chapter 59, Unbeatable. When are you going to hide, boy? The woods near the volcano were affected by the fighting between the two of them, and there was no complete tree here. The ground is still burning, and the high temperature continues to remain on the ground. Neither side caused any fatal harm to the other side, after all, both sides couldn't help the other side for the time being. Another round of fireballs smashed over, and Dang Ma could only rely on the speed of demonization to flee forever, and counterattack with the shadowless sword from time to time. However, the magic power outside the dragon was enough to block Dang Ma's attack. The battle ended in a stalemate like this. Hey, this is endless. Same. Then, I'll fight with you in another form. I saw the giant dragon emitting white light, blocking everyone's vision. After the flash disappeared, Dang Ma saw a person who surprised him standing in front of him. What's wrong, are you surprised? Dang Ma didn't expect that the dragon turned into his own appearance, fighting against him. Come on, next round. After the dragon turned into a human form, it approached Dang Ma at an extremely fast speed and punched it. Although Dang Ma blocked this attack with his hands, he just didn't expect that the next second flame erupted in his fist, directly exploding Dang Ma. Dang Ma hadn't reacted yet, the dragon had teleported behind her, and kicked Dang Ma again, and the power of the flames hit Dang Ma again. Dang Ma is like a balloon, being beaten up by the dragon all the time. When Ma was being beaten all the time, he did not expect the speed and strength of the dragon to be so strong after it turned into a human form. Reluctantly used Wu's power to incarnate in armor mode, temporarily blocking the dragon's attack. Humph, in that case, I see how long you can block it. Behind the dragon, red light rippled behind him, and an energy sword made of fire appeared behind him. When the dragon waved his hand, all the swords attacked together. Dang Ma had to raise his hands and change into a shield mode to block his attack. Each sword hits the shield of Dang Ma, not only has an impact effect, after the sword hits the shield, it explodes directly, and Dangma has been repelled by this attack. And countless tentacles came out of Dangma's body, entangled all the swords that intended to attack Dangma, and absorbed them all. Oh! Not bad. Seeing Dangma successfully absorbed his attack, the dragon gave himself affirmation. It's not over yet. Dangma approached the dragon at an extremely fast speed and walked into the attack range. Trial. With powerful magic power as a backing, Dangma directly uses the strongest attack he can use now. Time seems to have stopped, and the knife is constantly slashing at the dragon as if it can distort space. After closing the sword, the dragon was hit hard by the attack and took a few steps back. When Dangma wanted to win the battle, a magical power burst out of the giant dragon's body and bounced Dangma. At this moment, the fire burned on the wound of the dragon, and when the fire dissipated, the wound had completely recovered. It's careless, I'll be hurt by you. The dragon completely exposed his right arm and slowly turned into a dragon claw. The human body is still too weak, it's better to be your own. Cheers. A huge fireball hit his face suddenly, when Ma backhand grabbed with the magic hand, poured his own magic power, and threw a blue fireball back. However, the dragon directly opened his mouth and completely absorbed the fireball, making Dangma's attack invalid. Before the flames completely disappeared, when Ma had rushed behind the dragon, he planned to give him a shot. However, the dragon had already reacted and grabbed it with a dragon claw backhand, and Dangma had to use his magic hand to block his attack. What? Dangma did not expect that the magic hand that could not be stopped by anyone would be caught by the dragon. And he also felt that the opponent was stronger than his own. Too weak. The dragon simply grabbed Dangma's right hand and threw him into the air. The fireball continuously flew up into the air to hit the hemp, and instantly he was surrounded by flames. When Dangma fell to the ground, his body had been severely burned by the attack just now, and the magic power of the demonization was used to recover the injury, but the demonization was also relieved. What's wrong? Don't you have any strength? It's not over yet. Dangma turned into armor mode again, but it was simply broken by a fireball of the dragon and was temporarily unavailable. You can't beat me. To shut up. When Ma turned into a sharp blade and cut off the dragon, but was grabbed by the dragon with one hand and twisted the sharp blade. You can't beat me. When Ma's hands turned into sharp claws, he planned to penetrate it directly, but was pinched by the dragon's hands and the sharp claws were directly crushed. Dangma's hands were hit hard by these few blows, and she couldn't lift it up at all. Need not. The dragon stood in front of Dangma, holding Dangma's hair, and holding it up. You are too weak. The dragon didn't give too many opportunities to be hemp, so he pierced the hemp abdomen with one catch. Blood has been flowing down the body, Dangma's eyes slowly dimmed. Be numb. Tiffania in the distance looked at this side and hurried over anxiously. However, the dragon just stared at her, and Tiffania was suppressed by his long way and fainted directly. No worries. Louise did not panic like Tiffania, but prayed silently. Say it, I will always believe you. So, don't let me down, no worries. Throwing Dangma to the ground, the dragon turned around, planning to leave. Am I going to die? When Ma looked at the dragon that was slowly going away, she wanted to raise her hand and grab the man in front of her. No more. Can't see clearly. When Dangma can't see the figure in front of her, the darkness is swallowing everything. I'm sorry, Louise, Tiffania. Hey! The dragon turned and looked at Dangma. He didn't expect that the man he had determined to be dead just now could actually stand up. Not only did Dangma Buletin stand up, his body was glowing with golden light, and he was constantly repairing his body. What is this? The dragon didn't expect this incredible phenomenon in this world. He hit a few fireballs, intending to kill this incredible man. All the attacks passed through his body, as if he hadn't been here. All he saw was an illusion. This is... When Dang Ma watched the changes in her body, something appeared in her chest and flew in front of Dang Ma. Sword scabbard. When Ma held the scabbard in front of him with both hands, Avalon's power also broke the confinement in his mind while healed him. Everything, Dang Ma remembered again. Yes, my name is not Dang Ma, but Wushao. Putting the scabbard back into his body again, he stared at the dragon in front of him without worry, and the dragon felt that the man in front of him was completely different from just now. Who are you? My name is Wushao, the guardian of the world. Chapter 60, Spoiler. Guardian of the world, just a kid like you. The dragon looked carefree, disdainful. Wushao ignored his words, projecting countless iron swords, blocking the dragon's vision. With Fijian blocking the dragon's vision, Wushao has once again been in contact with the power in his body. It's been a long time for you, partner. Ah, lend me strength again, another me. Wushao used demonization again, and the shadowless sword flew out with the iron sword. Humph, what's the use of the ability that has been defeated by me now? The dragon was very disdainful of the power of this demon, and planned to directly use his body to resist these injuries. What? The dragon did not expect that the shadowless sword this time could break through his body's defenses and scratch him. This power is completely different from just now. The dragon cautiously used the fireball to block his attack, but unexpectedly, the attack that could be easily blocked just now became more difficult. Simply recovering from an injury, the strength has changed so much. The giant dragon just couldn't guess it. There was no sorrow just now, but the person who could not control this power at all, he who restored his memory now, of course, was completely different from just now. Unforgivable. The shadowless sword is still attacking the dragon continuously, and the speed is getting faster and faster. Unforgivable. The dragon releases the fireball faster and faster, but there has been a trend that cannot resist it. Actually, the dragon couldn't bear this kind of suffocation anymore, and when a luminous cannon struck it, all the shadowless swords were bounced off. Wushao simply pulled out the Yan Modeo to block the light cannon. Louis, who dare to hurt me? In the next second, Wushao had already arrived behind the dragon, slashed on the dragon's back, and made a long scar. Wuxian brought a piece of equipment, punched the dragon on the back, and directly punched the dragon into the ground. Beowulf. Looking at the giant dragon still on the ground that hadn't reacted, Wuxian came directly to him and carried out a set of indiscriminate fights. Countless fists fell heavily on the dragon's body, knocking the dragon into immobile. So fast, there is no way to resist it. The dragon kept getting hurt and thought of the only way to get out. I saw the dragon change back to its own dragon form, successfully interrupting Wuxian's attack. Damn human beings, let everything be reduced to ashes. The dragon accumulates its own magic power in its lungs, and a powerful magic power accumulates in the dragon's mouth. Seeing this situation, Wuxian took out his trophies, Pandora's box, and gathered his own magic power in the box, turning the box into the laser cannon mode. The magical power of the dragon reached a critical point, and a beam of red light cannon directed towards Wushao, and Wushao also used his Pandora magic cannon to resist the dragon's attack. How is it possible, a mere human? The dragon watched his magic cannon gradually returned, increasing the output of magic power. It's useless, I will never lose. The powerful magic power was accumulated in the magic box, and the powerful blue light cannon slowly returned the red leg. In the end, the dragon's attack was beaten back, and it was directly attacked by Pandora's box without worry, and the bright light enveloped the surroundings. When the strong light dissipated, the dragon could no longer maintain the flight and fell from the air. Wushao walked in front of the dragon and looked at the dying dragon without any fluctuations in his heart. You won, human, come on, one last blow. The dragon closed his eyes and waited. But Wu Xiao didn't give him the last blow, and walked slowly to Louise and the others. Why? Wu Xiao stopped when he heard these words. I'm just unhappy with you, now it's enough to label it like this. No worries, did not look back, continue to move forward. That's it. Hearing these words, the dragon relaxed completely. I'm very troubled like this, Mr. Wu Xiao. I saw that Julio didn't know when he had come to the dragon's side, and his hand had been placed on his head. What are you going to do, Julio? It's just waste utilization. Julio gathered his magic power on the head of the giant dragon, and the dragon continued to struggle, but he was exhausted, unable to resist Julio's power. Finally, there was a magic circle on the dragon's head, which was exactly the same as Julio's left hand. Thanks to you, I succeeded in fighting like this with the dragon, so I can do it so easily. Originally, I just wanted to take his corpse, but I didn't expect it to be alive. What are you planning, Julio? Julio looked at the dragon who had successfully enslaved and completed the last step of the plan, and explained it with ease. All this is for the arrival of the savior, Mr. Wu Xiao, the legendary heir to nothingness and the guardian of the world. Next time, come to Romania, we will give you the answer you most think of. After Julio finished speaking, the magic force enslaved the dragon and took him away. Wu Xiao wanted to chase them, but when they saw Louise and the others surrounded by scarecrows, they didn't continue to chase them. No, go away. Louise still had the deterrence left by the dragon, no matter how magical she could accumulate. Seeing the scarecrow approaching slowly, Louise could only close her eyes in despair, calling the name in her heart. The pain did not come. Louise opened her eyes and saw that all the enemies were beaten by Wuko and flew into the air, directly killed by Wuko. Looking at Louise, who was still in a daze, Wuxi directly hugged Louise into his arms and said what Louise wanted to hear the most. I'm back, Louise. Seeing Wushu in front of him, her eyes and tone changed back to her most familiar appearance. Louise buried her head in his arms and started crying. Sorry for making you wait so long. Idiot. Louise clutched Wu Xiao's clothes tightly, as if this person would leave again. Promise me, don't leave me like this again. I promise you. The two who are in love look at each other, and everything does not need words to describe. But what will Tiffania do? Louise pointed to Tiffania, who was still fainting, and said to Wu Xiao. Wu Wuri temporarily loosened Louise, half-kneeled beside Tiffania, gently touching her face with her hand. Everything in Tiffania's experience has not been forgotten, and he also remembered what happened to him recently. Louis, you should know what I want to say. When Louise heard it, she just snorted and turned her head. For the sake of you still caring about me, then leave a useless person by my side. Anyway, I am not a stingy person. So. Wu Xiao looked at Tiffania and said his thoughts. Stay by my side, Tiffania. Yes. Tiffany's eyes closed, tears streaming down.